This whole Shannon Sharpe situation reminds me of a soap opera. And indeed it is. It's kind of like The Young and the Restless. Situations change day by day and you're just tuning into a new episode. And almost every day, things are unraveling and unraveling and unraveling. Last week, he was about to sign a $100,000 deal. And this week, he got exposed by Gabrielle Zuniga for all of these choking allegations. Then his ex-girlfriend, Michelle, basically came on Natasha K and said that Shannon Sharpe, the last time they saw each other, he forcefully did this. But rewind! Oh, the internet is great at keeping receipts.
What's this? Huh? What's this?
You see, Shannon Sharpe suffers from a new disease called SIS, self-induced stupidity. And while he has all of these problems that are going on, he has been the number one responsible party. And a lot of these things started playing out with him and Chad Ochocinco on Nightcap. Now let me talk about Nightcap. Ochocinco typically is co-host. He doesn't really go into much detail about his sexual excursions or what he does with women. He's smart, and it's interesting because people think that Ochocinco sometimes may be stupid, but he's very bright. He will allow Shannon Sharpe to be the dumb one because Shannon Sharpe is the NFL Hall of Famer. Shannon Sharpe is the Sports World Champion winner. He's the one making all the money in social media, and Shannon Sharpe has a big ego. This is why Shannon Sharpe allows himself to be in this situation because he typically says things that he shouldn't say. For those of you who remember the Meg Thee Stallion thing.
The point about being a stallion.
Did I move the stickers on the queue? No.
I know she. I mean, good.
No,
but
stickers on the queue. That's cheap.
No, my grandma used to say, boy, they can look down longer than you can look up. They look up longer than you can look down. You know what I'm saying, Ocho? But hey,
Yes, sir.
I have a quarter to three. You know what I'm saying, Ocho? Don't play with them. Ocho.
Then there was a situation with the real Reese Scott. And you know what's so bad about that one? Yeah, it didn't even happen. Like, he was lying the whole entire time because, academics confirmed that the lady doesn't even know Shannon Sharpe. He was pretending to, clap her cheeks, and he doesn't even know her. So Shannon Sharpe said on his own show that, you know what, I was dealing with an OnlyFans model, and he didn't know that he was dealing with an OnlyFans model. And then she showed him the paycheck that she was getting. So I guess that was cool because, he wanted her to keep on doing what he was doing because that was going to end up with her bringing in more household income. Now, this is crazy because Shannon Sharpe is now showing a behavior of a 56-year-old man dealing with white or Hispanic or white appearing Hispanic OnlyFans models. And that's crazy for a guy who has went to the NFL Hall of Fame, a guy who has a $100 million deal on the line, and a guy who has a lot to live for. Once these allegations came out about Gabriella Zuniga, he was calling it a shakedown. And we could agree that it is a shakedown. And indeed it was a shakedown. But wait, check this out.
See, a lot of y'all missing the whole point in this Shannon Sharpe situation. Look, it's not really about if she's wrong, if she's trying to beat him out some money or not, if he's guilty or not. I mean, I hate to see him in this situation, but the point is, why did he put his in that position? See, we got to be smarter. See, a lot of people throwing this pointing the finger at her saying she tricking off, she wrong, she did. Man, look, he shouldn't have never been in that situation anyway. I mean, come on, 19 years old, 56. What do you guys have in common besides sex? So you just gonna continue to spend all this money tricking off with females who on Instagram or OnlyFans and put yourself in a position to be caught up like that. There's a lot of brothers out here like that with a lot of money. I understand, you can get caught up. There's a lot of great looking females out here. But when you get older, you're supposed to mature through life lessons.
You see, shout out to that brother because, first of all, Shannon Sharpe, at this point, you kind of should have known that you were doing something really stupid to yourself, that you put yourself in that precarious situation, it's not anybody else's fault. It's not the OnlyFans model's fault. It's your fault because you were the one that had a whole lot to lose. And that's why you were trying to offer that $10 million. And I want to talk about this because a lawyer explained why somebody like Shannon Sharpe would actually pay the $10 million.
First, we have to talk about what a settlement means, just because it's been so unclear, where people assume when you make a settlement offer, that means that you're automatically guilty or that you've done the underlying action. Actually, it's a math equation, believe it or not. When you have a lawsuit that is pending, you speak to your lawyers and they talk to you about the probability. So if he's being sued for $50 million, stay with me here, Dan, and the lawyer says, Shannon, there's a 10% chance of this happening, of the victory against you, of you losing. 10% of 50 million is $5 million. That means the value of the lawsuit is $5 million. But the legal fees are going to be $8 million, no matter what. If you have no liability, 50 million, you're going to pay me $8 million. That's a total of $13 million. That's when you go to the other side and you say, I'll give you 10. That doesn't mean I did it. Doesn't mean I didn't do it. It's called a nuisance settlement amount, and it's discovered through a simple math equation based on probability.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda from the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
Equation based on probability.
Why he would pay that $10 million, it makes a lot of sense. You see, the $10 million that he would pay, he would do so only because it may cost him more to even fight the case, so it's just worth more to basically pay the money. But again, that doesn't mean that there's any guilt going on. And I do not think that there is guilt. But the reality is he is guilty of something, being stupid. Like, how do you get this old in the game and you're moving around like this as if you're a young guy? It doesn't make any sense. And that is something that Shannon Sharpe will not be able to defend. Sometimes, guys, we are innocent of somebody else's allegations, but we are guilty of putting ourselves in those situations. And one of the things about having the money or being a guy that has money is you gotta move differently. That's the thing. That's why whenever you see Jay-Z, you see Beyonce, you see very successful guys, they don't move around like the rest of us do because they don't want to get caught up with the rest of us problems, and so they don't. And even though Jay-Z got accused by Tony Busby, it was quickly shot down. But Shannon Sharpe won't have that luck. And that's the same thing with when you start having money. You're a guy and you're dealing with OnlyFans, and this is a habit that you're doing. Obviously, you're gonna have problems. And this isn't the first time that he's talked about adult film actresses or porn stars at 56 years old on his show. And now they can come back and use this stuff as evidence because he clearly said it. And it doesn't mean that he is being abusive, but it does state a pattern. And one last thing, food for thought. What if these other women who he's been messing with in the past decide to come out and do the same thing? Very similar to what happened with Deshaun Watson or Bill Cosby. Just too expensive to buy. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Lee Jackson back at it again. Another episode of That's About You Junk. For all that you do, subscribe with the bell. We're out.
My man be like, baby, are you gonna eat them kids? Yes. I'm gonna eat them kids every time.
I think we need to move on though. That ain't no problem. That ain't no problem.
I'm gonna slurp them kids every time. They gonna joyfully dance for my though.
Well, what's up, guys? Thank you for joining me today. Hit that like button. Come on, man. Hit that like button. I appreciate you. Woke up today to hit that like button. Okay. Let's do this. Let's run it up. 5,000 likes on the video. Let's go.
I feel like trying to play with my intelligence because I go through the phone this morning, ain't nothing in there. I go to the D, you can't talk to nothing but the homeboys, and that was 5 weeks ago. Come on, let's flow. Where is Marcus? Like you trying to play with me.
What do you? How is he playing with you, bro? Dude's faithful. He's not even making time for his homies at this point, dude.
We have a problem.
they probably mad at him because you got him locked up. I don't know. Like, why is that a bad thing? Because he ain't talking to no females? Or he laying down or something? I just can't figure y'all out sometimes.
Hey there, welcome to Train Station 2. This is the perfect game for anyone looking to relax.
Careful. Look at that fake face. Bro, that's the stank face. Yeah, you ain't. Yeah. Instant fail. You already knew you wasn't getting past that, boy.
Oh, can you smell that? It's officially in the car season. These hoes don't deserve no room. Save your money, King. Save your money. Wear her out like a thoroughbred right there in the parking lot.
Bro. Smash it in the car, bro. Take it in the car. She don't need a room. You in a public parking lot? The location was on.
So you heard, she got caught in the car fucking with the dick in her. Yo, look.
This one hurt, man. Like, you know, you catch your girl. She not only she cheating in your car when you cheat her, she filled up with meat, dog. Alright? She stuffed like a hot pocket, dog. She got more meat inside than a pool boy, bro. It's crazy, dog. You see your girl getting corn dog in the driver's seat, bro, and it's your Kia, dog. I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. It's probably hurting homeboys' feelings. I totally get it, dog. I would be mad too. It's a shame. I would be mad too. I don't know what else to tell you. And it seems like they didn't want to move. Homeboy in the car in the backseat of the Kia still trying to get one. No disrespect.
I know he ain't on nothing. Oh, he ain't on nothing.
Maybe he ain't holding nothing. Probably a calculator and a pack of mayonnaise. I don't know.
Soulmate? Well, it's like a best friend, but more. It's the one person in the world who knows you better than anyone else. It's someone who makes you a better person. But actually, they don't make you a better person. You do that yourself. Because they inspire you. A soulmate is someone who you carry with you forever. It's the one person who knew you and accepted you and believed in you before anyone else did. Or when no one else would. And no matter what happens, you'll always love them. Nothing can ever change that.
Now, why would we be mad at Neil for living his best life? I ain't mad at you, dog. Look at you, bro. You're smiling. They happy. They all getting along. You can afford it, bro. I don't hear anything about you going broke or anything like that, trying to keep up with this sort of, whatchamacallit. Bro, just live your best life, bro. I mean, you honestly look happy. They look happy. What am I supposed to say? Like, they all look happy. The sister wives look happy with one another. Man, but my boy just fell into a good situation, I assume. And we feed into it. Look, good for you, Neo. Shit, about to play some Neo on the way to work today, just cause.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Sometimes you don't have to do a lot of things to come to the internet, show the internet that you're in love and you got a relationship going on. I appreciate that you want to put them on there, but like that could have cost y'all lives. It's crazy. It's a time and place for everything, man. I hope y'all all right. Jeez, I hope that love heals. Hey, the love heals. This gotta be the big bag hack of the year, bro. Big bag hack of the year.
Shit.
So how we gonna spend the pounds into that calorie deficit, guys? Smell the chicken, eat the salad, alright? Cry a little bit in the Shower later.
Oh, Hercules.
Shower later.
Let me tell y'all while I'm single on this Sunday morning. Long story short, me and dude get into it about a question. We're having this debate about men and women. So then he asks, okay, how many bodies you got? Mind you, we already had this conversation at least 3 times. I have no problem being open and transparent. So I'm like, what's the question? Because now I'm irritated because why are you asking this question again? So I'm like, the number 60, like what's the problem?
He's trying to see even with the 61.
About the number of bodies. Mind y'all, I have 4 kids, 3 baby daddies, 1 ex-husband. Been with dude over a year now. You knew this when you got with me, bro. So you at least know I got 3 confirmed bodies. If that was such an issue, why would you even move forward in a relationship? You asking this question a year later for like the 5th time already? So now we get into it because I said 60. I'm like, okay, but what's the follow-up question? Does the number really affect the question that you're going to ask? What's the question? Now there's no question and we're arguing about bodies. Mind you.
Wherever the road takes you, Chevy is ready to drive you forward with pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Every path leads to new possibilities. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
To be honest with you, when your invitation came, I nearly threw it out. 9 people chosen under bizarre circumstances.
Mind you, I'm 35 years old. He's 4 years older than me. 5 years older than me, so y'all do math. When the last time somebody asked you how many bodies you got? Like, that should have been asked on day 1. So now we arguing about this bad, right? Now he's telling me, oh, bitch, nobody ever took you serious. You got 4 kids, 3 baby daddies. Ain't nobody ever made you a wife. I'm divorced. So now I'm like, oh, okay. You've been waiting to say this shit.
Man, he's trying to end this on a bad note. Homie came for the head on this one. Golly, you got 60 bodies? God damn. 3, 4 baby daddies? Man, dog, I'm not even mad at her, bro. I'm mad at you. You've been asked this question. She told you up front what it is, bro. She said you already asked and you knew the answer. You just kept wanting to know. Why would you repeatedly want to know the answer, dog? You already know the answer. You didn't want to be there in the first place. Why are you still even there, bro? Like, the only person to get mad at is yourself for wasting your own time, bro. Like, that just makes sense. You know what it is. She's probably not going to be, I wouldn't say she's probably not going to be a good person to have a relationship with, but the odds and the numbers are stacked against her. All right, she's been ran through. She got kids. She got divorced. She probably don't know how to pick them. Whatever y'all want to say, we can just tally it all up. But no, the one thing that she did do was kept it real with you. She told you she got 60 bodies. Now, whether it's 120 or 180, because you know you got to do some multiplication, we don't know. 60 is still kind of high, dog. You should have known. You should have known right then and there what to do. Even if she is 35. Damn.
And the only reason why I wouldn't be able to go 50-50 with a man is because I know subconsciously I wouldn't be able to give him that top dog, head of the household treatment. Knowing that if it weren't for my 50%, we wouldn't have any of this. Especially when it comes to big things like rent, utilities, all of that stuff. Like, I'm cool with helping out around the house when it doesn't come to...
You're cool with not having to come out of pocket because you don't respect the man outside of his finances.
Straight up. Outside the finances, you wasn't gonna get that man no respect. Let's just go ahead and I can't give you big dog status. If y'all 50-50, y'all are even, right? Now, if y'all equally paying bills and y'all equally living, just say that's what it is. If you want to be honest with y'all meet each other halfway. Now it goes outside the realm of paying the bills, all right? He gonna treat you like a woman. He gonna take whatever else he have left and spoil you, and take care of you, and send you to get your nails done, all right? He's gonna love you. That's what he's supposed to do. He's gonna protect you, okay? He's gonna shower you. He's gonna claim you, okay? He's supposed to worship you in biblical ways and all these other things, but you can't tell me you can't even treat this man like the head of household because he had to go right now because the situation y'all both are in. You can't respect him enough to treat him like the head of household, like he should be. Especially if he's actually doing everything in this. Say if he's doing everything outside the 50-50 that he should be doing, you still can't even respect him. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for you. It's gonna be tough for him.
Ladies, if your man have to ask you for it, you already in last place. You are no longer doing your job. Okay, y'all gonna get enough of trying to use, you know what, as a reward or a punishment. If he has to ask for it, you're in trouble. You're already in last place.
Oh, if guys, I'm just letting you know, if you got to a point where you only get it on birthdays and holidays, you might wanna ask, girl, why do I only get this on birthdays and holidays, and really think about that.
First of all, if you're gonna do something like this, your artist is gonna do a good job. The tattoo don't even look good. Second of all, you stupid.
Facts. Why would you do something like that? Yeah, it can't be that golden, bro. Where'd you even put it at? What would you put something like this, bro? I can't see you putting it on your stomach. That look weird. You just looking down. Did you put it on your thigh? You get what I'm saying? So when you take a... That's weird.
If there's one thing Americans know about, it's waste. In fact, 89% of Americans agree that our government is full of it. So Donald Trump empowered Elon Musk to create the Department of Efficiency and go through our government with a fine-tooth chainsaw.
The chainsaw for bureaucracy.
So I sat down with some of these fired bureaucrats to see if they felt any remorse for wasting taxpayer money. What would you say that you did for the government? Would it fall under waste, fraud, or abuse?
So I was in charge of helping essentially keep American consumers from getting ripped off by financial companies.
Okay, so all of the above, or
none of the above. I worked for the National Institutes of Health as an education and outreach specialist.
Fraud, waste, or abuse?
I thought I signed up to make sure that those things didn't happen, but apparently I was mistaken.
I don't think I can put you down for any of those. I guess fraud?
My job as an inspector general is actually to find, ferret out waste, fraud, and abuse. I am a watchdog.
You do have hall monitor energy. I see it. A little bit.
Big watchdog energy.
What kinds of things was your department blowing that taxpayer cheddar on? Yacht parties, balloon excursions? What was the caviar budget?
I've never had caviar. Is that like the egg stuff?
So you're saying no caviar Wednesdays? Okay, but even without bottomless caviar, the salaries of these government workers must account for a large part of our bloated federal budget, right?
And I think the reality is that they're getting wealth getting taxpayer expense.
Federal budget is spent on federal employees.
4%.
Are you sure you don't mean 94%?
4%.
4%?
Yes.
You're going to say a much larger number.
A lot of people do.
By eliminating your position, how much money was saved for taxpayers?
The taxpayers didn't save any money by eliminating mine. The money that we have under my leadership actually returned is over $30 billion to the Treasury.
I'm no mathematician, but that sounds pretty good.
We've gotten $21 billion back in restitution and relief to Americans who were scammed by their financial companies. And it's even better because we don't cost taxpayers a single dollar.
That's right. These guys were hunting down fraud, waste, and abuse way back when Elon still had his original personality. So you were the original Doge.
Well, I don't like to call what the IGs do what Doge is doing. IGs work by standards.
Is there any part of you that's a little upset because an immigrant actually did steal your job?
No.
No?
No.
Why should we fund a National Institute of Health?
The things that NIH studies, diabetes, aging, mental health, addiction, it's literally the epicenter of biomedical research for the entire planet. I do think there are ways that we could cut back on inefficiency, but you don't use a chainsaw to do that, you use a scalpel.
This might sound crazy, but is the Department of Government Efficiency not that efficient? Speaking of ineffective,
Some of the things that I said will be incorrect and should be correct.
Elon was quickly forced to hit Control-Z on many of his layoffs, which is the shortcut for undo and not the name of one of his kids.
So the administration decided to put us on administrative leave, and then they just started another round of firing. But since I got fired once already, I was not able to get back into my laptop, so I don't know if I have a letter for that.
So you got fired, and then they essentially sent you a text that said, "You up?" And you responded, "Yes," and then they ghosted you?
Yep.
So are you saying that this government is being run by boys? It also doesn't help that Elon keeps revising down the amount of waste he's finding.
I think we can do at least $2 trillion. $1 trillion, $500 billion, $150 billion.
Classic boy behavior, over-promising and under-delivering. Do you believe that the intention behind Doge is to actually cut unnecessary spending?
If you wanted to take over all of your competitors' business, one way you could do that is you could go to every financial regulator, every government agency that has sensitive data from the private sector. You could suck that data into some sort of AI, large language model, and then you could use it to undercut all of American industry.
Do you think there's any chance that Elon is doing something good with all of our data? Like, maybe with having access to all that data, he'll finally understand the mysteries of the human heart. No?
Well, they removed the watchdogs. And the danger of that is that Congress doesn't have a transparent way of knowing what is happening within these agencies and departments.
It's almost like they've set out on this journey to find fraud, waste, and abuse, when really the fraud, waste, and abuse was inside them the whole time. By the time Elon returns to his day job, an estimated 280,000 government employees could be fired. But despite all the chaos and destruction, there are some things that Chainsaw can't take away. After experiencing all of this, you trust the government again?
Honestly, yes.
You would?
I would. They need people that actually care about the American people.
So you would go back, but after a healthy boundary talk?
Yeah.
I've never seen such an amazing cleaning product. It's just like magic. This incredible product dissolves oven grease and stubborn mold.
Oh, man.
Phillips, and more. Indulge in the
And visit BigTarpy.com to view the important facts, including important warnings. Jim Sharpe. We do Jim.
I didn't touch you.
Is this a good time to tell her she's blocking me in?
Take your $50. I'm rich, you're poor.
She's likable. She should become a fitness influencer.
He was mad because I was recording.
Okay, I'm not trying to record you. Yeah, but I see myself. Okay, so go over there or something.
2025 gym logic: if you don't like being filmed, then move somewhere else. Mum's basement? Someone take a blue light to that room. Bro built his own Sarlacc pit. Well, that's one way to do it. POV: the creepy guy Jim gets behind you while you're doing hip abductors. Firstly, he's already sat there when you come to sit down. Secondly, that creepy guy that you've never talked to could be a lovely man for all you know. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, he sat there because that's where the gym has placed the machine. You absolute genius. What a view of the back of the bench he has. And just because your content is amazing, you take your camera and make sure to point it at him to show your brain dead audience his face. Is how I feel about that. I hate the gym. I feel like everyone is staring at me. What? The thousands of people that you're posting this online to see, could it be that people are looking at you, now stay with me, because you've taken 2 kettlebells, placed them very close to the dumbbell rack, smart, taken off your shoes, set up a tripod to film yourself, stay with me, then in your leotard, you're doing that. Definitely don't want attention. I would say it's perfectly normal for people to glance at you. You can even see that some people are impressed. It's normal. People are supporting you by looking at you. It used to be understood that humans could interact each other before phones and social media fried every sense of meaning that we have.
There's 2 different types of muscle. Empty muscle and explosive muscle.
Gotta confuse the empty muscles, right, babe?
There's 2 different types of muscle. Empty muscle.
If ever there was an argument to turn off the internet,
Explosive muscle. Bodybuilders. They're training high reps, isolated lifts, hypertrophy focused. It looks good.
even if we're thinking about muscle fibers, type 2 fibers are associated with hypertrophy and explosiveness.
Yes, their muscle grows, but most of it is filled with water.
She was not thinking about muscle fibers. Athletes train the stretch shortening cycle, i.e. plyometrics, which is that explosiveness, while bodybuilders who have empty muscles train multiple rep ranges, not just high reps. Certain bodybuilders are famous for training low reps with heavy weights. They use isolated and compound lifts because using only isolated lifts would be dumb, and this presentation is certainly not dumb. And I agree with her that people who are looking to build muscle are focusing on building muscle.
Segunda, você treina deltoides.
Empty muscle.
I take it all back, she's ahead of her time, give her a PhD.
Empty muscle.
Mikey Chatel recently made a video on time-saving exercises, and one in particular caused his comment section to wonder whether it's April Fool's Day. I'm going to react to a man reacting to a man reacting to a man.
It is the fly curl press. It just works. Such a simple. We start up here. If you're going to do a classic eagle fly, we're going to go all the way down for big stretch your tricep all the way to this position here, which sets us up for a press. And we're turning us back to the fly, slow into the fly. Every curl, you're going to press. Just like that.
So this video actually made me a little bit sad. This used to be the type of bullcrap that Dr. Mike would call out, but now there's such a concern with getting views that you're willing to give absolutely horrific information just to get clicks. You're going to reasonably tell me that you're going to have a bicep curl and a chest press in the same movement and think that you're going to reasonably stimulate those muscle groups.
Bicep curl to press is like this guy to Venom.
If you had a bicep that could keep up with a chest press, the biggest biceps, the strongest biceps that we have ever seen, the weakest chest, triceps, and shoulders that we have ever seen.
So is this fly curl press combo movement actually as bad as TNF is making it out to be? Yeah, it really is.
Some people say Mike was only focusing on the eccentric fly and curl. The press was just there to get you into position. So I watched the original video, and he's actually pictures it as a 3-in-1, and he talks about the press working your chest.
I honestly thought Mike was trolling here and was waiting for him to crack a smile at the end and make a retread joke, but sadly that moment never came.
Here are the top comments under Mike's video. I might be sad from the fly curl press. This is the type of stuff Dr. Mike would have done a few years ago.
The reason why this makes zero sense is because, as mentioned, you're going to be far stronger on the pressing portion of the lift compared to the curling portion, and so your biceps will always end up being the limiting factor.
The fly curl press situation is crazy. No, Rachel Ziegler being an actual casted actress is crazy. I really hope he addresses that fly curl in a future video as a genuine joke. Fly curl press, Dr. Mike's fall off is insane. So that's a selection of his top comments under his video. But for balance, there were plenty of people also who were commenting how much they enjoyed the video, and there were many more exercises Mike put in that video. It was just that fly curl press that was really confusing people. He's a smart man, let's get some perspective. I just think that he's missed on this one.
And so what's the point? Just separate the movements out, give proper focus to each muscle, and use the appropriate amount of weight each one can handle.
And the critique from Sean and TNF is valid and correct.
So here comes the final rep, curling as hard as possible with 100% effort, and yet the chest press still basically moves like a warm-up.
So yes, this does save time, but when we think of overloads, there are better ways you could perform these movements, and I would also worry about the bicep aspect and injury. I don't think it's as sinister as some people are making out, but I do agree that I don't think that exercise is a good idea. Let me know your thoughts on it all, but the good thing to come.
$1,000 right now. Don't forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, and robotics. Little known technology.
Take action. Not hasty if it isn't required, but don't lose much time. Here's the time to act. When the idea is hot and the emotion is strong. That's the time to act. Say, Mr. Rohn, I'd like to have a library like yours. See if you feel strong about that. What you got to do is get the first book and then get the second book. Before the feeling passes and before the idea gets dim, action pronto. Action immediate. Action as soon as possible. Because if you don't, here's what happens. We call it the law of diminishing intent. We intend to when the idea strikes us. We intend to when the emotion is high. But now if you don't translate that into action fairly soon, now the intent starts to diminish. And a month from now it's cold. A year from now, can't be found. So act. Set up a discipline when the emotions are high and the idea is strong and clear and powerful. That's the time to set up the discipline. Somebody talks about good health and you're stirred. Right. You need to get a book on nutrition. Get the book before the idea passes and before the emotion gets cold. Go for the book. Start the library. Start the process. Fall on the floor. Do some push-ups. Action. Gotta take action. Otherwise, the wisdom is wasted. Otherwise, the emotion soon passes. Unless you put it into a disciplined activity. Capture it. Discipline is called how to capture the emotion and how to capture the wisdom and translate it into equity. Disciplines. Now, here's what's important about discipline. All disciplines affect each other. In fact, here's a good philosophical phrase. Everything affects everything. Nothing stands alone. Don't be naive in saying, well, this doesn't matter. I'm telling you, everything matters. There are some things that matter more than others, but there isn't anything that doesn't matter. We all pity the man who says, well, this is the only place I let down. Not true. Key to take home. Every letdown affects the rest of your performance. Every letdown affects the rest. This is part of the educational process. Day. If you don't do the apple a day, you probably won't build your library. If you don't build your library, you probably won't keep a journal and you won't take pictures. You won't do wise things with your money, won't do wise things with your time, won't do wise things with your possibilities and relationships, and the first thing you know, 6 years of that accumulated, and we say you have messed up. New one affects the rest. That's so important. The least action, the smallest action. Take it. As you start accomplishing and the value starts to return from that one action, it'll inspire you to do the next one and the next one and the next book. Get a journal. Get a journal, it'll inspire you to grow, develop some skills. All affect each other. Every lack affects our psyche. One of the greatest temptations is to just ease up a little bit. Right? The slightest lack of doing your best starts to erode the psyche. Instead of doing your best, doing just a little less than your best. Sure enough. You say, well, it's just going to affect my sales. No, it's going to affect your consciousness. It's going to affect your philosophy. Now you've begun in the slightest way to affect your own philosophy. Here's the problem with the neglect. Neglect starts as an infection. And if you don't take care of it, it becomes a disease. And one neglect leads to another. And the worst of all, when neglect starts, it diminishes our self-worth, our self-confidence, our self-value. You say, well, how can I get back my self-respect? I'm telling you, you don't have to go to 29 classes. All you have to do is start the smallest discipline that now corresponds to your own philosophy. Like I should, and I could, and I will. No longer will I let neglect stack up on me so that I will have the sorry scenario 6 years from now, giving some excuse instead of celebrating my progress. That's the key to discipline. Okay? Let's get kids involved in the least of disciplines. One more, and then one more, and then another one, and then another one, and then some more. And the first thing you know, you're starting to weave the tapestry of a disciplined life into which you can pour more wisdom and more attitude and more strong feeling, more faith and more courage. Now you've got something, a vessel in which to put it. And now the equities start to flow. And the early return, I'm telling you, if you'll start this process, the early return will have you so excited, you'll commit yourself to this strategy for the rest of your life. You'll never go back to the old ways. Join a new crowd. Join a new group. The disciplines to do. Take action. I recommended the last time I was here the little book, Richest Man in Babylon, and I said I've lectured now to over 3 million people in the last 33 years, and I've recommended this little book to almost all of them, I think. Guess how many have actually gone and got the little book? Answer, very few. My best guess is 10%. Such an easy thing to do. In that last seminar, right, I suggested this little book, number one, is easy to find. Number two, it's easy to buy. The most you can pay for it, $6, $7, $8. You can borrow that from your kids. And number three, it's easy to read. It's in story form. That's why I use it for teenagers, teaching them how to be rich by 40, 35 if you're extra bright, much sooner if you find a unique opportunity. But if it's easy to find and easy to buy, and if it's easy to read, why wouldn't everybody go get it? We don't know. What do you know? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. Here's how profound it is. Some do and some don't. Now here's the numbers. About 10% do. 90% don't or won't.
That's right.
We don't know the mystery of that. And I'm telling you, 10 years from now, those numbers will still be the same. 10% will, 90% won't. The numbers don't change. Only the faces change. You're looking at one of the faces. I used to belong to the 90%, who couldn't be bothered even if it was easy. Guess how many people have a library card? Wisdom of the world available. Transform your life in any value amount you. By the way, how much is a library card today? Free, here's what free is. Easy. I mean, it can't be any easier than free. Somebody will go, would you bring it by? Well, no, at least you gotta go get it. No. Wisdom of the world available. Transform your life spiritually, socially, personally, economically, and every other way. Teach you how to be rich, powerful, and sophisticated, and healthy, influential. How many people have a library card? Answer, 3%. 95, 97% couldn't be bothered. Guy specializes in happy hour, but he doesn't have a card. And now readily and quickly blames the government, blames his company, and blames policy, and blames the pay scale. When if he only knew, if he joined the 3%, here's my advice to you today. Walk away from the 97%. Don't talk like they talk. Don't act like they act. Don't go where they go. Don't specialize in what they specialize in. Throw away the blame list. Be clean, too. Start you a new life. You say, well, is it as simple as getting a library card and the 3%? The answer is, of course. Of course. That's how easy this stuff is. This is so easy. It's so simple. It's not complex. You don't need a 2,000-year-old Buddha. You don't need multi-track affirmations. I'm telling you, don't. Affirmation without discipline is the beginning of delusion. Don't let somebody sweep you into some contrary way to nature itself says, unless you labor. The miracle of the seed and the soil and the seasons and God and all the other stuff that's available, sunshine or rain, that's not available to you by affirmation. It is only available to you by labor. So labor well. Okay. Learn well. Discipline yourself well.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins. Listen, I've spent the last 43 years now working with people all over the world, 100 countries.
Discipline yourself well. I used to wonder why two people could work for the same company, one make twice as much money. Now see, that used to puzzle me. And maybe they were the same age, graduated from the same school, live in the same community, work for the same company, with the same products and the same services. They've got the same traffic, the same problems, and one makes $1,000 a month, the other one makes $2,000 a month. Now that was my puzzling question. Why would this long list be the same and the money twice as much? I asked, what's the difference between $1,000 a month and $2,000 a month? And I don't mean $1,000 a month, right? I can figure that out. But what makes the difference? Why would one person do twice as well, 3 times as well? Speaking economically, now I know there's more than one way to do well. I understand that. But in this little narrow area called compensation, what's the difference? Well, back then, with my faulty thinking, I'm trying to reason it out. I thought, well, maybe time makes some of the difference, right? Some people do better because they have more time. I used to say, Harold ought to be able to do well. He's got a lot of time. If I had all of Harold's time, I could do well. Now that's got to be dumb, right? Number one, you can't get somebody else's time. I got guy says to me one time, he says, you know, if I had some extra time, I could make some extra money. I said, then forget it. There isn't any extra time. Now, if you can't get more time, which you can't, what could you get more of that would make a difference in economic results? And here's the key word. Make it a part of your notes. We're going to consider it tonight. The word is value. And I have a little phrase for your notes. Value makes the difference in results. Value makes the difference. You can't get more time, but you can create more value. Now, here's the first lesson of economics. Everybody should learn it from the time they're old enough to understand what a dollar means, how to earn one, how to get one, how to keep one, what to do with it. First lesson of economics. We primarily get paid for value. That's lesson one. Bringing value to the marketplace, that's how you get paid. Let me give you the 4 major lessons in life to learn. Here's 4 majors. It's good to study the majors. In our weekend seminar we teach, some people don't do well because they major in minor things. You've got to be on the lookout. At the end of every week, end of every month, you've got to check, make sure you're not spending major time on minor things. Hey, we go through that whole series. Majors and minors. Now, let me give you 2 phrases before we get to the 4 majors. This will set it up and you'll see where I'm going. 2 key phrases for your notes. Here's the first one. Life and business is like the changing seasons. That's the first phrase. Life and business is like the changing seasons. One of the best ways to describe life, it's like the seasons. Frank Sinatra sings, life is like the seasons. Now here's the second phrase. Very important. You cannot change the seasons, but you can change yourself. And see, that's how life gets better for you. Not by chance, but by change. Now, here's the 4 major lessons in life to learn. I've got my first book finished. Came out a couple of weeks ago. This is in it. The 4 major lessons in life to learn. Here they are. Number 1, learn how to handle the winters. That's lesson 1. They come right after falls with regularity. Some are long and some are short and some are hard and some are easy, but they keep coming. You must learn to handle the nights. They come right after days. You must learn to handle difficulty. It comes right after opportunity. You must learn to handle recessions. They always follow progressions. For the last 6,000. See, it isn't going to change. The lesson you must learn is how to handle it. And there's all kinds of winters, right? The winter when you can't figure it out. The winter when it all goes smash. The winter when it turns belly up. The winter when it won't work, when you've run out of money and you've got a broken heart. See, those are winter times. There's all kinds. Economic winters, social winters, personal winters. When your heart is smashed in 1,000 pieces and the nights are unusually long, your prayers seem to go no higher than your head. It's wintertime. You can't get rid of January by tearing it off the calendar. But here's what you can do. You can get stronger, you can get wiser, and you can get better. The winters won't change, but you can. And that's how life changes for you. See, before I understood, when it was winter, I used to wish it was summer. I didn't understand. When it was hard, I used to wish it was easy. I didn't know. And then Mr. Sharpe gave me a part of his very unique philosophy when he said, don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. See, that triggered my whole life change.
Wish you were better.
Here's lesson 2. Learn how to take advantage of the spring. That's the second one. Spring is called opportunity. And spring follows winter. What a great place for it. If you were going to put it somewhere, that'd be the place to put it, right after winter. And pray tell, how often does spring follow winter?
Every time.
Every year with regularity, 6,000. You can almost count on it. See, opportunity always comes. Days follow nights. Isn't that terrific? Opportunity follows difficulty. But here's what you must learn to do. Underline these 2 words in that key phrase. Take advantage. Underline those two. You must learn to take advantage of the spring. See, just because spring rolls around is no sign you're going to look good come fall. Something with it. Now here's what else you must do. Take advantage of the springs quickly, because there's only a few. Just a handful of springs have been handed to each of us. They don't come forever. Life is fairly brief. So you got to read every book you can get your hands on what to do with your springs while they're here. And take advantage, they soon run out. Here's the third major lesson in life to learn. Learn how to protect your crops all summer. You got to take care of what you start. Sure enough, as soon as you've planted your garden in the spring, the busy bugs and the noxious weeds are out to take it. And here's the next bit of truth. They will take it unless you prevent it. And that's the third major skill to learn. You've got to learn to prevent the intruder from taking all the good you start. It's one of the challenges. Here's two key phrases under number 3. First one, all good will be attacked. On this planet. Maybe not the next one we get to, but on this one, all good will be attacked. Every garden will be invaded. Not to think so is naive. And here's the second phrase. All values must be defended. Political values, social values, community values, family values, marriage values, friendship values, business values. Every garden must be tended all summer. Third major lesson. Now here's number 4. Fourth major lesson in life to learn. Learn how to reap in the field without complaint. Learn to reap come harvest time without complaint. Take full responsibility for what happens to you. It's one of the highest forms of human maturity, accepting full responsibility. It's the day you know you've passed from childhood to adulthood, the day you accept full responsibility. And another note, learn to reap in the fall without apology. Without apology if you do well, and without complaint if you don't. That's maturity.
Want to know how Tom, Mike and Luke went from feeling stiff, sore and injured every day to doing things like this in just 3 months? Well, first of all, let me show you what they didn't do.
Stretching, foam rolling, activation drills, long warm-ups, trips to the physios and chiros. These things will relax your muscles and make you feel good in the moment, but they are simply just...
And without complaint if you don't. That's maturity. There's nothing you can do about the past, but you can do a great deal about your future. You don't have to be the same person you were yesterday. You can make changes in your life. Absolutely startling changes.
Damn right.
In a fairly short period of time. You can make changes you can't even conceive of now. If you give yourself a chance, your abilities will grow. You have untapped talents and potential that you haven't even reached for yet. And as time goes on, you'll be able to reach deeper and deeper. The first thing you'll know, you'll be able to do things you never thought you could do. You'll be able to handle things you never thought you could handle. You'll have ideas that you've never had before. All of this is sparked by the goal-setting process. When you know what you want, and you want it badly enough, the answers will come to you. I can't tell you why it works. All I know is, it works. Give yourself a chance to become all you can become, and to accomplish all you can accomplish. Let me give you a Bible philosophy that teaches how to get whatever you want. Here's what it says: ask. That's it. Ask. Of all the important skills to learn in life, be sure to include the skill of asking. What does ask mean? Ask means, what do you want? And the complete formula is staggering. It says ask, and you will receive. Hey, we ought to look into that. The man says, yes, but you work where I work. By the time you struggle home, it's late. You've got to get a bite to eat, watch a little TV, and get to bed. You can't sit up half the night and ask. And this guy is behind on his bills. He's a good worker, hard worker, sincere, but you've got to do better than work hard and be sincere all of your life. You'll wind up broke and embarrassed. You've got to be better than a good worker. You've got to be a good asker. Let me give you some key points on this asking and receiving, setting goals, asking of life. Here's part of the philosophy that helped me to change. First, asking starts the receiving process. Asking is like pushing a button, and all this machinery starts working, mental and emotional machinery. I don't even know how it works, but I do know it works. There are a lot of things you don't need to know how they work. Just work them. Some people are always studying the roots. Others are picking the fruit. It all depends on what end of it you want in on. So asking is not the problem. You don't have to work on receiving. It's automatic. So if receiving is not the problem, what is the problem? It's failing to ask. The man says, I see it now. I got up every day this year and hit it hard, but nowhere in my house is there a list of what I want from my life. Can you see? Good worker, poor asker. Third, receiving is like the ocean. There's plenty, especially in this country. It's like an ocean here. Here, success is not in short supply. It isn't rationed, so that when you step up to the window, it's all gone. No. Well, if that's true, what is the problem? Well, the problem is some people go to the ocean with a teaspoon. Have you got the picture? A teaspoon. What I suggest you do in view of the size of the ocean is trade your teaspoon for at least a bucket. And you will look better at the ocean with a bucket. Kids won't make fun of you. Now here's something else to remember about asking. There are two ways to ask. One is ask with intelligence. It didn't say ask intelligently, but I'm sure it meant that. Don't mumble. You won't get anything by mumbling. Be clear, be...
Would you like?
Stronger than I. Here's the second way to ask. Faith. Faith. Here's the second way to ask. Faith. Faith is the childish part. It means believe you can get what you want like a child, not an adult. Many adults are too skeptical. They've lost that wonderful childlike faith and trust. Don't let that happen to you. Believe in, have faith in yourself and your goals. And get excited like a child. Childlike enthusiasm. Nothing can beat it. Kids think they can do anything. How exciting. They hate to go to bed at night and can't wait to get up in the morning. Develop that kind of enthusiasm toward your life and your goals. And be curious like a child. Kids can ask 1,000 questions. Just when you think they're finished, they come up with 1,000 more. They'll drive you to the brink. But it's really a virtue. Have plenty of curiosity. Ask questions. That's how you learn. Here's the next one. Look around. You might have overlooked some people that need to be recognized. You might have overlooked some talent that you could be using to help in the training and the meetings. Don't miss some of the gifts that are close by you. Look around and say, who's doing a good job that maybe I missed this last year? Look around and see if there aren't some people who need to be lifted up, who need your inspiration, who need your presence, who need your time. Here's the next one. Look down to the work. Look down to the soil that's ready for the seeds of opportunity that you will share by your voice, your invitation, and your language, and your meetings, your presentation. Look down to the work that your hands can work miracles. Look down to the past year you can pick up on this year and work miracles for yourself, for your future, for your organization. Here's the next one. It's a word of caution. Look out for the enemy that's on the outside as well as the enemy that's on the inside. Look out for your own thoughts that might deceive you, saying you're too short, you're too tall, you're too old, you've never done it before. What makes you think you can do it now? Look out for the temptation. I've told the story and it bears repeating. An ancient story that said there were two nice people. This is not a story of one bad person and one good person. The storyteller says this is a story of two nice people. However, and I want you to underline the word however, because that's the drama of life. However, one built his house on the rock, and the other built his house on the sand. And sure enough, the storms came as they always do, and the one that built his house on the rock was saved. The one that built his house on the sand was lost. Here's what it means. Nice people can make careless decisions. Nice people can make foolish decisions. None of us are above temptation. That's why the great prayer says, lead us around temptation. Hopefully deliver us from the evil. Tempted to cross the line. A customer shows up across the street from where you live. And it's so easy to say, rather than being taken care of by someone who lives so far away, I can take care of you because I live just across the street. Don't listen to the tempter. Stay on track. Build on the rock. Look out for your own mind that would tell you your dreams can't come true. Look out for your own thought that would tell you that it's not going to work that well for you. Look out for that. Here's the next one. Look inside. Some of you have just started to develop your talents and your skills and your abilities. Some of you have done enough to reach this level, to reach these tables, to be in this room. But I promise you, if you go home and take another look inside, here's the question to ask. What else could I develop of my mind and my spirit and that would make me more valuable to myself, to my family, to my organization? What else could I do? How far could I reach inside for something I haven't found yet? Here's the next one. Look up to the God that made us all, to a higher power that's still within reach. Draw on that spiritual part of human existence and human life. It'll work miracles. Once in a while I get a letter. Guess what it says? Dear Mr. Ron, while you travel the world, please remember, we pray for you. I thought, wow. That's what I felt at 39,000 feet. When I was a little weary and tired, somebody in South Africa was saying a prayer for Jim Rohn. All of that unseen miracle stuff that we all touch at times in our lives. I'm asking you to look up and draw on that experience, that comfort, that uniqueness that makes us who we are.
Hey, if you want to keep working 50, 60 hours a week in a career building love for the enemy's plan, just so you can keep holding on to that six-figure salary,
uniqueness that makes us who we are. Work harder on yourself than you do on develop the skills, learn the lessons, take the classes, absorb all that is being taught to you these days. And then later on, of course, you can sort it out, what's valuable to you and how to refine it for your business and for your life and for your future. The main thing is to get it and start this process of personal change, personal development. And let me say it one more time. If you will change, everything will change. You'll never be the same. You'll keep growing. As you look back on a few months, look back on a few years, you won't believe the progress you've made. Economically, your relationship with your family, your friends, and whether you're in sports or economics or whatever. Really. Now let's cover the second subject on setting goals. Mr. Sharpe gave me some tips on setting goals, changed my life forever. And I want to share those with you. So let's talk about setting goals, and I also want to tie it to personal development, and you'll see how I'm going to do it as I progress. We need to take a look into the future. There are 4 things to consider in terms of attitude. One is how you feel about the past. Best advice I can give you on that is treat the past as a school. Let it teach you the mistakes you've made, the things that went wrong, the things that didn't work. Don't use the past as a burden to carry, and don't use the past as a club to beat yourself to death. Past losses, past failures, past mistakes. But let the past be a school. A tough school maybe. We've all been through some tough stuff. So if you feel good about the past, draw from it for experience and let it teach you. Then next is how you feel about the future. We've got to have the future well designed. The future is called the promise. And here's what we teach in our leadership series. The promise of the future can be an awesome course for your own future. The promise of the future, designing the future. There's 2 ways to face the future: with apprehension, and the other is with anticipation. I promise you, in my travels around the world, most people face the future with apprehension. And here's why. They don't have it well designed. They've sort of left that up to someone else to fix. But here's the best way to face the future: with anticipation. And you can face the future with anticipation if the future is clear, if the future is well designed. And I would like to have you consider some thoughts with me that help me to really change my future by giving it some thought and some consideration. And here it is. In setting goals, it's very simple. Number 1, decide what you want. You just take a little time. You sit down and say, what do I want? What kind of skills do I want? What kind of income do I want for the future? What would I like? Where would I like to go? Places I'd like to visit. Habits I'd like to acquire. Skills I'd like to have. You just take a little time to think about what you want. Economics, friendships, people you'd like to meet, places you'd like to go. You just take some time. And then I suggest, when you've thought about what you want for the future, make a list. Just jot it all down. So really a very simple process. And then here's number 3. Keep all the old lists. I'm telling you, this served me so well, keeping my old list of goals. I look back now 10, 20 years ago at goals I set, lists I made, and I smile now because here's what I thought was so important, 20 years ago. Now some of those things aren't even on. I've got a new list. I've grown, I've changed, I've matured. But I give you that advice. Decide what you want. Number 2, write it down. Number 3, keep the old lists. And then here, number 4. When you get something that's on one of these lists, check it off. Part of the fun of having a list is checking it off. And then if you can add some drama to checking it off, see, that's what really helps. I set a goal to go to Spain many, many years ago. And when I finally made my first trip to Spain, I had that journal with me that had that list in it. And while I had my journal on my lap, waiting for the wheels to touch down in Madrid, I waited until the wheels touched the runway, and I checked it off. Just adding a little drama. So, part of the fun of having a list is checking it off. Now, here's what's important about the list and designing your future. If the future gets clear, the price gets easy. Because you got to remember, for every promise, there's a price to pay. Everybody's got to pay the price. Everybody's got to do the deal. Everybody's got to do the disciplines. Everybody has to pay. But here's what I've discovered. If the promise is clear and powerful, the price is easy to pay. The price is some classes. The price is a few books. The price is a few disciplines. The price is finding something that'll make your life better, make you grow, make you change, make you develop. So the first part of the key is to design the promise. Then, what is the price to pay? I'm telling you, the price will be easy. Anybody in my audience, no matter where you are, where you come from. Color doesn't matter, religion doesn't matter, where you grew up doesn't matter, circumstances don't matter. I'm telling you, if you'll make the promise of the future clear for yourself, the things you want, the places you want to go, the things you want to have, the person you want to become, the skills you want, the homes you want, the future you want, the friends you want, all of the values of life that you could possibly want. If you make that clear, make those lists, and be serious about it, I promise you it's an easy price to pay. Anybody can pay it. And the best advice I can give you is if I can do it, you can do it. Farm boy from Idaho, raised in obscurity. I changed my life, turned it upside down, turned it all around, found economics, found future, found promise, and if I can do it, you can do it. So, start setting your goals and see if you can't get a better excitement going for the thing. One of the major reasons for setting goals is for what they make of you in achieving them. My teacher advised me when I first got started at age 25, he said, Jim, why don't you set a goal to become a millionaire? He said, it's got a nice ring to it. Enough zeros to impress your accountant. And he said, I'm here to help you. You're only 25 years old. You've been to 1 year of college. You've got a beautiful family. Every reason to do it. Why don't you set a goal to become a millionaire? And he said, here's why. And I thought, he doesn't need to teach me why. Wouldn't it be nice to have $1 million? He said, no, then you'll miss it. He said, here's why. For what it will make of you to achieve it. I'm telling you, that statement changed my life. Set the kind of goals that will make something of you to achieve it. Become a millionaire, what's important is not the money. I thought, that's kind of strange. He said, honest, it isn't important. He said, you can just give the money away. Now, I did better than that. I lost it all. By the time I was 31, I was a millionaire. By the time I was 33, I was broke. And I'll tell you a little bit about that story later. But when I lost all my money, guess what? I found out Mr. Sharpe was right. What was valuable was not the money. What was valuable was what I became to earn the money. The skills I had, the knowledge I had about the marketplace, the values that I had going for me. They were more valuable than the money. And here's an important statement to remember. It's not what you get that makes you valuable. It's what you become. So part of the key here is to set the kind of goals that will make something of you. Don't set them too low so that you don't have to grow and you don't have to read, and you don't have to try, and you don't have to stretch. Don't set them too low. And then don't sell out. Don't go for something that's going to cost you your virtue or cost you your values or sell out your principles. There's a good middle road here to follow. Goals that will inspire, goals that will help you grow, change, develop, and become better than you. Okay, now let's talk about financial independence. How to become rich by 40, 35 if you're extra bright, much sooner if you find an opportunity like I did. Let me show you how I did it. Financial independence. I like the phrase financial independence. Some people are a little bit concerned about using the word becoming rich or becoming wealthy. And I can understand that. I struggled a little bit with this. Is it okay to go for becoming rich, go for becoming wealthy? And maybe that's a bit too strong a word or strong a term. So here's what I've come up with that I think is comfortable for me, and that is how to become financially independent. I think it's every person's heritage here, especially in America, to become financially independent. Now, let me give you my definition of financial independence. Financial independence is the ability to live from the income of your own personal resources. Financial independence. Now it depends on how you want to live. If you need $2,000, $3,000 a month, if you need $4,000, $5,000 a month, if you need $10,000 a month, some people may need, $100,000 a month. But whatever you would need to live, and you could earn that living from the income of your own personal resources, that's what I call financial freedom, financial independence. And let me show you how to acquire. If you start at age 15, between ages 15 and 35 is 20 years. And in my personal opinion, based on my own studies and my own experience, 20 years, in my opinion, is enough time to become financially independent. If you're not,
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
you don't live in the wrong country. Probably what's happening is you have the wrong plan. And it's easy to be a nice person with the wrong plan. I found that when I was 25 years old. I was broke at age 25, and I was a nice guy. You would have liked me. But I'm telling you, my plans up until then, especially my financial plan, left me broke. I totally changed it the next 6 years, and I became financially independent. So I know what I'm talking about. It is possible in a reasonable amount of time, 15 to 35. Whatever, 20 years time, enough time. You can do it in a much shorter period of time, like I did if you want to. But this is a reasonable enough time. But here's number one. First of all, you gotta have the right philosophy. Philosophy is our ability to gather knowledge and sort through it and decide what's valid.
Hello?
To develop a philosophy about life, a philosophy about our health.
Hello?
a philosophy about our family relationship, a philosophy about economics. And if you develop the right philosophy, that's what helps to set this sail so that in 6 years it takes you where you want to go instead of winding up like I did that first 6 years of my economic growth, no money, empty bank account. The right philosophy. Now let me give you a couple of philosophies to consider. Here's the first one, called the philosophy of the poor. And here it is. Poor people usually spend their money and invest what's left. That's the philosophy of the poor. Now here's the philosophy of the rich. Rich people invest their money and spend what's left. And here's the startling answer. It really doesn't matter what the amount is. What's most important is not the amount. What's really important is the philosophy. So I would ask you to adopt this philosophy of spending after you have invested. Invest first, then spend. And I've got a little formula that I'm going to share with you. Now, what should a child do with the dollar? I mean, there's a lot of debate going on out here across the country on what a child should do with the dollar. Here's one opinion. It's only a child and it's only $1. The difference is big. Well, in my opinion, it makes all the difference in the world. A person's economic future starts with a child with $1. Somebody says, oh no, you're only young once. Let him spend $1. Well, when would you hope that would stop? Somebody says, well, wait till he's 50 and broke like me and, then he'll learn. Well, no, we don't want to wait that long. If I would have known earlier than age 25, I would have changed. In high school, if they would have had classes called Wealth 1, Wealth 2, I'd have taken both classes. I would not have waited until age 25. So, the earlier the better. So, what should a child do with $1? Here's the simple premise to begin with. Don't spend it all. And if a child wants to spend the whole $1, you got to say, hey, don't spend it all. Don't spend it all. They'll say, why not? It's my $1. I earned it. You say, I know you earned it, but don't spend it all. They'll still say, why not? Say, let me show you why not. So you put them in your car, take them to the other side of town, and show them where people live that spend the whole $1. Just drive them around. Kids learn best by visual. Just drive around and say, would you like to live here? Kid says, no. Would you like to live like these people live? Kid says, no. Then you can't spend the whole $1. So, kids will get the message. So, take them down the side of town, show them around. Unless you already live there, then just show them around. Anyway, don't spend the whole $1. Now, let me give you my best view of what to do with the $1. And I promise you, if you started at age 15, now if you're over 15, right, you still got plenty of time. You still got 20 years. If you're 30, you still got 20 years. You still got plenty of time to start what I'm about to share with you. What to do with $1. Here's my first bit of advice. Never spend more than 70 cents. Never spend more than 70 cents. Now you got to pick some number, and the number you pick is going to be determined by your philosophy. It's going to be determined by what you've been taught or your experience teaching yourself. When I first met my teacher, Mr. Sharpe, I was at about 110% of each $1. I'm down at budget finance, hawking my furniture in my car one more time. And then I learned a whole better formula for financial independence. Number one, don't spend more than 70 cents. Now, kids say to me, well, okay, what do I do with the other 30 cents? Here's what I teach them. 10 cents for charity. Charity or church, for helping people that can't help themselves. 10 cents to support worthy projects. Projects that you feel good about. 10 cents out of every $1. It's called being generous with part of what you've taken out of society. Now, in my opinion, nothing teaches us character better than generosity. No class, no teacher, no book. Teaches generosity, teaches character better than generosity. And the best time to start is when the amounts are small. And I know if kids learn these lessons well, they'll give a dime out of $1, help people that can't help themselves, support worthy projects. Or if you belong to a church, they teach tithe, peace out. It's very important. Now, you Because when the amounts get larger, sometimes it's a little more difficult. You know, giving 100,000 out of a million, someone says, oh, if I had a million, I'd give 100,000. I'm not sure. That's a lot of money. So the time to start is when the amount is 10 cents out of the dollar. Okay, next 10 cents. I call active capital. Active capital means do something to make a profit. Active capital. Set aside a portion of your income. Wages are okay, but I'm telling you, wages will make you a living. Profit will make you a fortune. So set aside part of your income as capital, called active capital. Any kind of project you can possibly think of, you can possibly come up with. I'm going to write a new book, I think. Kids, I think the title is going to be, of course, Kids Should Pay Taxes. Kind of an interesting title. In California, kids do pay taxes. If a child walks into 7-Eleven, buys something that costs $1, the proprietor says, give me 7 more pennies. And the child says, hey, what's these 7 pennies for? The proprietor says, that's taxes. Kid says, well, hey, I'm only 8 years old. The proprietor says, congratulations, you're my youngest taxpayer. Give me the money. So in California, where I live, kids do pay taxes. The big question is, should they? And my book will answer that question. Of course, kids should pay taxes. Nothing is for free. If you want to ride your bicycle on the sidewalk, if it's mud, you gotta pay the 7 pennies. Nothing is free, so we all have to pay. So, 10 cents out of your living, out of the money you earn, set aside for capital. Capital to try your best to show a profit. And in my book, it's going to be all kinds of ways kids can make money, right? 2 bicycles, one to ride and one to rent. And you know, it doesn't take long to figure out some enterprise that'll start making a profit. Then you must jot this down if you're taking notes. Profits are better than wages. 1, you can't usually start wages until you're about 16, 15, 16. But you can make a profit long before you're eligible to start earning wages. And then there's no limit to profits. And they can double and triple and quadruple. You know, there's no limit. It's incredible how fast profits can grow. So profits are better than wages. Wages make you a living, profits make you a fortune. Now, the third 10 cents is vitally important. I call it passive capital. Capital you let somebody else use. A financial institution, stocks and bonds, mutual funds, whatever. Let someone else use it, you furnish the money, they use it to make a profit, but they pay you for the use of it, called interest. And here's one of the things that'll make you financially independent fairly quickly, and that's called compound interest. And this is how you get it. Letting someone else use a portion of your money, your substance. They show the profit, they pay you interest. And this passive capital, I'm telling you, over a sustained period of time, if you'll develop this little 10, 10, 10, and 70, especially starting at age 15, I'm telling you, by the time you're 35, you will be financially independent. You'll have the ability to live from the income of your own resources. And then one more point on passive capital. There's a Bible philosophy. I'm an amateur on the Bible. But there's a Bible philosophy that teaches the borrower is servant to the lender. And if you want to be in a powerful position as you grow older, finally when you become mature, maybe have your own business, things have worked out for you for the future, the position you always want to be in is the power position. And that's called the lender. The lender is the power position. So if kids learn early enough, then you ask them what they'd like to be when they grow up. I'm telling you, once they understand, they'll say, well, one of the things I want to be is one of those lenders. That's the power position, not the spender. No, you'll be pitied the rest of your life if you just become a spender. You've got to become a lender. And I think this is what formulas to follow. 10 cents out of every dollar. Let someone else use it. Be the lender, power position. Then try to show a profit. Can't we teach our children how to take $1, search the neighborhood, find a broken wagon, pay $1 for it, bring it home, you know, clean it up, sand it until it's clean, paint it red till it shines, straighten out the wheels till they're true, take it back to the neighborhood, sell it for $5. Anybody can do that. Now, does the child deserve $4 profit? And the answer is yes. Society now has a bended way. And that's what America's all about. Finding something, touching it, making it better, making a profit. Taking part of your resources, helping people who can't help themselves, let someone else use it to make a profit. Some projects require more capital than one person has. Exciting. And then let them pay you for the use of it.
Okay, Arthur Worthington Schmidt. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Oh, yeah. Great. It says here
And then let them pay you for the use of it. America's had this philosophy now these years. Communism has taught all these years capital belongs in the hands of the state, not in the hands of the people. We've been teaching all these years capital belongs in the hands of the people, not in the hands of the state. And we turned out to be right. Capital in the hands of the kids, capital in the hands of the people. Enterprises that make profit, enterprises that grow. It's the hope of our future. So that little simple formula, I hope will help you. Now, one more key on financial independence, and that is attitude. Attitude. Here's number one. I used to say, I need to pay my bills. My teacher straightened me out on it. She said, let's see, bro, what you need to do is pay $100 a month down and reduce your liabilities and increase your assets. Well, no, not if you look at it that way. He said, well, it all depends how you look at it. So wouldn't you love to pay your bills, reduce your liabilities, increase your assets? You gotta have that kind of attitude. I found out the same attitude about taxes. I used to say, I hate to pay my taxes. Show said, well, that's one way to live. But don't you understand? Taxes is how we care and feed the goose that lays the golden eggs. Wouldn't you want to do your share? Someone says, yes, but the goose eats too much. Probably true. But hey, we all eat too much. We all need to go on a diet. Better a fat goose than no goose. So I finally became a happy taxpayer. Now I think taxes are too high, so I'm working to get taxes lowered for our economic future. But then whatever they turn out to be, I gladly pay, do my part, because that's what makes the whole system run. Each of us doing our part. Now, I want these three subjects to be valuable. I want them to have meaning. I want you someday to be financially independent. I want you to have personal development so that you feel good about yourself. If I had a chance to meet you someday, I'd like to have you show me the list of goals that you've got started and say, Mr. Drone, here's some I've already checked off. Here's the books I'm reading. Here's what's happened. I'm developing this. I'm better this year than I was last year. I've got more self-confidence. My skills. That's what I want for you. And now I'd like to leave you with these 4 questions called questions of mine. These questions were valuable for me. And I want to make them valuable for you. Here's the first one. Why? We all ask why we should work this hard. Why take that many classes? Why go to school that many years? You know, why take the notes? Why read the books? Why work that hard? Why put yourself through the push-ups and the disciplines? Why? Good question. Why not see how far you can go, how much you can see, how much you can earn, how much you can share? Why not? That's the heritage all of us have, in America especially, is to see what we can make out of our lives now that we've been given this extraordinary opportunity. Now, my third question I'd love to ask you in person. But since I can't do it in person, I want to ask it of all of you. But I want you to take it personally. And my third question is, why not you? Why not you? With good self-esteem. Why not you starting to change and setting goals? Why not you starting to make progress toward financial independence? If I can do it, you can. I wished I had a lot more testimonials here today besides mine. A whole steady stream that would come by and tell you their story. Someone who started with nothing, finally run a big empire. A mother who got well in in addition to my story, I wish I had a lot more. And if all of them told their story, guess how they would probably wind up their story? They'd probably say, just like me, why not you? If we can read, you can read. If we can change, you can change. If we can figure it out, you can figure it out. If we can turn it around, you can turn it around. There isn't anything you can't accomplish. That's what those testimonials would say. And so I want to say it to you personally. Why not you? You've got the brains, you've got the stamina, you've got the vitality, you've got the interest, you've got your life ahead of you, you've got the future. You can do it. If anybody can do it, you can do it. If one of us can do it, hey, we all can do it. And now here's my last question. Why not now? This is a good time to set your goals, work on yourself, work on your skills. What a good time to get it together. What a good time to start this process. Personal development, growing, changing, developing, having a good plan for your money and for your life, for your future. Why not now?
Father's Day will mark President Trump's 100th day in office. President Trump's 100th day in office is coming up this Wednesday.
Tuesday's going to mark President Trump's 100th day.
Wednesday marks Day.
On Wednesday of this week, it's actually Tuesday.
Wednesday, April 30th.
Tuesday.
Wednesday.
If you count January 20th, his inauguration day as day 1, then tomorrow is day 100. Simple math, you just look at the calendar and count days.
This Trump. We can't even agree on how counting works. Apparently Wednesday is now a partisan issue. I mean, it's hard to think of a better metaphor for how the first 100 days have gone. But here's one.
This morning, new questions about how a $70 million U.S. fighter jet fell off an aircraft carrier in the Red Sea, sinking to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, no. America's doing great. We're doing great. Yeah, sure, some of our fighter jets are kamikazing themselves instead of serving under the Hegseth regime, but things are fine. I will say, you know who this is good for? The Little Mermaid. You know? Think of how excited she was when she found a fork. Now she's got an F-18 fighter jet. Legs, I got wings, baby. Woo! You're part of my world now, bitch. So, yeah, bit of a shock. But the good news is the military says the plane can be salvaged. They just need to get it out and plop it into Okay, so that was a bit awkward. And to put an even bigger damper on Trump's 100-day celebration, our neighbor to the north celebrated last night in a very disrespectful way.
Taking on Trump and winning at the ballot box. Last night, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney, with the Liberal Party winning re-election after a stunning turnaround. Voters were swayed by U.S. tariffs and comments from President Trump about making Canada the 51st state.
I think who I voted for would be the best to take care of Trump. Because Trump is, I'm sorry to say, an asshole.
What have we done? We've turned Canada's cutest nanas into foul-mouthed expletive machines. And I know, I'm sorry to say, he's an asshole doesn't sound bad to us, but in Canada, she's Cardi B. Cardi BC, British Columbia. Yes, thanks to Trump, the Liberal Party just pulled off a historic comeback, winning all the major Canadian demographics. Hockey moms, hockey dads, hockey non-binaries, hockey seniors, hockey players, and of course, hot riots. But the winner of all this anti-Trump energy was new Prime Minister Mark Carney, and his victory is all the more impressive when you see that he is not the most traditionally electric candidate.
A system that, while not perfect, has helped us. We should never forget the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves.
Wow. This lady was trying to be his hype man, and he's like, ma'am, please, this is a victory party. This is no place for excitement. Was Mark Carney doing that the whole campaign? What do we do? Fight! No, quiet down. That was rhetorical. It's not what this is about. Hold on. Let's step back for a minute, because here on the 100th day, it might be... The vibes are terrifying. Trump is overreaching, he's collecting all the Infinity Stones, he convinced the Pope to do the eat a hot dog without chewing challenge. Rest in peace. You lost fair and square, Pope, sorry. But if there's one silver lining to this dictatorial 100 days, it's that when anyone pushes back, he folds like a Cybertruck in a fender bender. Like this, look at what happened with his tariff policy. He's been hyping up tariffs for decades. It was the centerpiece of his campaign last year.
The most beautiful word in the entire dictionary of words is the word tariff. I love tariff. It's so beautiful to love. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. And then it's tariff. 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 My favorite word. Tariff. Tariff.
He said tariff like I'm trying to take a bone out of his mouth. Tariff. Tariff.
of line, they were getting yippee, you know?
Those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
How I'm upping my lawn game this year. I've been trying to care for my lawn. It's difficult to figure out exactly what it needs. Staring at me,
you know?
Yippee! I mean, what kind of autocrat bails at yippee? Putin wasn't like, I was gonna annex Crimea, but then they gave me the stink eye, so das vidanya. Look, and tariffs are just the most famous example. He's been backtracking all over the place. Just for example, he unfired federal workers he had fired. He put back DEI web pages he had taken down. He uncanceled student visas that he canceled. He unnominated the attorney general he already nominated, and so on, and so on, and so on. And at a certain point, you've got to ask, does Trump even want to be a dictator? Because I've never heard a dictator call backsies this much. Say what you want about Hitler, which is a sentence I immediately regret saying. But the guy stuck to his guns. It's Mein Kampf, not Mein Bad. But maybe my favorite recent example is when he started suggesting he would illegally fire Fed Chairman Jerome Powell.
The Trump administration is looking at possible ways to fire Jerome Powell.
The president blasted Powell, calling him a major loser and saying Powell's termination cannot come fast enough.
All right, wow. Now, when I first saw that, I thought, here we go. Some dictator shit's about to go down. But then, same old story. The markets got spooked, and then, so did Trump.
None whatsoever. Never did.
Never did? I love Jerome. I did say he's a major loser, but in a friendly way. Hey, my loser, you know, no hard R. I mean, it's good that he backtracked, but it does make it a little awkward that he already called him an incompetent loser. It's like hearing someone say, that guy is the worst, dumbest moron I have ever had the displeasure of knowing. My days are darker and sadder in their presence. Anyways, I do. But the point is this. The point is, Trump basically does the presidential version of posting a picture, then deleting it if it doesn't get enough likes. Which makes it all the more frustrating to see so many law firms and universities and companies bending the knee to Trump. They don't have to. Chances are, if you push back, he'll take it back. Either that, or he'll send you to El Salvador for a few years. But then you get a selfie with Christine Nome, so it's worth it.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is sponsored by Underdog. The app is an easy way to make some cash just by making picks on your favorite players. Underdog is available in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, and Missouri, just to name a few. Make sure to support the show by hitting the link in the bio and downloading the Underdog app. Use code MACE, cam or stats get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit and a free pick. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your hosts Mace and Ken.
Killer, what's good, man?
What's up, man? How you?
Chilling, man.
What's up, man? Looking nice.
Yeah, man. You got the pause. Where's my helmet at? Somebody took the pause. They took my helmet.
I don't know. Mine is at home. This was just a studio helmet. I don't know what you did with your sports.
Maybe that. Well,
people name is on
mine
it.
too.
Yeah, man.
Mace just, no, the thing is what it is, homie. Mace just takes shit. He don't care about it. He don't care about nothing, man. He got too much shit.
Yeah, man. Bottle doing him good out here. Shout out to Bottle. Keeping the name alive. All of them in the house.
What's going on? What happened?
Keep moving, you know.
Heard he in the section. What's going on? I heard about it. I don't know exactly what's happening though.
He might be a client of Pink Horse Bottle.
Listen, man, I heard about it, but I gotta get some more details. Do you know anything?
Nah, I just, you know.
Alright, yeah. From what I'm understanding, he was fucking Misa and Mary J and everybody mad. That's an agency or something going on.
Oh, I just knew he was keeping the name alive. I didn't know exactly.
Yeah,
exactly what was
I don't have no more. I don't have details. Somebody just called and told me about it. I don't have no research on this. I heard.
Yeah, allegedly.
This all allegedly that he was fucking Misa, but he was signed to an agency. But one night he was with Mary, and now Misa man suing him for $5 million. So Mary company for $5 million because they said Mary holding the album. That's what happens when you come up under me, man. You come up under me, you find yourself in these situations, man. Keep it going, nigga. This hotter than the records. I don't know, man. Stat, you know any of these people we talking about?
Yeah, I do, because I've seen it, but I don't got no intel, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
I pray some good, man.
I was just giving him a shout out. I don't know exactly what's going on.
We did this show. We on our 798 show, and you just randomly give him a shout out. This guy.
Timing.
Yeah, good timing, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's been a lot of good games, and we're going to start with some of the games. Let's start with the Nuggets versus the Clippers. So the Nuggets beat the Clippers 131-115. Denver leads the series 3-2. Mace, how did you feel about this game, and specifically Jamal Murray's impact?
Well, you know, when we first thought about the Denver Nuggets, we all knew that, and Killer stated this last week, if they have a healthy Jamal Murray, it's a different team. You know what I'm saying? The coach doesn't even matter when you got a healthy Jamal Murray. And it looked like he was just doing whatever he wanted. It looked like he was like one of those big players on the game. He was shooting from half court, getting buckets. It looked like they was trying to stop him. He's spinning off on niggas' balls, getting it, spin around three, spin around, pull up. I mean, it was just looking like a clinic. This is what they call a clinic. And I would love to see him and Shea go against each other to see who's the best guard in Canada right now. Because it seems like they're both on tear right now. And it doesn't look like the Clippers are going to recover from this. Because this wasn't just a win. It was a decisive win. It was a win to let you know, no, I'm actually better than you. And when the game is ever 1-1 or 2-2, the team that normally wins that next game most times win the series. So that's how I'm looking at it. They'll be out of there. Shout out to everybody back in the Clipper land, you know, but it's time to move on.
Yeah, listen, like Murder said, man, I've been saying this not just this season, I've been saying it for a few seasons. When Jamal Murray is healthy, he's a problem. He's a problem, man. And a lot of times when he's not playing well, it's due to injury. He's just fighting through it, which I got to give him a lot of credit for as well. But listen, when you got the whole starting five in double digits, then Russell Westbrook comes off the bench, and what does he give you? 21 points off the bench. It's going to be hard to beat these teams. We thinking about this now. Joker had a triple-double, but it wasn't one of his spectacular triple-doubles. Not that any triple-double should be frowned upon. The nigga had 13 points, 12 assists and 10 rebounds. That's kind of subpar for the numbers Joe could be getting, but when you got a supporting cast, Aaron Gordon 23 points, Michael Porter 14 points, not just that, Brown is giving you 11 points. It was a spectacular shooting night for Denver. Jamal Murray 8 3-pointers. It looks really good, and it looks like they could go on to possibly win this series. But I don't really think this is about Denver overachieving. I think Denver did what Denver does. To me, this is more with the Clippers underachieving. Look, man, I don't know what the fuck goes on in these people's brain, and when I say these players' brain, the sense of urgency. We cannot have this. James Harden, for years, when the games, and it isn't usually in the first round, but he has this tendency to disappear in game 6, 7s, and even though he was only on game 5, now he has a track record of James Harden's disappearing, to the point where niggas make jokes, be like, he trying to get to the strip club, when he's playing in Houston. He hurrying up. He don't care about this. He won't make it to the strip club. These are the jokes that people make, because after he loses, he may fly to Atlanta, the Ruggs party, and be there the same night he gets eliminated. And this is the things people got footage on. Him 3 for 9 and 11 points is not going to cut it for them to win. Not only that, we see what it took for the Clippers to win the other night when Kawhi scored 39. 20 points for Kawhi Leonard is not going to win this series. It's not. James Harden and Kawhi Leonard have to be the superstars that they are. Zubac cannot lead the team with 27 points. Chris Dunn cannot have more points than James Harden. This is crazy. This is what it boils down to. If these two aren't going to be the superstars that they are, then we might as well wrap this shit the fuck it up, pack it up, and go home now. Because you see what it takes to beat this team. We got Joker only scoring 13 points, and y'all lose by 15 points. Really lost by about 20. Towards the end you got a couple buckets. Y'all not gonna win. Luckily, y'all made a comeback last game. Y'all won y'all still lost the game, but y'all was down 20 in the fourth last game. It's just Denver took their foot off the gas. I really did want to see Kawhi Leonard play against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but I do want to. I'm at the point where I'm agreeing with Mason. If you're not going to give me Kawhi Leonard that gave me the 39, and it don't got to be 39, it got to be 28 and more per night. Go home, bro. And we love to see you healthy, and don't get it fucked up. I'm excited to see you healthy. I'm excited to see you back in the playoffs, but it is the playoffs. This is not the middle of the season where you can have these type of games, and you're not playing against anybody. You're playing against the best player in the world. Not only that, you're playing against the defending champs 2 years ago. Only reason I think they didn't go to the championship last year is because some key pieces wasn't there. Bruce Brown wasn't there. Caldwell Pope wasn't there. And they're finding some of the pieces to replace them. I'm not saying they're going to go on the championship run this year, but the core players that were on that championship team is still there. The Joker is still there. Jamal Murray's still there. Michael Porter Jr. is still there. Aaron Gordon is still there. You have to play to superstar level, not all-star, to beat this team. And I'd rather see James Harden and Kawhi Leonard go home if I'm not going to get that effort that I got from them the day that last time they won. Sorry.
Well, they might as well go home. Because they're not going to win this one, and they're not going to produce that effort.
Welcome to Dolby Creator Talks.
And they're not going to produce that effort.
And I'm just curious, in you guys' opinion, do you guys feel like the Nuggets are the most complete team in the West, or do you feel like OKC is?
Places. Denver is definitely the most complete team when everyone is healthy. When you got Michael Porter Jr. healthy, and it showed. It holds James Harden to 11 points. That's great. That's great defense on the wings. And then you got Russell Westbrook that could come off the bench if he's healthy. You got a Hall of Fame player who used to lead the league in triple doubles coming off the bench for your team. That got to be a luxury. And not to mention they're winning like this without a coach. They're beating Ty Lue with Jokic at the head coach. You know what I'm saying? So this is definitely different. What do you think, Stat?
The most.
What do you think, Stat?
The most complete team. I would go with Denver as well, but I'm gonna let Cam go first tonight.
If we talking about starting five, it's a conversation to have.
Yeah.
But if we talking about complete team, OKC, their bench is way better than Denver's bench. If we're going complete with depth. And Caruso and them niggas coming off the bench. Some niggas got a great bench. OKC is going 9-10 deep in the playoffs. Right now, niggas is going 7-8 deep, if that. They might run down to 6. Ask the next motherfucking campaign, and these niggas get 4 minutes a game. I don't even think you're using PJ Tucker. You know, as the playoffs go on, the lineup gets smaller. OKC is still going 9-10 players deep. Pause in the playoffs. Talking about from top to bottom, I don't even think it's a conversation. I think it's definitely OKC. If we talking starting five, we can argue about it. Let's think about it. Go position. Who you rather have? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Would you rather have? That could be an argument with a healthy Jamal Murray. You know, Shai Gilgeous been consistent the last 3 years. At the center position, we got to go with Jokic. Of course, he's the best player in the world. But we got Chet before. There's arguably a good matchup with Aaron Gordon and J-Dub. And we got J-Dub. Who's at their 3? Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Michael Porter.
Yeah, so it's a great matchup starting five-wise. You know, Harstein, he's not nowhere near what Joker would be, but he could be a problem for certain teams, not for Joker, but I really think he's a great contributor. It's a great...
I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump, for securing our border and putting America first.
The internet is a place that doesn't really forget, and if you're famous and you're important, people will always take your clips, and it will come back to bite you, especially if you're wrong. And boy, is this not the case for Shannon Sharpe. Initially, Shannon Sharpe took a dig at black women one night on Nightcap.
Is the older women trying to shame older men into picking them? Because see, not the competition. Older women ain't the competition with older women. It's them young ones.
Right.
It's them young ones that cut.
Yes.
That'll do what you want.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me I'm in the business. I pay my bill. I pay the cost to be the boss. You the boss by yourself.
Boy, did this clip age very badly, because we all know what happened next. Gabriella Zuniga came through with a $50 million lawsuit with Tony Busby, and Shannon Sharpe was out there trying to get his pro-black. Just trying to get some vanilla for me, family. It's not right. But of course, it wasn't just that. Michelle Evans had said the same thing about Shannon Sharpe even just a few years ago, and her lawsuit brought up similar charges. But despite his alleged abuse against his ex-girlfriend Michelle Evans, Shannon Sharpe was able to flourish. His club Shay Shay and the Nightcap Show was able to garner a lot of money in sponsorship, especially from DraftKings and Boost Mobile. For those of you who watch these shows, you will see that sponsors are on both of these podcasts. And trust me, to be in front of an audience like Shannon Sharpe, it pays a lot. Now let me kind of explain how YouTube placements or ad sponsorships work. Sometimes you don't even have to mention the sponsor's name, like Boost Mobile in this case. As long as it is there, it's okay. DraftKings would be a little bit different because DraftKings and Barstool Sports are both kind of like betting companies or sports companies that pay a lot of money to sports podcasts. But some podcasters make money with just placement in the background. And this is the deal that Shannon Sharpe had with Boost Mobile in particular. But our good buddy Anton Daniels did some really good investigative journalism on Shannon Sharpe. And what he found was remarkable.
Remember, this is from 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. If you look at Shannon Sharpe's background, right, you can see the Boost Mobile advertisement right there. You see that? You see the Boost Mobile advertisement? Matter of fact, let me blow it up a little bit further for you guys. You see it right there. It's the Boost Mobile advertisement right below the Nightcap. Also on top of that, Ocho Cinco, usually if he's not in a hotel room, I just pulled up a real quick video. If he's not in a hotel room, he has nightcap and he has a Boost Mobile sign. That's almost the exact same under the nightcap, right? And then you also, if you look up in the upper right-hand corner, you see the DraftKings logo. Of course, you're going to see the Shannon Sharpe logo, the whole glasses with the hair. And so that is a staple. That is something that we're used to seeing.
But wait, there's more.
Similar.
Thunder, sweep the Grizzlies. And
so, first of all, Shannon Sharpe got a completely different background. I'm sure he switches backgrounds on a regular basis, right? But then I look up in the upper right-hand corner and I only see the Shannon Sharpe logo. So DraftKings is on that other side of the fence now, right? Let me also go into, and this is what I actually was initially watching. If you look at Chad Ochocinco's background, he now has the Boost Mobile logo covered up with the jersey.
A few days ago, those sponsorships were not there. And Chad Ochocinco put a Kajana Carter jersey, a former, over the Boost Mobile sponsorship to cover it up, because Boost Mobile must have called and said, Hey Shannon.
Hello? Oh, so I called the Harrisburg number, but you didn't send me a number that you called. I'll just assume it was Harrisburg, and I can't get through to nobody. No, you sent me, all I have from you was, I emailed him twice. It didn't come through. I'll have, when you come in here, I'll put it in hand, okay, then it's, yeah, that one didn't come through. No, I didn't get that. There we go.
white girls and stuff doing all kind of booty clapping. You putting your thing in the Duke shoot and you ain't wearing no condom and you over there taking the cheeks from white girls, man. We can't be associated with you. Again, I want to preface this because I know there's some black men out there who honestly believe that Shannon Sharpe is being set up, and this is another way of that white supremacists want to take a black man down. And that could be definitely true. I definitely understand that this happens, and black men are often victims of such plots. I'm here to tell you that I'm on your side. However, Shannon Sharpe has shown a certain chagrin toward quote-unquote black women, older black women, in favor of younger white women. And that is the psyche that I want to deal with, because Shannon Sharpe thought that he was going to be safe, okay? And that is why he took that shot in the earlier clip that I played, because the older black women that be hating, they don't want to listen no way. But these younger white is a place that doesn't really forget, but these younger white women want to listen. And see, that's why somebody like me over Uncle Shay Shannon, that's why I want to go head on and deal with them. But the reality is that you sound like a clown. You see, there are so many black men out there who are doing well financially in whatever sector that they're in, and you feel like, well, what applies to others won't apply to you because you feel like you're special. You need to also remember all of the greats. Muhammad Ali lost the fight. Michael Jordan missed shots. Kobe Bryant lost championships. And none of you guys, those individuals, and they have lost. So if the greats of the world can lose, then certainly Shannon must be able to lose too. He is no different than O.J. Simpson. He is no different than Bill Cosby or any other black man like Tiger Woods who has suffered the fate from quote-unquote the white keep it hype. Right? This is what you brothers need to realize. The moment you believe that the grass is greener on the other side because it's you, and then you're overconfident and you don't check your behavior, then what you got to understand is you are going to be in big trouble. I'm from the black church, and there was this kind of an idea with older black people. Like, they already knew enough about God that they were going to go to heaven until Reverend C.L. Franklin, the father of Aretha Franklin, rebutted that kind of mentality, and he wanted to tell folks that you're always susceptible to the devil, okay? You're always, no matter how much you think you are a Christian or how good you are, you're always vulnerable to making a mistake, especially if you get too overconfident. And this is what has happened to Shannon Sharpe. He got so overconfident that not only did he put his own financial situation in jeopardy, his career with ESPN and other outlets is also in jeopardy. And now we're seeing evidence of that because Boost Mobile and DraftKings messed out the show. DraftKings pays a lot of money, by the way. I don't know how much it is, but it has to be in millions. They're done. And not only that, future sponsors cannot get involved with Shannon Sharpe, and I'm going to tell you why. Because these sponsors are white-owned companies, and they cannot associate themselves with any man who has those sexual rape allegations as a business. They will be called out and lose credibility. So then that will also be done. But I want to give a shout out to Stephen A. Smith. I know some of the folks may not like him, but I want you to hear his take on this situation.
There's certain behaviors and proclivities that you never have to worry about me engaging in. But most importantly than that, I often say this about Walt Disney. I'd rather work for a place with standards than one looking for them. You know why? Because lines are drawn. And I never have to worry about crossing them because guess what? I've got something there reminding me, hold on, You don't need to do that. It's not a silo. I'm not by myself. I don't get to operate in any way that I want without having to worry about ramifications and repercussions. I always have to be concerned about that. So I'm challenged every day to come on the airwaves and think about the ramifications and repercussions of anything that I do. Constantly.
There have been stories of Manchester Merlin being at the Sunset Arena. What's that fake Merlin?
Thing that I do. Constantly.
Stephen A. Smith says something very profound. He says, listen, I work for ESPN. I cannot be caught up in debauchery. And the moment I start to even think about it, I understand who I work for, who I represent. And that enough alone will have me not even deal with that situation. One of the hard things about being rich and successful is that you're not able to do whatever you want to do. It may seem like you are, but no, you're not. I don't care how much money you have. You still got to answer to somebody. And in this case, Shannon Sharpe had to answer to ESPN, DraftKings, Boost Mobile, and his behavior, whether it is good or bad in your eyes, it is such that people say, we don't want to deal with him. This is what y'all don't understand. Just because you are owner of a business, it does not give you the right to behave in any kind of way. Your conduct is going to have to be good. Even here on YouTube, there are YouTubers who get caught doing certain things, like EDP445. What he got caught doing was trying to meet with the underage girl. His channel had no community guideline strikes. Because he was a YouTuber and associated with this platform, his platform was terminated because he was out there in a sting trying to meet up with underage young women. Okay? And that behavior alone got him deleted from the platform. He didn't do anything on YouTube per se, but that behavior got him disassociated from YouTube. And this is what will happen if you're a person like Shannon Sharpe. If you're not doing the right thing, brands will disassociate themselves from you. All right? Now, you'll still have your show. You'll still have Club Shay Shay. You'll still have the Nightcap. People are going to disassociate with you because they can't touch you. They can't make money with you. They can't be associated with that sort of filth. And that alone should make you think about, you know what, let me go and meet up with these OnlyFans models and send them these dirty messages talking about I want to choke them. Let me go over here and just put it in there, you know what, without wearing a condom so I can go down. Let me go ahead and just be over here booty clapping with the BDSMs with people I don't know. It'll make you move different because you know that any situation that you get into because of that is going to lead to a big risk in which you can lose everything. Everything. Did you understand what I said? Everything. So you got to be smart. And if you don't, you also will fumble the bag like Shannon Sharpe. Stupid! So guys, what do you think? It's your boy Yoshi D. Jackson back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity.
Tripping up. It's a great argument for the starting five, but if we're going from top to bottom, I'm going OKC. It's not even a question for me. Does that mean OKC 5-10 people could beat Denver's 7-8 people? I don't know. I have no idea. Denver got to get out this series. OKC already did what they had to do. They already in the second round.
Westbrook got them niggas back. Pause. Westbrook got 21.
Yeah, 16 the first half.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a good conversation. I'll let the audience decide because even it really depends what you're taking because when you make those comparisons with the players, those are really good matchups. But then also overall, OKC is the younger team. But then it's like if SGA has a bad day, I know if Jokic has a quote-unquote bad day, they're still more willing to win, I would say, over OKC. So it kind of really depends on the situation. But then given like this matchup that they're having with the Clippers versus what OKC had versus the Grizzlies with the hurt John Morant, it's like, who would I take? So I'm leaning towards the Nuggets, but OKC is also not a bad option. And that's why moving forward, if the Nuggets do win this series, I would actually like them to, even though I want to see Kawhi too, I would love to see a Nuggets versus OKC matchup because I think that'd be really interesting. But again, we'll see. So let us know what you guys think in the comments down below. So it's time to talk about the Knicks. They lost to the Pistons 106-103. The Knicks are up 3-2 in this series, but Why do you think this series has been so close?
I was literally 30 years old when I found that I have type 3D curls and how to take care of them. So let me show you my routine. After washing my hair with a custom shampoo and conditioner, I use the leave-in conditioner to hydrate and detangle. Lastly,
Why do you think this series has been so close?
I mean, I said this the other day. If there was ever a team that could lose a 3-1 lead, this is it. This is it. Like, I'm telling you right now, if they lose the next game, we know it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Me and Killer already know. Niggas getting excited. Oh, we up 3-1. It's 3-2 now. Tomorrow we might be having a different conversation. And I think, to me, it don't matter what the box score is. To me, it always boils down to the history of the Knicks, man. I think they gotta put sage all through the garden. Somebody gotta come there and do something. Because if they lose this, I don't know what I would say. I don't even want to jinx them, but I'm just feeling like they might lose the next game. There was ever a team could lose 3-1. This is this.
Yeah, listen, man. The Knicks should be swept. I'm gonna say it. The Knicks should be swept. Being honest with you, they shouldn't even be. They should be gone. They should be gone. Think about this, murder. And first of all, if I get this, I just said this the other day. Detroit almost blew it. Pause. With the out of bounds player towards the end of the game. What the fuck is going on in the NBA that y'all have no out of bounds players to get the ball in the game? It ain't just the Detroit Knicks. I see niggas having problems inbounding the ball. I don't know if that's a lost art, where they just figure y'all NBA players and y'all supposed to be able to get the ball in bounds.
It's bad coaching. A good coach supposed to have great out of bounds plays coming right out of the timeout, coming right back onto the court.
Yo, this whole fucking playoff 2025, everybody's having trouble inbound the ball under pressure when it's a problem. It happened almost again last night. Detroit almost threw another turnover, 3 points, I believe. And Jalen Brunson almost had to seal. Luckily, they recovered it or whatever for Detroit. But, yo, the out-of-bounds plays, y'all think that practice your out-of-bounds plays. It might cost you a series one of these motherfucking games, man. All y'all niggas that's left in the playoffs. But back to the Knicks. Listen, man, they should be swept. Think about this. Because of inexperience, they gave up a 20-point lead in the first quarter. Pardon me, in the fourth quarter, ended the third, fourth quarter, in the first game, right?
Yeah.
So they lose that game when they was up 20. Second game, they won. The third game, they don't call the foul when you're supposed to call the foul. So they lose, they should have won that game. Then they motherfucking won last night. This is 4 games that they should have won. Period. Like I said, you can't. Listen, the referee didn't call. I'm not counting really that game, and of course I'm being a little facetious and dramatic and over-exaggerating. But giving
it's the Knicks.
Yeah, it's the Knicks. It's the Knicks, brother. You're right. It's the Knicks. But you're giving up a 21-point lead in the fourth, which is crazy. You shouldn't have gave that up. And the ref's not calling. That's on your side. And then they win 1 game. They win 2 games. Listen, man. I don't really have much to say about this. What I will say, it goes back to the same thing with what I just said about the Clippers. If the superstars are not going to be superstars, you can't expect them to win. Jalen Brunson had 30 points this whole series up until last night. Let's think about it, right? He got clutch player of the year. Congratulations as well to Jalen Brunson. He received the clutch player of the year for the 24-25 NBA season. That's not to sneeze at me. But I don't know if he was hurt. They was trying to disguise him at the end of the game. I believe his ankle wasn't 100%. So we're going to give him some slack because of that. But if he doesn't score 30, it don't look like they're going to win. We was just praising Karl Anthony Towns for his heroics the game before last, and he comes out and scores 17 points. That's not going to win for the Knicks. You see what y'all have to do to win. I just gave this speech 5 minutes ago to Kawhi and James Harden. Jalen Brunson, I'm giving him a pass because he comes to play every night. And if he was injured, he was injured. Karl Anthony Towns, listen, man. You're a great big man, pause. And you pull some heroics off even with that 3. Let's think about this. Not last game, the game before last. When you hit that 3 and you went up and it was amazing. You know how dumb you would have looked if you missed it? They would have been like, yo, there's this big nigga out here shooting from the logo. What the fuck is going on? You look good because you made it. Get inside and bust niggas' ass, pause. I mean, like this big man shooting 3 shit, I get it if you're open everything. This nigga was in traffic. I had niggas on him. Now he made it, so it's great. But you know how crazy New York would have been if he missed that shit? You gotta go to work, bro, and it's not gonna happen with just the role players. The superstars have to be superstars. You have 2 starting all-stars in the starting lineup. Jalen Brunson, the starting all-star guard this year. Karl Anthony Towns was the starting center. You're the all-stars for the East this year, and now they need you to be superstars to win. But like May said, I don't even know why I'm giving this speech. It's not y'all, really. It's the franchise.
Yeah.
So, good luck.
When your boy Flavor Flav comes from 3, you're gonna go to Raising Cane's and you're gonna order hand-battered chicken fingers.
So, good luck.
And how much of this do we put on Thibodeau? Because, you know, they got 7 players that are on the do not play decision-based roster. I mean, so you got people that's not playing. 7 people is a lot to be on a team that's not playing. Some of them may be injured, some recovering. But you can't say running the team down because we just saw LeBron and play 48 minutes.
Yeah, but this is why it goes back to what Stat just asked, Murder, when I say that niggas is downsizing for the playoffs. But you're right. You have Knicks fans right now, Murder, that one time Thibodeau fired with a 3-2 lead.
Yeah.
They want him gone. Niggas is sitting there saying, shout out to my nigga Josh, Stephen A. Smith. He said, this is the only coach I believe should be fired with a 3-1 lead. This is before they lost last night in the middle of the playoffs. Knicks fans are fed up with Tom Thibodeau. I told you, Simmons starting the petition for Mike Malone. Nick is second in this shit. They don't want Thibodeau to coach anymore. Now, like I said, I get it, downsides for the playoffs, but the 7 players that you speak about, Mace, it's not even an injury. It's all said, every last player that you're talking about, including P.J. Tucker, who has a shitload of playing experience, who's a high percentage 3, a corner 3 maker. Why he's not playing, I have no idea. He brings you grit. He can hit the open 3 in the corner, and he brings experience. Why he's not playing, I have no idea. That's really
just decided not to play.
Yeah, but all 7 players you're talking about, nobody's injured. It's all coach's decision. Why is that? I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, this is not the time to be teaching niggas lessons. That's what it feels like is going on. You trying to teach niggas lessons. I'm going to show you something. You're not going to show me something. You're going to be fired.
Yeah,
Okay, so Ken, you brought up a good point about Jalen Brunson basically starting the playoffs with 4 consecutive 30-point games. He's the first player to do that since Michael Jordan. But you know, again, Knicks fans have thoughts. They feel like y'all are overlooking Jalen Brunson. So what would you say to the fans who feel like that? Consider how he's
I like Jalen Brunson. I mean, I even used to root for his dad growing up. So, you know, he got a long history of support for me. Even down in Villanova right now, it's just the Knicks, man. It's like it's an energy about them that you know something gonna go wrong. Watch and see what I tell you, Stat. This has nothing to do with overlooking Jalen Brunson. You just know he on that team, something gonna go wrong. Watch and see what I tell you.
So the Knicks are like the black cat.
Definitely. All our childhood, they let us down every year. Every 2 years, we get excited. Oh, they got this player. Same thing gonna happen. Just like last year, we thought they were gonna do something and somebody got hurt, and then they were out.
They all got hurt.
Yeah. Because if there was anybody it could happen to, it would be the Knicks.
Yeah, listen, man. I that's how delusional Knicks fans are, though. But seriously, is that y'all get our message wrong. You know, that y'all taking the message the wrong way. We fuck with the niggas on the Knicks.
Yeah.
It is not the players that we have a problem with. We have no problem with the players. The last person I have a problem with is Jalen Brunson. Let's think about this. He was Luka's backup. They didn't want to pay him in Dallas the money that he felt he deserved. Took a gamble to go to the Knicks when Julius Randle was the man on the Knicks. So he probably is going to be a second option. Julius Randle gets hurt. He becomes this superstar, not just a superstar. He becomes second team All-NBA, 6'1", out there putting up numbers, consistently busting ass night to night to night to night to night. I am a Jalen Brunson fan. I think he's spectacular. I think he's phenomenal. I don't think that it's a lot of guards that's better than him, especially on the East Coast. Maybe Donovan Mitchell, but that's argument. That can be an argument for people to have if we're talking about smaller guards. But it's this is what I'm saying, y'all fucking the message up, bro. It's not your players. It is the franchise. It's Spike Lee. It's Tracy Morgan throwing up courtside. It's the usual suspects. It's shit that they go Tracy Morgan threw up courtside talking about we did it 1-0 since I threw up. What are we doing in there? What are we doing? And that's why to me it's such a disparity between the Garden and the Barclays. It's no medium because don't get it fucked up. The Garden is top of the line, creme de la creme stars when I talk about stars. You see Russell Wilson this year and everything. Ben Stiller. What's Adam Sandler, Chris Rock, the Giants, Serena Williams, the top of the top celebrities come to the Madison Square Garden. Brooklyn, like I said, it's dice games and shit going on because there's no medium. It's Garden and it's hood shit. Brooklyn, don't get me wrong, I like the hood shit sometimes, and that's why they go to Brooklyn to the Barclays. They're like, bougie ass Garden, he's gonna kick Charles Oakley out. I don't stand a chance if they're gonna kick Charles Oakley out. Let me go to the Barclays and roll dice. My niggas in there. Period. It's a big disparity. When I say next, I'm sorry, Madison Square Garden. Think about just Spike Lee. I don't know, he got season tickets since the 80s, 90s. James Dolan told him 2 years ago, yo, stop using these elevators and all that, bro. He said, I've been using them for years. He said, this employee elevator. He said, yeah, but you're not an employee, Spike. I'm not going to go back and forth with you about it. Use the celebrity elevator like everybody else, to the point where Spike Lee gets on First Take, throws a tantrum about it, talking about, I've been using these elevators for years. All of a sudden, somebody told me I can't use them.
Next time you see this plant in your backyard, don't cut it down, because this is the best natural painkiller you'll ever find. Some people even compare it to.
Told me I can't use them. Now, who's right in this position, Murder? Let me ask you. If James Dolan, if Spike Lee been using the employee elevator for years to get to the seat, and then all of a sudden the owner says, wait a minute, fuck Spike doing the employee, send him to the, because don't get me wrong, the Garden does have a celebrity interest too.
Yeah.
Why Spike ain't use celebrity interest? Whose side of the room?
Spike gotta grow up. Spike gotta grow up. And it's two things that's wrong here. You're not using the celebrity interest, and you think you flexing and you really getting somebody fired. Because whoever's letting you come up that elevator, pause, is who they're gonna be talking to. I'm one of those people, so I know. If I'm running the Knicks, if I'm Dolan, and you say, oh yeah, you've been coming in how long? How many times you came up this elevator?
Yeah.
Heard you. Going back downstairs.
That's a fact.
And I'm looking at all the games you came to, and I want to see who been running the elevator. Why y'all letting Spike come down here and break ethics? You know what I'm saying?
I gotta agree with
like you're getting about 3 people fired. This is what I'm talking about. Just so he can go up there and jinx the Knicks, man.
I gotta concur.
That's what Spike in the commercial and everything. I'm like, man, he could have put Jada Kiss in the commercial. Take Spike out and put Jada Kiss. Jada Kiss is more New York than Spike, man.
Yeah. And not only,
It's in the
and not only
commercial.
that, listen, Spike is from Brooklyn. Proud.
Yeah, you're not.
Brooklyn.
It's not New York Knicks. You're a Brooklyn Net. I'm mad that Spike never went back to Brooklyn. Like, go to Brooklyn now. Y'all got a team.
Yeah, man, I gotta agree with this, brother. I mean, I must just say, because that is exactly what I would do. Who the fuck is letting Spike on this elevator? And you absolutely right. I would go to everything you said. I think I'll repeat it. I would do everything you just said you would do.
Yeah,
And somebody's in trouble.
Yeah, the more he's battling, the more he's gonna get somebody fired. Cause I'm thinking, you let Spike come up here 16 times. Who let Spike to win now? He thinks this is his entrance. This is not your entrance, Spike. This is catering. This elevator goes up to the suites and all that. Spike, you got a ticket. I don't know who gave you a ticket. You've been having this ticket, so we want to show you respect there, Mr. Lee. But Spike, come on, man. We're gonna give you the Charles Oakley treatment in a minute.
Yeah, man, you know why I couldn't agree with you more, man? Bravo, man. I need more. because this sound like Spike slip a nigga 100 every now and then. this sound like, you know, when you pass a nigga money like this.
He going casino, yeah.
You pass a nigga money like that.
Yeah.
That's when a nigga keep letting you up, boss, man.
Spike giving niggas a Pentecostal handshake, you know. That's when they fold 100 up in their hand and just, good to see you today.
That's called the Pentecostal handshake. I mean,
they do that in church. Hey, brother. Yeah, man, you be good. Been friends with you.
Yeah, man. The Pentecostal handshake. Gotta keep that in mind, man.
The new one.
Yes. I'm gonna go stat on you. The more you know.
Yeah, you know, if I'm pulling, I'm gonna tell him next time. Tell Spike to slide you your check, you know, for real.
Let me ask you a question.
Next time you're out of here.
But listen, and I'm not comparing it or nothing. And let's be clear, I'm not comparing it. I own a couple clubs. So when you own a club, when you're doing a business and you do your of course, estimated, whether it's monthly, weekly, annual, your grossing from net and everything else, you know, you do your light, your water, your liquor supply, paying the waitress. More of the story is, I put in 8% for stealing. For real, I put in 8% for stealing when I own the clubs that I own, because you can't keep an eye on every waitress. You can't keep an eye on every bartender. You can't keep an eye on every cash register. You can't keep an eye on the nigga at the door that's going to say, give me extra 50 to get you in. So I tallied that in, actually.
That's smart thinking though, but
Gotcha.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, Spike. more the story. Yeah. You just get niggas fired, Spike. I gotta go with murder, man. Get niggas fired.
Wow.
I gotta go with murder, man. Get niggas fired.
Wow. Crazy word. Okay, so let's discuss the Pacers. So they advanced the Eastern Conference semifinals after eliminating the Bucks in Game 5, 119-118 in overtime. So Giannis and Halliburton's dad actually went at it after the game in a whole little argument. Halliburton spoke on it after, and he said, I don't think that my pops was in the right at all there. We will have a conversation, and I'll talk to Giannis. It's unfortunate. We're all grown men. So Mace, thoughts on that game, thoughts on the Pacers advancing, and then Giannis and Halliburton's dad with that little argument.
Oh man, this game was good. This game was really good. And when you get Indiana at the buzzer like that, or right before the buzzer, when you're able to make that kind of layup when it's been a chippy game, you're going back and forth, you're down, now you're up 2, now you're down 1, then you're up 3, and it's going that is going like that down to the wire, you're gonna have high emotions. So the people watching the game are gonna overreact, especially if your son hit an acrobatic layup going down the middle course for the game. You're gonna feel how you're gonna feel. This would be anybody's dad, Ja Morant's dad. You just name any dad, and he will be going this crazy for his son. So somebody like Giannis, he gotta understand that it's just celebratory. Nobody really means that kind of disrespect. But I can see why Giannis was frustrated, because they thought they had this game, and for that boy to come down there and mix it up like that was a great thing. But this Milwaukee team was not supposed to come out of the East without a healthy Damian Lillard. We know they wasn't going to win the game, so I don't know what he's so surprised about.
Yeah.
And I like Giannis.
Yeah, I see Doc listen to me through Bobby Portis in the starting lineup. Almost got you a win, man. Almost. Need Dame though, man. Listen, what I will say is this: that Gary Trent, if it's Gary Trent.
Gary Trent fumbled that ball.
Yeah, he fumbled the ball, but what I'll say is this: his stock went up the last 2 games. Not just this game, but last game. He's the one finished with the most points again. This game with 33 points. He had some key baskets, but he also had the key turnovers also to make two turnovers. I missed the end of the game, but 2 turnovers to make them lose. I seen a little bit of the highlights, but he was the hero and he was the mess up, kind of like what Russell Westbrook did a few weeks ago when they ended up winning the game. But listen, this Pacer team looks strong. Even Milwaukee put up a great fight. Everybody was in double digits, but this is the second year that the Pacers are looking really good. Now, I don't really like this matchup. The reason I say I don't like it because last year Giannis was hurt, this year Davis hurt. We haven't got to see a healthy Milwaukee play against the Pacers, and the Pacers dispose of Milwaukee 2 years in a row. We'll see what they do in the next round and what happens then. And anything less than the Eastern Conference Finals for the Pacers is not a great season, because that's where they were at last year. They lost to Boston. But I will say this though, to me, this is more about what direction is the Milwaukee Bucks gonna go. What the fuck are y'all gonna do? Are they gonna, like Mace said, is Doc the right fit? Does Giannis still want to be there? Are we going to get a Dame Lillard next year? Because we're thinking about this injury to Dame. It takes. Well, if you're healthy and really good, 9 months. And so if we're looking now, he may miss the majority of next season. 9 months. We're already talking about Kyrie with the same injury. He's not going to be back till January. So you're thinking about this. Kyrie got hurt maybe 2 months ago, and he's not coming back till January. So this puts Damian Lillard's next season on the line. A lot of questions that's going to have to be answered in Milwaukee, but I know one thing: Giannis will not be happy with the result of this. I know he's not happy with the team that they got now, and he wants to win. So congrats to the Pacers, but I think it's going to be a lot of questions that need to be answered about the Bucks at this offseason.
Yeah, and then really quick, Mace, to your point about Giannis, like you're like, I don't really know why he's mad. I feel like from the jump in his brain, even though it is the second year in a row, I just don't think it dawned on them that this was actually a rivalry. I think now for sure it's set in their heads like, damn, like we struggle every time we get to the Pacers, but I think going into it, that's not really what crossed his mind. So I think at this point, yeah, one, they're going to have to make a whole bunch of changes now looking at the injuries, and then Dame being hurt a second time. But now it's like, damn, we cannot get past the Pacers, and why is that? So it starts making you look at the whole team completely differently.
Well, let's think about this, and then you're absolutely right. What happened is, the year that they won the championship a few years ago, you had a healthy Chris Middleton. A healthy Chris Middleton was, and I'm not comparing him to anybody, any stretch of imagination, to Jamal Murray, but it mattered to that team. Chris Middleton was somebody you could rely on to hit a three, to hit the mid-range, to finish at the basket when he was healthy. After his health started declining and he wasn't available, you seen that the Milwaukee Bucks were not the Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis could not do it by himself. So what they did this season was do a mid-season trade before the trade deadline to get motherfucking Blondie.
Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, Kyle,
that was a bad trade.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
so
horrible.
you get Kyle Kuzma saying, look, Okay, Kyle Kuzma does have some playoff experience when he played with the Lakers. He hasn't been playing meaningful basketball the last couple of years. Maybe if we get him back.
At the University of Massachusetts Amherst, a revolutionary spirit runs through our veins.
It inspires us.
Damn. What's this? Sure, I like this video. It's just turn the bill. How you doing? I like your hair. Mine look good on you. What's your name? Why you being so rude? What's your name when they're not here? Alright then. Oh, let's see if the mom changed her mind. She said she was good. Let's see if she's staying on good. It's hot outside. She must see something she like. Yeah, you gotta go to go work. Let's see what she gotta say though. Why is she trying to check out the car? Oh, let's see what she gotta say. What's up? Okay, what's up? Oh, can you not like do that? No, a little bit. What's up? Yeah, you finna break my here. What's up?
Why you being rude?
She ain't being rude. That was you being rude.
I wasn't. I just.
You couldn't even talk
No,
to
I'm
me.
talking a nice day, just walking.
Okay then, so keep walking then. You having a nice day, right? You didn't want to talk to me when I... You do all that. What you mean? I approached you. You didn't even want to talk to me. I couldn't get something. I said I like your hair. You didn't even say thank you.
I really didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me. Come on, stop playing games, man. There's a lot going on. Okay then, so why you talking to me then? There's a lot going on. You should keep walking then.
I just want to know
How it's going. Why now though? Why you caring now? Like you ain't even caring. What you mean so many questions? What you mean you have answers to? Like you wanna that was acting. Like you ain't had to be like acting like that though. So bad. Just so bad. Your bad like when you like what? Your bad. Nowhere. Like what you mean your bad? Which I'm just matching your energy to be honest.
I told you
It's a busy day, so that's your excuse. So that's why you being rude to me then.
but you just want to talk to me 5 minutes ago. Now you just.
Yeah, I did, but listen though, after you start being rude, I don't want to talk to you no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't need that energy. What you mean? So what you think it was then? So okay, so if you would approach me and I say I'm good, kept walking, you'd have been like some type of way too, right?
No, not really.
Yes, you would have. Stop lying. Stop lying. A lot on my mind. Stop lying, man.
I'm not lying.
So everything good now.
It is.
So now you want to talk to me now though?
I didn't.
Why now?
That's the answer I don't have.
Is it me or is it my car?
Nah, not really.
Not really what?
It's
I
you.
feel like you capping right now.
Why? Do I have
What
to
you
lie
mean
to
why? What you mean? Because somebody got inside his car, now you want to come walk back and talk to me now though. So it gotta be the car.
I'm thinking.
You don't think? Think?
You
So you
have a
playing
nice
too many
car,
games?
though.
I know I got a nice car, I know that's why I got it. I know that already though. But like what's up though? Like I don't want you like playing no games, so like what's your intentions though? Like what you want?
Looking for somebody that understands.
Understand you. What you single?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Are you?
So you're looking at the wrong spot right now though. I'm not trying to like
You was talking.
No, I'm trying to be your friend. I'm new out here. Yeah. So I wasn't trying to like take it to the next level, like whatever level you want. I'm trying to also to be friends.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what you mean? You gonna understand what you mean by that? Hold on, who calling you? Your man calling you or something?
It's a phone.
But why you just like muted like that though?
It's a phone that rings.
But you muted it though. That's
my
suspicious.
friend. You don't want a relationship.
I'm
Why
just
you worried
saying though,
about
but like
my
it's still suspicious though. Why you just muted like that? What is your man? Or your other guys?
I don't have kids. Did I tell you?
Oh, okay. Sound good. So what you mean by that? What you mean? What you mean? That got nothing to do with me. You came outside, you knew it was hot outside, right?
I did. I just
Oh, okay. How was the jump?
yeah. Get better if I had somebody behind me, but you know.
Somebody behind you. In what way? So I could be behind you.
Drop my weight.
Oh, okay. So you just like to spot you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm about to do something.
This was my hair 6 hours after wash day. Now, this is my hair on day 3. I've tried every oily hair product in Hackett.
Yeah, I'm about to do something. I missed what it sounded like when somebody's behind you. So what's up? What you mean you somebody to understand you? You never like asked a question.
Whatever I want, I would.
Oh, whatever. Oh, okay. So you want a guy to be a yes man to you like this? Oh, okay. Do whatever. Any circumstance, you want a guy to say yeah.
It's gonna be vice versa.
So, oh, okay. So you, okay. Okay, so if the guy wants you to do whatever, you want to say yes to.
Right.
Okay. How long you been single though?
I don't know. That's like
Damn. Yeah, I keep up with that. Why single for so long?
I don't know how to answer today.
Damn, so some years. But you've been talking to guys like in literally.
No, I have not.
So you talking about so you ain't talking to no guy. You ain't no guy, no attention. This whole year. So why you talking to me then?
Because.
So I said, out of all the guys that want to you probably approached you, try to holler at you, but me.
Your car is nice.
Why are you trying to gaslight me right now? Why are you trying to lie to my face though? I don't like that though.
I'm not lying.
You get very far by being honest. You know what I'm saying? You lying about trying to get you nowhere. So like I said, let's get off now. What you really like? What type of time you on right now? Like what you want for real? I mean, is you worth being friends though?
Huh?
I said, get you worth being my friend though?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, I don't know yet. I'm trying to see right now. I'm trying to find out now. So like, what you like doing though?
I'm a dirty girl. I keep her.
Oh yeah, okay. Like mud riding. Yeah, I like that too. I like that. What else? Yeah. Okay. So what's your type though?
Businessman.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotta have money.
Gotta have some money, huh? Yeah, okay. You a hustler, right? Oh, okay. I'm just asking, like, you a hustler?
I am.
Oh, okay. So like, what you do for work?
I can't say.
Can't tell me that. Well, I'm glad. I thought we like getting into it right now. Like,
I know. We can talk about it over dinner.
Over dinner, huh? Oh, okay. So you like customers?
I do.
You're businessman.
I do.
So you have money. So if they don't got money, no.
What I'm gonna do?
I used to feel like guys like they got like 9 to 5.
They got money.
Okay, cool.
But not consistently.
What you mean like that is consistent money? No, that's consistent money.
No, that's not.
That's coming in consistent.
That's probably 5.
Oh, so you want to, so come on now. Let's be honest. Like, what we making money every single day? Like, what's it like every single day?
Elon Musk.
Okay, so you want somebody like Elon Musk?
I'm not saying for our
that's out of your table. Let's be honest. That's out of your bracket. Like Elon Musk, like
I'm saying you make money every day. You said.
No, I'm saying like what's the percentage of who do that? Like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, people do that, but I'm saying like so you want a guy to make money every single day.
Day is okay.
Oh, so you okay? So you cool with that then? So $1 a day. All right, this or hit you to stalk money. Like which one is it? I thought you can stalk. $1 a day or you want like what's up?
Money coming in, money going out, money coming back.
Oh, okay. So I feel like going like 50 till now. What's your man though?
Yeah.
Why not? Not paying no bill. So are you cooking for your man?
I am.
Cleaning for your man? Huh?
Backtrack.
Backtrack? What do you mean backtrack?
Backtrack.
Hold on, so you're not cooking for your man?
We can go out.
So you cleaning for your man and not cooking for your man? I'm not there. Let's go with this. Y'all, this female just said she want a guy like Elon Musk. Come on, now, you ain't worth nothing. Y'all, these females, man, they like they got high standards though, and like, and don't be bringing none to the table. Like, how you want a guy like this, but you're not even close to that? Like, come on, now, you're not even getting to a bag at that though. Like, you want a guy that's like he's too much out to leave. Females want people out they leave. Like, just don't make no sense, man. They expect the guy to go above and beyond for them while they does a little bit of nothing, man. That's crazy. It's crazy, man. Y'all, if you're like this video right now, subscribe, comment on that bill. Follow me on Facebook, Snapchat, and Patreon. See you in the next video when I'm out. Peace.
Oh, flat. I'm super thirsty. I'm trying to take some home too. How you doing? Amazing. You got beautiful skin too. What's your name? I didn't know your. Let me talk to you real quick. Why not? You know, like 2 seconds to talk real quick?
No, I'm actually in a rush.
I mean, you look amazing. I don't really do the bag. You look amazing. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really have to like.
okay, let me get your gram real quick.
I kind of have a situation.
Oh, you do? I mean, I don't see no ring on your finger. I mean, he got you out here walking. You're just mad you won't get out here walking, you know?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not.
Expect that. You're not dating, right? So you're walking. Yes. Shit, you got something going on. I see how serious that is. Switch up. Never fail. She talking about that though.
Stay down. I'll make sure your cute girlfriend will be screaming my name tonight. Quinn hurt all over.
She talking about that though. Yo, what's up? I mean, I'm good. I don't want it no more. I mean, you got something going on, right? I mean, yeah, after, you know, so you told me you got something going on, then I just, you know, back off. I mean, but it's not even that serious, though. You got something going on, respect it. You gotta mess it up, you know? I'm not really too good with friends. If I start with friends, I might start catching feelings, you know? You look amazing, so I might catch feelings. So I just back off on that. Yeah, because I said you got something going on. Because what you mean? Because you got something going on. I respect it. I appreciate it. That's why I got it. Oh, I told you I'm good. You got a whole man. How would you feel about you being in another car, another man's car? But it seemed like it was very serious when I had extra though. So now it's not. I mean, you still don't know me. You actually get inside my car. That makes it even worse. I mean, I said thank you. That's how I know that. So any guy you see with a nice car, you want to get inside their car. What's my name? That's crazy. Yeah, you actually get inside my car? That's wild. My name not your. So you want to get in a transit car that you want to know your name? Yeah, now you do not know what I'm saying. Like you know my name at first. You shouldn't want to get like in a transit car without knowing your name. I mean, I'm just respecting though. You feel me? Got something going on, respecting. That's all. And you thought being sweet now, and was being mean earlier. Now you're so friendly now. It's crazy. The switch up be crazy. So like, what's up? Come on. Why should I let you sign my car though? I said, why should I let you sign my car? Why should I? Yeah. Why should I? Because I don't like wasting my time. So I'm asking you. Am I? I don't like wasting my time. So why did you sign the car?
I mean, if you don't want to waste your time, just like, yeah, you can get to talk.
Get to talk. What's your name again? Summer. I like that. So where you from?
I'm from
Haiti. Oh, okay. How long you been in LA? 20 years? So you basically from LA? Yeah, you from LA. Well, I'm coming from Houston. You know, I'm out here just visiting.
Yeah, but I go back and forth. Like,
yeah? Yeah, your mom and dad made you too?
Yeah.
Both?
Yeah, I was born there.
Oh, yeah. So you what, 26?
About
25? Oh, okay. What's up? Your birthday? October? Oh, that's cool. Kind of a minute still. Okay. You know, how about real quick though? How about? Shut up, whip, so you know my name. It's crazy.
That's hot. You got me standing in the sun.
I mean, you know what time before you came outside, right?
my workers.
Looks amazing though.
Thank you.
What y'all playing today?
I don't know. I might go to my friend's house.
Cool. See your friends? Cool. Right by like the truck. Back to the hotel. Back on the hotel. Didn't tell it here. They probably did a vibe on it too. I don't know. It was like possible vibe in there. What's going on? What's popping? Nothing.
Thursday night.
Maybe you can go somewhere and eat. You know?
Yeah. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, so what like good food's going out here?
Something fancy or something quick?
It's up to you.
I like Korean barbecue.
I like barbecue. Yeah, I like barbecue. Yeah. I can rock with that. Or we can go somewhere like, somewhere we want to do some quick McDonald's, something like that. And with that. What's wrong with that?
You gonna get me something for the dollar?
I mean, that's what you work for right now.
That's what I'm worth.
Yeah, that's what you work for right now. So you get like, I gave you the wrong impression. The jump.
Do I look cheap?
What you mean you look cheap? Anybody look cheap about this again? You want to eat, right? You need to eat.
Yeah, no.
So what you want to eat then?
I want to sit down at a nice atmosphere and everything like that.
I gotta see you working though.
Alright, we
You
can
gonna do a spin for me real quick? Do a spin.
Is the body worth it?
Body pay?
Yeah.
Solid.
Do I smell good?
Yeah, you smell good. I like your hair though too. Let's talk inside real quick.
That's how you open it? I think I'll be able to open it.
Why not? No nails? Nah, you would figure it out.
Stop.
You would figure it out. Let's see that. Hey, look. It wasn't that hard, right? See, look. You thinking too much.
This is fine.
I appreciate it. First time one of these?
Yep.
Ain't nothing that we in the future. All you do is push the brakes, and then you just go up, and drive. Keep park. You're gonna park. Reverse.
That is so cool. And it's all electric?
All electric. You know, it's a Tesla Cybertruck.
Tesla?
Yeah.
Okay, no wonder the little thing is
Oh yeah, it's different. You know, in the future, like I said. So we're speaking about the work.
Right. That's why I really came back, to be honest.
It's really good. The only reason you came back.
Not though.
I mean, that's what you just said though.
I said that's one of the...
Nah, you said one of the biggest reasons.
Yeah, I mean, you were handsome, but I was gonna, say that off the bat.
Wow, so why I had to call you and show up and stuff?
Crazy.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, it's like getting my dream with those. Came back to me, I could just call you.
Well, you got a nice heart, so.
I mean, yeah, I appreciate it, but I'm like, I wish you came back like to me instead of just calling. So we really rock out. Yeah, but like, I was trying to like rock. Now I know you came back with one thing. Like, how do I know that you like, if you got good intentions, like, so how do I know that? I'm getting to know you already. You came back to the car, so it took me a lot.
This is a nice car. I'm a girl with, like, nice taste.
Nice taste, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. What type of guy do you though?
Yeah, but I rich.
Okay. Oh, what?
If you ever get past this, take the
I'm not taking no shopping. It don't matter. Listen, it don't matter if I got it or not. You know I'm gonna I just met you. I ain't know you. I just met you. Like I don't only go. I just met you. Well, I think you shopping.
You see me?
Yeah, I see you. Yeah. I'm looking at you. Okay, what? Where are you going with this? I see you, but I ain't like getting shot. I'm gonna take your own stuff shot. You're not my girl. You feel me? I spoil you, my girl, not a girl this bad. That's a freaking 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Like, come on. You see me tomorrow. Say it too. See, listen, I don't want to waste my time. I'm letting you be wasting time. But you're only type of guy that got money. That's what's for you.
Yeah.
So what you doing for your man? What are you doing to deserve that? So like, do you cook or do you clean?
Hell no.
So what you mean everything? So what do you mean everything? Say you do everything to your man, right? How can you do that?
Oh. You want me to show you?
Maybe I'll show you.
You're not maybe it's hard.
So just tell me that.
Modesty.
Like what? I'm listening.
You gotta find out.
A lot of things.
I can't just say I got it.
What the head or something?
A lot of things.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
But every girl can do that though. What make you? Every girl can get with it. Right?
Yeah, but is it good?
I mean, I don't know. But I'm saying every girl can do it though.
Every girl can do it, but is it good?
Oh, so yours good. Oh my God, see about that thing. You know, my whole thing is far from her. Every week nobody just telling me about.
We'll see.
It's not something you're good for, is it?
I just not know anything else.
So what else you good for then?
Putting me on the spot.
I'm in the asking, what you good for
Yeah,
then?
I'm sweating over here.
I'm just asking, what you good for then?
She's a girlfriend.
You're a girlfriend. But you don't cook or clean. So let's say I'm having a bad day, right? How can you make my day better?
Give you a little nice massage. That's small, but if you ask for it, baby.
Okay, I want you to cook something.
I'll put something in the microwave or
Something in the microwave?
order takeout.
So you don't want to cook? You know how to cook?
No, no.
So like, you don't want to learn? You don't want to look it up and learn how to cook?
No. What is the things for? What is
So why would a guy want to cook? Why would a guy want to cook?
just have someone nice on your hands?
Someone nice, huh?
Someone that's loyal.
Someone that's
hot.
Someone he can do that with any female. That's what I'm saying. What makes you so special? What do you?
A female for one thing. Like, you can't have.
So you think, well, you're not the one. And that's something that we have right now, like a 20 person time.
Her husband has been murdered. And my sister is here. And though I am feeling anxiety about this, I release it.
So, you said you left at 8:45, and you came home, done your things, kick off your shoes, you come over here, but you feel something at your feet, and that's when you see your husband.
And that's something that we have right now, like a 20 person time.
We'll forget you then.
Get out of here then.
All right.
Enjoy your walk.
I
Yeah.
don't even know how to open it.
Look at it. You gotta read
That?
it. Yeah. You will see. Yeah. Simple. Enjoy your walk.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Enjoy your car.
Yep. Ooh, this is all red. I ain't like, I'm super thirsty. I gotta say something to this. She's talking about. How you doing? You looking lazy. You going right now? What's your name? I'm not here. I'm right here. What's your name? I can get like 2 seconds of your time real quick. But you got a man? Alright, enjoy your walk then, alright? She was nice though. I guess on to the next. Another failed attempt. Let's see what she gotta say. She be nice though. Look at her, she smiling and everything. See what she gotta say. Crazy. Hey, what's up?
Sorry, I was on the phone.
You was on your phone, you wasn't on your phone when I was talking to you though.
I was just finishing up
Just basically fix on.
Yeah.
So why you being so rude though?
Oh, I cut your ass now.
Yeah.
I cut your ass.
I mean, you know, I seem like you look around. I your car looks around.
I mean, it said otherwise on the sidewalk though, you know.
I mean, that was my life.
But it seemed like he wasn't really like into me though.
I mean, you know, it's like there could be some weirdos, could be, you know, some broke people.
Well, I'm not a weirdo though. Do I look like a weirdo to you? I said, do I like a weirdo to you?
I mean, not now.
So I did that first?
I had to like double it.
I got somewhere to be.
I don't know if that much so much. Maybe
I already ate already, so I'm not hungry. Store? What store?
I mean, we're pretty close to like the Beverly Center.
I mean, I don't need to go shopping. I already did enough shopping already.
But you don't need shopping to eat.
I mean, what's the difference though?
I mean, when it looks good, you can, you know.
I mean, yeah, you look good and everything. Hold on, you think I'm about to buy you? Hold on, you think I'm about to buy you a bikini? Why should I? I mean, but I just met you though. So you want me to buy you a bikini? You must think I'm about like a simple song. Think I'm the trick?
I mean, I just think.
Yeah, but I got it, but that ain't my. Let's listen. Me having it don't mean I'm about to spend money on you though. I just met you. You feel me? You worth it. So I know that though. Yeah, let's find out. What's your name? I don't even know your name.
My name is
Sarah.
Sarah.
Where you from?
I live right now here. Kind of be like that.
About some,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm about real quick. She talking about her bikini. Y'all, these smells is crazy. Man, you look good though. You got a man?
I mean, I'm about to.
Got to. Say it too.
I mean.
So like y'all texting right now about to make it official?
No, that was my mom.
So what you mean like about to? What you mean by that?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to go somewhere.
Me? You just met me.
I know, but.
You don't think you move too fast right now?
No.
No, you is though.
I think I'm moving perfectly fine.
Perfectly fine. I think you move too fast.
Let's just go. Let's get some bikini. Let's get some lunch.
Some lunch. I already ate already, so I'm good on that. I ate already.
But I have.
So listen, if I get that bikini, then what we doing?
I mean, we're just gonna hang out.
Hang
you
out.
can take some pictures of me. How about that?
Me take pictures of you?
Yeah.
Come on, now, what I like to you though? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, you know, like have fun taking pictures.
I mean, I take pictures of you though, but like, I'm not to buy you a bikini though. I just met you. You feel me?
I feel like I just met you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Let me check you out real quick. Do a little scan for me. Do a little scan. Okay. You look good though. Let's talk inside real quick.
Okay.
Hop inside. Nah, these smells crazy. So what's up though? So what you do for work?
I just gotta hang out, take some Instagram pictures.
So that's what you do for work?
Yeah.
Just take pictures?
I just look good.
Just look good, huh?
Yeah.
So how do you get paid by that?
You know.
I'm open to learn, so I want to see, like, I don't know what you can
I mean, most people just, like, they're down to just kind of, like, take care of me. So I just kind
Take care of
of,
you?
yeah.
So, like who though? Who take care of you?
I mean, anybody that wants to take care of me.
Oh, so you got like that?
Yeah.
So how many guys you got, like, taking care of you right now?
Not right now, but, I mean, it could be next to mine.
Next to mine?
Yeah.
Feel like I want to be next to mine?
I think so.
Why would I?
Because, like you said,
But that don't even make me feel special though.
I look good. I'll make you feel special.
Nah, that don't make me feel special at all.
But I will, you know, like my presents, chilling, take the pictures. I might post your hand.
I'm good. I'm cool on that. So like, who paying your bills right now then?
Well, you know, kind of like myself. I don't really have like bills right now. So yeah, I just don't really have to like, worry about it all.
How don't you though?
I just
You gotta like understand your lifestyle, right? So how don't you got like no bills?
I just feel like I'm very complex.
But
Yeah.
so you ever had like a job in your life?
No, I haven't. Other than like looking good, that's a full-time job.
So you look good.
Yeah.
So that's a track guy just wants the money on you. But I'm listening to somebody now. I just met you. I'm new out here. You know. ready for good in a long time. Like I can't even post you to see how you like, you know, see how you as a friend. I'm not here to take care of you. When you came back to me, thinking about take care of your mama. So I want you to know that.
I think you can change that.
Not change that. It's not gonna change at all. I promise you. Like I'm not gonna change. I'm not.
It's been a day.
Oh yeah, I spend a day with you, but I'm not gonna change my mind with that. And why do you think that?
I mean, I'm just used to, you know, a little standoffish, but you come around.
So listen, what you gonna do is make me change my mind.
I'm gonna just be around you.
Be around you being in my presence, that's nothing.
Yeah.
I have a lot of pretty girls around me. That's nothing.
Yeah, but those pretty girls ain't me.
So what's the difference between you and other girls then?
I mean, I'm just a good vibe.
You're a good vibe.
Yeah,
How do you good
like,
vibe then? So what's about you?
You can buy me shots.
We buy you shots.
I dance, I have a great time, and then you are happy because you're like, it's like putting your money towards a good cause.
So me basically, I'll spend the money buying you shots to watch you dance.
Yeah.
And I get
You get to look at me.
I get to look at you.
Yeah.
So me looking at you means that I gotta go and spend my money on you.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good on that. Nah, I'm not really into that. I don't gotta do things like that. You feel me? What type of guys are you though?
I'm into, like, you know, wealthy things. Wealthy men that have nice cars like this, dress nice, take care of themselves.
So like, let's go ahead and skip off. Like, what's the real reason you came back with now? Let's be honest.
I mean, I turned around, I noticed you had like a nice little car, like.
So good as my car.
You know.
So you ain't come back trying to get to know me as a person. You just came back just my car, right?
I mean, I'm trying to get to know you too.
But I'm letting you know right now, I'm not no trick. So I feel like you came back because you want me to trick on you. That's not me though.
I mean, tricking ain't bad if you got it.
Nah, it ain't bad, but I'm not gonna trick on you. I like to get on my woman. I like to support my woman. You know, my girl. So I gotta do that.
Because I keep quiet.
You keep quiet. Well, okay, what you gonna do for me though? Like, you just sitting there looking pretty, that's not enough. I work hard to get all like time. So you just sitting there just soaking. Like, you know what I mean? How did they like, how did that add my to me though? What I'm doing?
To make you look good.
How?
It's having me on your mind.
So I can have any figure on my arm.
I just think I apply that special value.
How? You keep saying it's for your looks, that's not enough for me though.
But that's why I'm offering.
I'm good on that. I'm good on that. I really find it disrespectful to be honest with you. Or you actually come back to the fight to get somebody. You're not even bringing us to the table. We can go and have like a one night stand.
That's not really my vibe.
Well, that's not my vibe either. So we can go ahead and cut the little 6 right before go like, okay, I'm good. Not it. But you have a nice day, alright? Very well. Nah, I promise you not. I'll do stuff up.
Growing your money shouldn't feel like a second job. That's why there's Betterment. The automated...
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Jump. If you guys remember Little Kim, who was a part of Junior Mafia, she was actually very, in my opinion, very, very attractive at the time. Before all of these, I would have to say, facial things went on. She was like the first person to really come out and talk dirty before, Nicki Minaj and Sexy Red. She was the one that kind of started that, right? And we already know that, Lil' Kim is down bad. She's 50. And of course, when you're down bad and you're 50, well, what do you have to do? You have to go to the www.youngguystapmycheeks.org to get some dudes who want to deal with. Okay, because nobody wants to deal with somebody that dudes feel that have been ran through. Your cheeks have been clapped all across the world. You've been booty clapping it up, leaving the salad up, and you've had like 75 facial reconstruction surgeries with a bad attitude. You reconstructed your face 1,000 times, but your attitude is still staying. Okay, that will leave you getting clapped up by young dudes. And this is exactly what happened. Okay? She started her own label, right? And I guess she's seen Puff Daddy do it. So she was like, look, let me just sign dudes to my label and, make them clap my cheeks so they can get this deal. And that's exactly what she did. She gave her cheeks to a dude by the name of Real Tay Brown. I don't really know the brother. Shout out to the brother. He's an artist, and you kind of used to see him and her together. And it was crazy because this lady is old enough to be his mom. Now, again, I know we're talking about Shannon Sharpe, you know, being 56 with a 19-year-old chick. Well, Lil Kim is like basically 50 with a 25-year-old dude. And I guess that was completely okay, getting your cheeks clapped the hell up by a dude that old, right? Or that dude that young. But here's what happened. The young brother, you know, he was clapping the cheeks to be signed, and you know, that must have been a horrible experience for him. I'll just leave it at that. But you know, he just got tired of little Kim's cheeks. And this is what I'm gonna tell you, black men out there, okay? If you are a man and you're scrolling for a bag, you're gonna be mad. Okay? That's something that, you know, women typically would deal with a man for resources. But when you're a man and you have to clap something that you really don't want to be with to get ahead, it really messes with you, family. Okay? Because you got to get up, you have to wake up and roll over and look at her ass, and you know, she might not be that cute with makeup on or with makeup off, and you know, and then you gotta get yourself ready, if you know what I mean, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Get yourself ready, family. I think you do. Okay. So ultimately, what you're gonna do is you're gonna find something that you can go and clap. It just makes sense. You know, you're not happy with this clapping over here, so go and find where the clapping can continue. He did so without a condom while he was with this lady. The result of that was a baby that was born, and it wasn't little Kim's kid. So when she found out, this is what happened.
Now all your business cards, all the motherfuckers over here, you talk about all the time, talking about I'm the problem, I'm the bad investment, because I wasn't popping at the most. But I was the one that believed in what you wanted to do. Like, I was the one that was backing your whole vision, bro. All they listening to was just trying to milk you. Talking about communication, bro. What communication was with me, bro? What communication was with me? Nobody communicated with me. You don't give a about me? Get out of here. I'm not, you know, I'm not the type to do this, bro. I crossed the fucking line, bro. All I've ever tried to do was feed my peoples, bro. All I ever tried to do is feed my peoples and put music out for the world. That's my whole passion. That's all I cared about ever in my whole life, bro. I'm pissed. Bro, she signed me. Some shit went wrong that she didn't like, that had nothing to do with the music. I never disrespected her, no way in terms of business. I signed the contract. My lawyer told me not to sign the contract. I still signed the contract because I trusted her. And I was like, fuck it. And then shit went wrong. She stopped communicating with me. And then a couple months later, I'm like, okay, well, that ain't gonna stop me from dropping music. I'm an artist. I want to drop music. And then no communication. Now she want to take my music down, bro? Get out of here. All she had to do was reach out to me, be like, yo, you shouldn't be dropping music. And then I get my lawyer and we figure out how to end the contract. I didn't give a she had 65% of my shit. I don't care. That's fine. If my shit blew up one day and I had to order some money, I don't care. I give it to her. I got nothing but love for shorty. That's it. What the f did I do to anybody, bro? In real life, what we talking about? How is you minding your business, bro? I'm your artist. How do you mind your business, bro? What does that even mean, man? What does that mean? You tell me what we doing. All I'm doing is making music. I'm just making. What does that even mean? Wait to hit her up about what? Mom, you talking about a grown ass woman? Mind you, it's supposed to be about business. Everything's supposed to be about business. We're supposed to admire each other as artists, right? And it's the reason. And it's the reason why you mad at me, bro. Cause I came out with a beautiful, blessing baby boy. Huh? Do all of that to me? Mind you, there's some shit I'd never say to Kim because there's a line I won't cross. I'll be honest, but I'll never cross that line. You known her for years. For years, ain't never said shit. Y'all despicable. Don't come in my DMs with this dumb ass shit. Y'all despicable. I said this shit to y'all in LA. It was real shit. Everything I say is from the heart. I had never been a weirdo, bro. Get out of here. Don't get in my mouth. Don't talk about don't do this. Y'all.
I was literally 30 years old when I found that I have type 3D
my mom talk about don't do this. Y'all is weird, bro.
So now the dude is spazzing out. He's blaming people. He's exposing her for the fact that she was talking about people behind, her business partners behind their back, all of that, and getting up. She filed for what she's doing. She taking his music down. She not leaving his music up, and all of that. That's wrong, and technically that is wrong. Okay, but this is what happens when you're out there slinging your D around for opportunities. Okay, when you are selling your D for opportunities and you're not making music, this is what's going to happen to you. And let me tell you this, right? The women that basically are seeing this, like I went to Tasha K's page and checked out the comment section. Now again, these are the same women that's going to be a roast of Shannon Sharpe for what he's doing, right? Watch what these women are saying. Look at Melody Rico, and I'm calling y'all names because y'all foul. Should have been in the studio and not making a baby. Should have focused on your craft, YN. Oh, in other words, you should have been clapping Lil Kim's little cheeks and not clapping nobody else. Now, if this is the other way around, they would have been mad. Look at this. It's Rashid. I'm calling all y'all names. He played himself right out of his music career. Now he can have fun with the baby that probably wasn't in the contract. Oh, y'all see that? You black men see that? So if you had a woman that went and cheated on you, and you had her sign the contract, and you took out all her music, listen, you would be trending all over the internet. They would cancel you. You would lose all your sponsorship. But since he slung the D outside of Lil Kim, he played himself. Y'all see this? Oh, wait a minute. Sounds like you thought you could. Oh, wasted.love.waste beats. You so dusty. Sounds like you thought you could finesse Kim, and Kim said, nah, boo, but still got love for you. Oh, they taking her side. Oh, how you gonna stop clapping my cheeks while the condom and go take it somewhere else? Oh, no, end it relationship, end it business. You see how dusty they are? Little YN, if she was your girl, what the F is someone else having a child? Aunties, leave these YNs alone. That's about the best one I've seen. Hold on a second, sir, Miss Ross. She a little older, okay? Sir, it's a wrap. Play yourself right out of that deal. Oh, now he done played himself. See that? Now him having the baby probably ain't in the contract, but it don't give her the right to take down his music. Even if he did cheat, she's still an artist and a manager. Now, if it's a man doing this to a woman, y'all gonna be mad. Now, it's sexually exploitive. This is how these women be hypocritical some of the time. They do stuff like this. Look at this. Official Melanin Monroe. You had a baby on her while she was in control of your career. That's a rookie mistake, bro. Y'all see that? You cook. You see how damn bad that is? Now, if you were to clap their cheeks under a contract and they went out there, they would go in there and sue you. They would say you're doing them like Diddy. You are Kelly. Oh, you hate women. Oh, no. But they can go out there and sign you to a deal, and if you go outside the deal, they can take your career down. This is why every man gotta understand something. Don't you ever clap cheeks for money. Okay? Don't you ever clap cheeks for opportunity. Your D should never be for sale. I know some of y'all broke and lazy and you want a way out of life, and that's why the women be putting y'all ass out. You come in with your little trash can, your little trash bag full of Jordans and all of that, and when they get through with your ass, when you done messed around and cheated on them and put your sorry self out, that's what your ass get. Don't you ever let a woman treat you like this. Ever! If I find out that you're doing this, I'm gonna come see you myself. And there's gonna be some smoke in the city. Okay? This is what y'all gonna get. They're gonna do you like this. All of a sudden, he played himself out. Let it be a man. Oh, she played herself out. They ain't gonna say that. Oh, hell no. And let me tell you, but they is kind of right, bro. You knew damn well looking at Kim, you wouldn't have wanted her ass if she wasn't Lil Kim. Okay? Now you down bad. And you probably sucked in the first place. All right? That's why she got with you. Because she knew that you wasn't gonna make it. Yeah. She was using you for me. She was using you. Now you down bad. And that is what your ass get. So basically, because your feelings is hurt, you can just take him down. That's all. Acting like this. Better work your ass off. Don't you ever ask a woman for nothing. Ever! Take money from women or all that. out there booty clapping for a damn record deal. Now you mad. Now they're gonna say, go back to baby mama, who you want to be with, who can't give you nothing. Go sign to her. Now you're looking silly. So guys, what do you think? You should put O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again. It's another episode of The Celebrity Jump. Alright, we'll get you for all these, Curve Bill.
Alright, so listen, we're back with another tomb discovery, right? And this one happens to be one of the ancient emperors of China. Oh, let's get to it.
China is one heck of a place, and ancient China was even more interesting. Depths upon depths of rich, riveting history and culture.
Am I not the first great sovereign emperor?
But while all of it tantalizes imaginations, there's one piece of ancient Chinese that has really grabbed our attention.
We're at the center, at the heart of this unbelievable World Heritage Site.
A tomb has been found, one that's been sealed for thousands upon thousands of years, the tomb of China's very first emperor. Scientists from all over the world have united in a desperate attempt to try and uncover as many details as they can about the tomb and the emperor himself. This is the dramatic story of the discovery of the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, his reign, and the profound legacy he left behind. These are the scientists finally opened the tomb of Chinese first emperor that was sealed for thousands of years. Qin Shi Huang was a powerful and influential figure in Chinese history. Born around 259 BCE in the state of Qin, a place where his father had once been imprisoned, Qin Shi Huang took the throne at just 13 years old. From an early age, he demonstrated remarkable resolve and ambition.
It's just crazy of how we do things now. Just think about the presidency. Most of your presidents you see are what? 70 years old, 80. You know what I'm saying? They're up in age. Back then, nah, bro. In your teens, you was running things. You was running like everything as a team. I ain't saying we need to go that drastic, but coming down from the 70s, going a little younger, might be the move.
He was not alone in his drive for dominance. He had the counsel of a brilliant advisor, Liu, who played a critical role in cementing his power and expanding his empire. His trusted general, Wang Jun, led his military forces to victory, securing crucial triumphs against rival states. Through a combination of military strategy, diplomacy, and cunning, Qin Shi Huang defeated the 6 warring states, beginning with Han in 230 BCE and finishing with Qi. This victory united China under his rule, and he declared himself first emperor.
Am I not the first great sovereign emperor?
But Qin Shi Huang's aspirations were not just about ruling. He sought to build a lasting and magnificent empire. With that goal in mind, he launched a series of reforms and ambitious projects. He standardized the writing system, currency, weights, and measures, creating administrative consistency across his vast empire. A network of roads and canals was built, linking far-reaching regions and facilitating trade and communication. Perhaps his most famous achievement was the construction of the Great Wall, a vast defensive barrier stretching thousands of kilometers along China's northern border to protect against nomadic invasions. However, Qin Shi Huang's ambitions extended far beyond territorial control. He had an insatiable curiosity about the unknown, and he actively pursued expeditions to explore lands beyond his empire. His obsession with immortality also took hold, and he tirelessly sought ways to unlock the secret to eternal life. Qin Shi Huang was a visionary, leaving a lasting imprint on ancient China.
And who's to say he wasn't successful? See, that be the question that pops in my mind that I pose every time somebody say that. You know, somebody was on a quest for immortality. Who's to say they didn't figure it out? I think just when we see them in a tomb or we find a skeleton, we think,
our first thought is unsuccessful. To us, maybe, but maybe not. If we, you know what I'm saying, dig further and see what all the attempts was, and see, and I guess there's no way of knowing until we get to the other side. Was he successful, or until our death do we know if anything we did can lead to immortality? That makes you question, do you need the body, the flesh, in order to have immortality, or can you seek immortality without the body?
China. Under his leadership, the fractured Qin state transformed into a unified and prosperous empire. His reign from 220 to 210 BCE was marked by a series of remarkable accomplishments, from infrastructure to cultural unification. However, alongside these achievements, his rule was also characterized by extreme measures of control and oppression. Qin Shi Huang became infamous for actions such as burning books and burying scholars alive, causing widespread fear and resentment. These harsh tactics sparked uprisings against his reign. Ultimately, his life came to an end during a routine inspection tour in 210 BCE. Among his most intriguing and mysterious legacies is the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. This incredible tomb remained concealed for millennia, its secrets hidden until the 20th century. The story of its discovery began modestly in 1974, when a group of local farmers sought to dig a well. Little did they know that their seemingly ordinary task would soon lead to one of the most significant archaeological finds in history.
We were at the center, at the heart of this unbelievable World Heritage Site.
Ying, a resident of Yang Village, became an unexpected pioneer in the discovery when he and his fellow workers ventured deeper into the earth. What they uncovered would change the course of history and ignite worldwide fascination. As the farmers dug with their shovels and picks, they uncovered several fragments of terracotta. At first, the significance of their discovery was unclear. Unaware of the true value of their find, they reported it to the local authorities. Word of this remarkable discovery quickly spread, drawing the attention of archaeologists across China. Initial expeditions were launched to investigate the site, slowly revealing the scale and potential importance of what had been uncovered. Soon, the Archaeological Institute of Shaanxi took charge of the excavation, and what they found left them astonished. A vast underground complex filled with life-size terracotta soldiers, horses, and chariots, all arranged as if ready for battle. This extraordinary discovery became known as the Terracotta Army, a testament to Qin Shi Huang's ambitions and a window into ancient Chinese history. The discovery of the mausoleum and
you could 1000% assume he believed that on his quest for immortality, he wanted to probably take his army with him. Hence, might be the reason why you see this setup like this army setup like this. He probably felt like, wherever I'm going, I'm taking my army with me. I would think like that.
And its astonishing contents ignited a deep interest in China's ancient past and the field of archaeology. Scholars, historians, and curious visitors from all over the world traveled to Xi'an, eager to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the earth. This global fascination brought a significant boost to the local economy as tourism flourished. As the mausoleum's importance became apparent, the Chinese government invested heavily in its preservation, showcasing it as a monumental symbol of China's rich cultural legacy. In 1987, the mausoleum and the Terracotta Army were designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, cementing its place among the most remarkable archaeological discoveries ever made. However, a darker theory surrounding the mausoleum's construction has lingered, suggesting a chilling account of mass sacrifice. According to this theory, over 700,000 workers were conscripted into labor for the mausoleum and then executed to ensure the tomb's secrets remained buried. Before diving into the details of this theory, it's important to understand the immense scale and ambition behind the mausoleum. Covering an area of over 56 square kilometers, the mausoleum was an extraordinary project, likely taking several decades to complete. Such an undertaking required the coordinated efforts of thousands of laborers, artisans, engineers, and craftsmen. The meticulous design and crafting of the mausoleum's inner chambers and the Terracotta Army reflected the extraordinary dedication and skill of those involved. Given the vast size of the mausoleum, the idea that 700,000 workers could have been conscripted is not entirely implausible. Historical records, including the writings of the historian Sima Qian, suggest that such a large number of laborers were indeed recruited, or rather forced into service, for this monumental task.
See? Forced. And I'd have been mad, bro. I can see myself out there working on the army. Like, man, this is your vision. This ain't mine. Why you want me to do it? Why don't you get out here? Yeah. I'm in the era I'm supposed to be in. You ever thought about that? Like, what if you was in that era? Obviously, you probably, you know what I mean, confined. What's the word? You go along with what was going on in that era. You know what I mean? But I'd be in some trouble. I'd probably be in somebody's jail. Just because of my mouth. Just because of me saying something out the way. Yeah, I don't like being confined to do something and all that type of stuff. I don't. But
these are some of the best potatoes you may ever have. Bred for flavor, they're so creamy you don't even need butter. But you won't find them at your...
Wait. Yeah, I don't like being confined to do something and all that type of stuff. I don't.
But why would an emperor go to such extreme lengths to silence so many people? The mausoleum wasn't just a tomb, it was envisioned as an underground realm that mirrored his powerful empire and the universe he built. It was a place that potentially held state secrets, revolutionary construction techniques, and priceless treasures, all of which the emperor sought to protect. Moreover, the ancient Chinese belief in the afterlife meant that securing the tomb was essential to ensure the emperor's safe passage into the next world. The need to protect the tomb's sanctity and the emperor's journey to the afterlife may have led to the idea of mass executions to preserve its secrecy. The thought of such a horrific act raises the question of whether it was truly feasible. Critics of the theory argue that organizing the systematic extermination of 700,000 workers would have been nearly impossible to conceal, especially over an extended period. The scale of such violence would have been hard to cover up. However, those supporting the theory suggest an alternative view. They propose that the executions might have been carried out gradually, over time, in smaller, more controlled operations. As different groups of workers were rotated through various sections of the mausoleum, many could have been silenced to keep the secret of the tomb intact. The backdrop of the Qin dynasty, known for its brutal and strict legalist policies, also supports the notion that such acts could have occurred. Qin Shi Huang was responsible for some of the most infamous acts of cruelty, including the burning of books and the burying of Confucian scholars alive. Against this grim context, it is not difficult to imagine that he might have ordered the execution of workers to safeguard the secrets of his monumental mausoleum. Perhaps the most captivating act.
So then, when we get done, or close to getting done, or when you felt like you no longer, you executing us? Again, I'm thankful for being in the era I'm in, fam, because can you imagine knowing that? Because you had to know they knew leading up to it that they could potentially, when this is done, that they were done. Like, talk about a hostile work environment.
Aspect of the mausoleum is the terracotta army itself. This breathtaking collection of over 8,000 life-size soldiers, 130 chariots, 520 horses, and 150 cavalry horses stands as one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. These figures are spread across 3 distinct pits, each arranged with remarkable attention to detail. The soldiers are positioned according to rank, forming a realistic and awe-inspiring display of military might, as though they are poised and ready for their emperor's command. What truly captivates visitors and historians alike is the undeniable individuality of each soldier. Every face in the terracotta army is unique, revealing the personal touch of the artisans who painstakingly crafted them. Every statue in the terracotta army is entirely unique, with no 2 figures alike in any way. Each soldier has distinct facial features, expressions, hairstyles, and attire, showcasing a remarkable level of detail. This commitment to precision gives us a rare glimpse into the extraordinary skills of the artisans who created these statues. It also hints at the existence of a remarkably efficient production system used to craft these terracotta warriors. Experts believe that the creation of these figures followed an assembly line approach with various specialized craftsmen dedicated to making specific parts of the statues. These components were then skillfully assembled into the completed figures. Yet, the personal touch was never overlooked. After the main structure was assembled, each soldier was given unique facial features, adding character and individuality to every figure. This careful attention to detail not only reflects the artistry of the time, but also speaks to the importance of each soldier's role in the army. The Terracotta Army is much more than just a collection of statues. It is a complex representation of life within the army of Qin Shi Huang. Every element of the soldier's appearance, from their clothing to their weaponry and hairstyles, is deeply symbolic of their rank and role within the military. For example, archers are shown with their bows drawn, while infantrymen are positioned with their weapons held ready. Generals stand tall with an air of authority, and charioteers are poised, as if ready to take command. The soldiers' uniforms are equally significant, with each piece reflecting their duties. Archers carry quivers full of arrows, infantrymen are clad in armor and wield spears, while generals are dressed in elaborate regalia. The weapons held by these figures are not mere replicas. They are meticulously crafted and are actual functional weapons. Some of the crossbows, swords, arrows, and spears that were discovered retain their sharpness even after 2 millennia, showcasing the advanced metalworking techniques of the Qin dynasty. Recent studies have even shown that some of these weapons were coated with a protective layer of chrome, pointing to the technological progress of the time. The placement of the Terracotta Army is also historically significant. The soldiers are located in 3 large pits to the east of the burial mound of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Scholars believe this positioning was strategic, meant to defend against potential threats from the eastern regions that Qin had conquered. The layout of the pits, with their corridors, ramps, and partitions, was designed to facilitate the movement of the soldiers and their protection. However, the significance of the Terracotta Army extends beyond its military representation. It offers insights into the social and cultural fabric of the Qin dynasty. The diversity of the soldiers, representing different ethnic groups from across the unified empire, highlights the emperor's vision of a harmonious and united China. The army reflects his ambition to bring together diverse cultures and people under one rule. Additionally, the soldiers' clothing, weapons, and tools give us a glimpse into the technology, fashion, and everyday life of the time. These soldiers essentially serve as time capsules, preserving the essence of the Qin civilization. The bronze chariots found near the Terracotta Army further enhance our understanding of the Emperor's vision. These chariots were
Follow the leader may soon become follow the lawmaker when it comes to playing the stock market. Tonight we look at a new app.
To use that as a guidebook for life, you have to kind of ignore some of the stuff that doesn't make sense. Now this is crazy. Why was the Book of Enoch removed from the Bible? There's some sort of a lesson in the myth, some sort of allegory. There's things about these stories that probably have hints of truth.
The Book of Enoch is one of the most mysterious ancient texts ever written, packed with shocking tales of fallen angels, giants, forbidden knowledge, and visions of the apocalypse.
You know that Enoch was a real powerful man because he's talked about in the Bible. Yet his book is not in the Bible.
Recently, it's been gaining attention again, even making waves on the Joe Rogan Experience. Why did the Vatican reject this book, and what secrets did AI uncover when analyzing its true meaning? The Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch is an ancient Jewish work that was once highly regarded by certain groups, and later rejected or ignored by the mainstream Jewish and Christian traditions. Though not part of the official Hebrew Bible or most Christian canons today, it continues to draw attention from historians, theologians, and anyone interested in biblical mysteries. Scholars date different parts of the manuscript to various times, 300 BC to 100 BC, suggesting that it emerged in a complex period when many diverse religious ideas were shared and recorded. This timeline puts it close to other key writings that were circulating among Jewish communities in the centuries before and after the dawn of the Common Era. The text is preserved most fully in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, which keeps the Book of Enoch in its scriptural collection. This acceptance means that, while most Western Christian denominations and Jewish communities do not treat it as canonical, it remains officially recognized by one of the oldest Christian churches in the world. In this Ethiopian context, the book is sometimes referred to as 1 Enoch to distinguish it from later related writings. Historically, the Book of Enoch has sparked debates over its origins and legitimacy. Early references to it appear in the writings of church fathers like Tertullian and Clement of Alexandria, who sometimes quoted or respected it. Among the Dead Sea Scrolls found at Qumran, fragments of the Book of Enoch were discovered in Aramaic, confirming that it was available and possibly well studied in certain Jewish groups around the late Second Temple period. The text revolves around visions and teachings attributed to Enoch, a biblical figure who appears in the book of Genesis. Enoch is said to have lived 365 years, which is significantly shorter than most of the other patriarchs listed in Genesis. Additionally, the Bible states that Enoch walked with God and was taken by God instead of facing death. This small reference in Genesis opened the door to many traditions that expanded on his life, his relationship with the divine, and his fate. It was natural for later writers to speculate about Enoch's unique place among biblical figures, and the Book of Enoch is one major outcome of that speculation. Because many parts of ancient Jewish literature were written to explain mysteries not addressed in the Torah or the prophets, it is not surprising that Enoch's unusual story inspired further writing. During the centuries before Jesus' time, Jewish groups produced various texts, often labeled as apocryphal or pseudepigraphal, which answered questions that the official scriptures did not. The Book of Enoch belongs to this broad category. It attempts to fill gaps, especially about angels, the nature of the universe, and the end of days. Over time, the Book of Enoch was sidelined by mainstream authorities. Some have argued that this was due to its striking claims about fallen angels, the birth of giants known as Nephilim, and the possibility of advanced knowledge passed down to humanity. Others point to its references that sound too much like descriptions of the coming of a Messiah, soon to be identified with Jesus Christ by early Christians. These factors made it controversial in both Rabbinic Judaism and many Christian circles. Yet, it survived in Ethiopia, where it remains a living text. Enoch in biblical genealogy. Enoch is introduced in the Hebrew Bible as part of the genealogy tracing back to Adam, the first man. According to Genesis, he is a great-grandfather of Noah, which ties him directly into the lineage of the flood story. This part of the genealogy is found in Genesis 5, which names the patriarchs from Adam through to Noah. Each patriarch is said to have lived for many centuries, but Enoch stands out because he is said to have lived 365 years, and then he was not, for God took him. This phrase, God took him, has puzzled believers and scholars for centuries. Most biblical figures are simply said to have died, but Enoch's story is special. This difference led to the idea that he might have been carried away or translated into heaven without facing mortality in the usual sense. In the text of Hebrews 11:5 in the New Testament, there is a reference to Enoch not seeing death because of his faith. That short biblical statement gave a foundation for further speculation, fueling the stories compiled in the Book of Enoch. Jewish traditions and folklore often elaborate on biblical figures that have minimal but suggestive descriptions. In Enoch's case, the gap was large enough to allow...
You see this house in Florida? Well, let me show you how I invested into it with just a few $100. I did it using something called tax lien investing. So basically, what happened with this home is the owner failed.
In Enoch's case, the gap was large enough to allow entire myths or extended narratives to develop around him. Later, interpreters claimed that Enoch was shown the mysteries of creation, the structure of the universe, and the mechanism of heavens, all of which he recorded in writings for future generations. It is also worth mentioning that some traditions identify Enoch with Melchizedek, a mysterious priest-king mentioned in Genesis around the time of Abraham. Melchizedek is depicted as a priest of God Most High, and his sudden appearance and lack of family background in the book of Genesis made him a fascinating figure. Although this identification of Enoch with Melchizedek is not universally accepted, it is part of a broader tradition that tries to connect different ancient characters who had unusual relationships to God and to humankind. In various apocryphal and pseudepigraphal texts, Enoch is said to share wisdom with his descendants, often focusing on moral, spiritual, or cosmic topics. He is portrayed as a righteous man who stood out in a world that was increasingly corrupt, especially during the generations before the flood. When we combine this with the fact that Enoch supposedly did not experience normal death, it is easy to see why stories of his journeys to heavenly realms became so widespread in ancient religious texts. The Book of Enoch uses this background to unfold narratives about Enoch's encounters with divine beings, his warnings to the fallen angels, and his role in revealing hidden wisdom to humanity. Despite being excluded from the Hebrew Bible, Enoch remains a well-known figure because of the tantalizing mention of his disappearance and the numerous legends surrounding him. Medieval Jewish mystics, like those involved in the Merkabah tradition, sometimes depicted Enoch as a heavenly scribe or angelic figure. This idea that Enoch transformed into an angel after being taken by God is reflected in some segments of the Book of Enoch, where Enoch takes on a role that goes beyond that of a normal human prophet or sage. The Watchers, origins, motives, and impact. A central theme in the Book of Enoch is the account of the angels, the Watchers, who were meant to watch over humanity, but instead fell into corruption. These Watchers, numbering 200, descended to Earth in the days of Jared, Enoch's father, and formed an oath to carry out their plans. Semjaza is named as their leader in most versions of the text, and he worries that if only he dares to break divine law, he will bear all the guilt. However, the other angels commit themselves to the same deed, swearing an oath together. Their sin involves taking human wives, teaching forbidden knowledge to humankind. In Genesis 6:1-4, this idea briefly appears. The sons of God see that
At the University of Massachusetts Amherst, a revolutionary spirit runs through our veins. He inspires us to think in new ways,
To challenge convention.
we are committed
To the relentless pursuit of
Welcome to another installment of In and In, where we give it to you straight, no chaser. Man, you know what I got to do it, because Shannon Sharpe. Oh, boy. This little 19-year-old girl, she said this mother smooth tax master is phone go. 25,000 per cheek. That's an expensive butt. That's an expensive ass right there. 25,000 per cheek. Here in Las Vegas, the going rate is about $375. 25,000 per cheek. Well, it must be lined with gold. Shannon, you're just not that sharp. ESPN let it go, you know, the little mouse. Disney owns ESPN. That's an expensive butt. That's an expensive ass right there. 25,000 per chick. Here in Las Vegas, the going rate is about $375. 25,000 per chick. Well, it must be lined with gold. Shannon, you're just not that sharp. ESPN let him go, you know, the little mouse. Disney owns ESPN, so that's why they had to let it go, because, you know, they're a good, clean, upstanding company. Wink, wink, child molested freak mother. Anyway, with the gloves, don't want no fingerprints left anywhere, so they had to let it. You should have listened to Mo Neaton.
Let me tell you what my baby need. He need him an old fat gal who can bake good cakes. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl. This is your auntie talking to you. Take your old ass and get you an old bitch out there that can love you old.
Told you to stop dating them young white. Shouldn't listen to Cat Williams.
Get with a white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors.
Come on, Cat.
Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not gonna act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends.
No. But you just a hard head, mother. You got football head, so you've been busted in the head too many times. You should have wore a helmet, you helmet head, mother. I done said this joke a long time ago. I'ma say it again. Rich niggas and white women don't go together. There's a long track record. OJ killed his white woman. Still had problems to the day he died. Tiger Woods married Wanda, and she left with damn near $500 million. Tiger way better than me. Had have been a dead on my watch. Ain't a dollar worth $500 million. I don't think y'all heard me, smelled me, or felt me. Let me reiterate this statement one more again for you. There ain't a cent on earth worth $500 million. Now, it might be some $375. $500 million. I took that fishing. That's why billionaires have yachts. What happened to her? She fell overboard. Them great white sharks chewed her white ass up. How come they didn't bite you? Because the shark is racist. That's why they call them great white sharks. They only eat white people. You don't believe me? Interview the shark. How come you didn't bite those?
I don't eat dark meat. It's tough. We fight that.
I lost a lot of teeth that way. Bill Cosby was potentially in jail for life for 73 of the oldest, ugliest white women I have ever seen. Tight end. Tight end, like that tight end. Played the right position, boy. Tight end. Like that tight end. Catch that football. But now you can call the case. Play your position, I said. You like to play in your position. They done made a doll of it and a little white. You know what I mean? You can join his hero, LeBron James. His Barbie doll ass. Lakers in 5. Oh, yeah, they lost. Lakers in 5. They lost. And you lost your job. I'm just saying. I know I shouldn't be kicking a man when he's down, but what better time? He's a big mother. I gotta wait till he fall down. Then I should kick the shit out of him. Makes no sense. Don't kick a man when he's down. Well, when else you supposed to kick a mother? When they down. Supposed to stomp the dog out of them.
Police officers, veterans, and responsible gun owners are all doing this. National Concealed Carry Reciprocity is here.
Kevin Gates pulled up on LeBron courtside during the game. And, you know, they had some words back and forth on the internet. You know, LeBron's called him a peasant. And you know, Gates clapped back, said, I ain't no peasant. I'm just trying to help you get a woman that really loves you. I thought she looked at you like she didn't like you, motherfucking ass. Talking about LeBron's wife. So, Kevin Gates pulled up to the game, posted up. You know what I mean? No bodyguards needed, you know. He really rolled like that. And LeBron, I mean, where was the bully?
LeBron James, did you really think we wasn't gonna notice that after that drama on the internet, Kevin Gates pulled up to your game? All I'm saying, if you was big and bad enough to walk up on non-confrontational Stephen A. Smith, why you ain't had that same energy for Gates and address him about your wife?
I mean, boy, you showed that motherfucker get Stephen A. Smith's little tiny can't fight ass and told him, don't be talking about my son, keep my son's name out your mouth. did a Will Smith on him. I was surprised you didn't just Chris Rock stack him and shit. But you know, boom. You know, what happened to that dude? Kevin Gates sitting there, he talked about your wife. You didn't have nothing to say. Threw your hands in the air, waving like you just didn't care. You a bully. I knew you was a bully. You pick on the little bitty motherfuckers. Yeah, you and Will Smith got that in common, you bully, Diddy party going motherfuckers. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Welcome back to the internet. To continue with the sports, John Cena, the WWE champion, you know, he done won the mother 17 times, and now he is the bad guy. Well, I seen that coming. We all seen it coming, you know. He had his ritual moment. Remember at the Oscars, he walked out butt asshole naked. You know what I mean? I said, oh, this is a ritual for sure. So he has some membership now. So he has to play the bad guy. Leg bump. So yeah, that's my take. But good luck, 17. Yeah, go on ahead. Yeah, have fun when you make it to hell. God over all things. That's all I'm saying. Y'all gonna join. I don't try to figure out why motherfuckers want to join the losing team. Did y'all read the Bible? You know the devil lost already and then gonna lose again in the end. So you just join the losing squad. You're gonna have a little money and some fame by your head, but goddamn it, woo-wee. Fire, doom doom doom, fire, doom doom doom, wow wow wow, fire, whoa 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 whoa, fire, ow. Welcome back to NNN. To keep it this week's sports, because there's some shit going on. The NFL draft. Y'all did the Deion Sanders' son, Shedeur Sanders. It's some dirty ass
Profession. I know what's behind the curtain. We ain't got to get back there for me to understand what's not prominent for my son. I'm not doing it. Ain't no
He
way
doesn't listen to you.
Who? No, you must mean owners, like not my son.
Have you told him privately who you would like for him to play?
It's not like who I would like for him to play for. It's
the documentaries that's gonna come out years from now, dealing with this Shedeur Sanders NFL BS that's going on, whatever this is. The colluding of the GMs to make this to smear him even more. The dude gonna get a draft board on day three. They wild.
You good old boy owning ass motherfuckers, Jay-Z included, you too. You should have pulled some strings in the back and got that pick in the first goddamn round. He's top 5 in the whole motherfucking college league, and this motherfucker gonna go 144th to Cleveland. Cleveland already got 4, so now they got 5 quarterbacks. It don't make no fucking sense. What, he gonna come off the bench or something? And I think Cleveland made a smart move by picking him, because now they can trade him for some more picks to next year's draft. So I think that's the move Cleveland making. But yeah, y'all full of shit. All you motherfuckers, y'all full of shit. I know what you're doing. You're trying to teach his daddy Deion Sanders a lesson, because he turned that whole Colorado motherfucking college program around by himself. And y'all mad because the top prospects coming out of high school want to play for Deion, not the good old boy white coaches and shit at Ohio, Nebraska, and Texas, and A&M and all that shit. So that's what y'all doing. Y'all trying to smack him up. Y'all ain't shit. I ain't watching no more NFL, God, you motherfuckers. And the Raiders, y'all need a goddamn quarterback. What the was y'all thinking? God damn it, you need an offensive line. You need some shit. You and me. Get some good old boys. Never made me one. Someday the mountain might get him, but the Lord never will. And another thing, all this motherfucking NFL draft. That ain't no NFL draft. They still selling tickets for high prices. Going, sold to the Cowboys. Goddamn, that nigga can run, it can run. Sold, that goddamn, he got sold to the Oakland Raiders. That boy can hit. He can hit another knockhead. Sold. They ain't selling white people now. See? Everybody could join in. Slavery ain't over. It's just in a different form. Them motherfuckers got 3 years tops. They got to make all the money they gonna make in their entire life in 3 month years. Because the average football career is 3 years. You know, you get these anomalies like, you know, Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, you know, motherfuckers played, but 3 years. Save your money. And y'all need to be teaching these young men coming out of college, because I like Dion, because he teach all his kids. Stay away from them hoes. They gonna take most of your money if you're dumb, stupid. Invest, get a portfolio. Diversify your portfolio. Make sure you're making money outside of football. That's my advice to you young mother. I wish y'all the best, but all you owners, all you NFL assholes, sons of, just call your sons of this mother. Cause that's some dirty shit.
This one easy trick will save you thousands when buying a used car. Did you know that some dealerships will clear the check engine?
Just call your sons of this mother. Cause that's some dirty shit. Continue with today's sports thing. Yeah, we spent some time with Mike Tyson last week over here at the studio. He did a photo shoot over here. I've known Mike for about 20 plus years, and he is just humble. Don't put him because he can rumble, but he's humble. And I found this piece when he was asked a question about him fighting Ali. If they were both age 20, who would win? Check it out.
You at 20, Muhammad Ali at 20. Who wins this fight? No man like him. Say from a boxing perspective, Ali is a fucking athlete. He looks more like a model than a fighter. But what he is, he's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a pretty face. He's just mean and evil, and he'll take you in deep waters and drown you. It's not muscle memory, it's concentration. It's him doing it. Pop, 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 pop. I can't beat that, man. Hell fucking no.
Now, that's paying homage to those that came before you. But LeBron James, on the other hand, running around talking about he's the GOAT, knowing you ain't with no Michael Jordan. How about doing like everybody else and pay homage to the GOAT? See, you come off less arrogant and an asshole if you would just say Michael Jordan is a monster, because he was a monster. That was black Jesus. Now, you don't want that tongue coming out towards you, do you? You couldn't even handle Kobe. I remember Kobe locked your ass up in the All-Star game. Learn some humility, you big-head, egotistical motherfucker.
Now you need to start drinking no brown spirits. I only drink clear because that brown will make you fat.
Let's settle this once and for all. Uncle Nearest is naturally fat-free, sugar-free, and carb-free. So the next time someone tries to tell you that brown spirits make you fat, challenge them to the Real Uncle Challenge. For 30 days, if you drink only Uncle Nearest or Nearest Green Tennessee whiskey. Don't add any sugar to it. All bets are off. Let's see what really happens. Yo, Luda, I see you back there posting all those video clips on IG. I challenge you to the Real Uncle Challenge. And don't forget, bring some friends too.
I got you, sis. I'm already on it.
A fine wheel. No sugar. No fat, none of that shit. I done tried that Uncle Dad shit. Might be some in here. I ain't fat, look at it. See what I'm saying? Look.
Perfect.
That brown keep the fat down. Anything dark is good. Anything white is bad. White sugar will kill you. White cocaine will kill your mama to get some. Brown coffee, wake you up. Milk, wake you up. White flowers, been bleached, White rice, been bleached. Rice is brown. Anything that come out the ground, come out brown. White eggs. But the brown ones is better. I'm racist!
Nature of this administration is good for us. Because of Trump's weight, he is an anomaly. There's never been no president quite like Mr. Trump. There's something that he's doing. Trump is destroying every enemy that was an enemy of our ride. Who's the enemy of our rides? Is it the Department of Justice, where we get none? Is it Congress, where you make a law that favors us and then you turn around and destroy it? Is it the media that has destroyed every black leader that stood up for us? Martin Luther King suffered it, Malcolm suffered it. He's attacking the media, calls it fake news. We have been the victims of some fake news.
Yes.
He's beating up the FBI. Go at it, baby!
Well, there you have it. The minister has spoken. Trump!
Go ahead and use a debit card to remove this latch right here. What it does, it just pushes it right onto the left, so you don't have to get a key for it. And as you can see right over here, we have ourselves a little triangle shaped key. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our own key using a flathead and a belt screwdriver. And what you do is you place the flathead right onto the bottom, and then we're going to place the Phillips right on top. And what we're going to do is we're going to use that momentum, and we're going to slowly start unscrewing this. You see it's already starting to fall right on down. If it slips, that's okay. I'm now going to let my tax money go straight to this. So this is a nice lesson my uncle once taught me. My dad, I'm passing it on to you. Just like that. You want to make sure it's fully off, because you want to go ahead and ditch this off of your tire. Just like that. So now when you go out, easier removal of a boot. Give us a try to jump, because you never know when you might need something like that.
Hey, there you go. If your car ever gets booted, this young man is giving you the keys to unboot your car. That way you can escape for a little while till they catch your ass again and put another boot on. Keep that debit card and those 2 screwdrivers handy, because they gonna find you again. And then the fine's gonna go up for removing the boot that they. So, I think, you just got to work from the inside out. Just have changed the law. It's illegal to put a boot on a motherfucker's car. Taxpayer dollars to lock up motherfuckers' cars with boots. I mean, who come up with this shit? Oh, yes, the Democrats.
Hey, have you ever been told you have a nice voice? Well, what if I told you you could turn your voice into actual money?
Who come up with this shit? Oh, yes, the Democrats. Welcome back to NNN. Look, if you got a boot on your car, it probably means that you don't have at least $5,000 in your bank account. But if you have $5,000 in your bank account, you are wealthier than half of the world's population. Half of the world is broke and starving if they can't get $5,000 together. Think about that while you are sitting here adoring all these billionaires going to space. And 5, 6, 7 just faking like they going to space in a little flimsy ass bubble. This is, come on, billionaires. Pay your fair share, you rich motherfuckers. Sons of this. If I wasn't a Christian, they're lucky I believe in the Lord.
First study on the carnivore diet, released by Harvard this November, that I actually read in the Oxford University Press 2 days ago, which was convenient. They ended the study with, contrary to common expectations, adults consuming a carnivore diet experienced few adverse effects and instead reported health benefits and high satisfaction. The generalizability of these findings and the long-term effects of this dietary pattern require further study. The surprise came because an average of 90% of people saw improvements across all diseases on the diet. 1 in 4 people over 64 have type 2 diabetes in America. All respondents with diabetes discontinued non-insulin injection agents. 84% discontinued oral medication, and 92% of participants on the carnivore diet with type 2 diabetes discontinued insulin altogether. Over 2,000 people were studied who were on the diet for over 6 months, and there was a 90% reduction in all diseases.
Eat meat. Vegans. I'm a vegan. I eat front yard sandwiches. I cut my grass and then I consume it. I can't wait to fall where I get some free meals from the leaves that fall, you crazy sons of just eat meat. Till next time! I'm at Hello and welcome to another installment of NNN, where we give it to you straight, no chaser. Let's get right to it. U.S. bans artificial dyes from all food products effective today. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Maha, make America healthy again, goddammit. Now your food's gonna look a little uglier. The M&Ms ain't gonna be bright yellow, red, blue. They probably be a dusty, dungy green, but it's gonna be healthier. Fan of oranges, it ain't gonna be orange. Put it like that. But it ain't gonna kill you. The sugar in it will, but it ain't gonna be the dye. Mama, cake's so ugly. Shut up, boy, eat it. Cause it ain't gonna be all colorful and shit. No more green cookies. No more blue pies and shit. It's gonna be real blue from blueberries. You want something red? Cherries. Cherry juice, goddammit. The M&M's gonna be looking ugly like mother. Them Twizzlers, I don't even know what color them are. They probably just sell the black ones now. It ain't gonna be red. No red dye numbers 5 in that Twizzlers just gonna be Twiz. Get over it. Finally caught up with the rest of the world. The rest of the world has banned that artificial dye since forever. God damn it. We the last place. America's first in everything.
Imagine experiencing boutique Israeli products directly from workshops in the Holy Land.
Last place. America's first in everything, goddammit. Now, let's treat it like a hot dog and catch up, goddammit. Let's catch up with the rest of the world and surpass them. No, Robert, you're starting out on the good foot. Now get rid of them GMOs and get rid of them pharmaceutical motherfuckers, dope dealing ass motherfuckers, and FDA. Y'all bullshit. Y'all talking about y'all ain't got enough motherfuckers to check the milk source now. Now you gonna fight back by not checking the shit. Is that it? So you can get your budget back, you boy motherfuckers? These sons of bitches. I don't drink milk no goddamn way. I eat my cereal with water. Cow's milk is to make a calf grow into an adult goddamn motherfucking huge ass cow in less than 2 weeks. Now you don't see cows running around asking for some human milk. Sick motherfuckers we is. Sick motherfuckers. They tricked us back in the 50s. Put that shit on. Milk makes the body good. Milk makes your bones. Milk ain't doing shit. Yeah, milk takes calcium from the bones. But they don't tell you that. Everything you've been told is a straight up down lie. Everything you've been told is a lie like a mother. They've been lying to us for years. Welcome back to NNN, where we give it to you straight, no chase. Pope Francis has passed away. Process has started choosing the new pope. The conclave. They just had a movie out about this. Looks like we got a pope and a Chinaman. I know that's just racist, ain't it? Everybody's racist every now and then. Anyway, so we got a black pope and an Asian pope. They supposedly in a run for this, and I feel sorry for both of them, because Italy, that smoke go up, that black smoke come out that motherfucker, and a nigga come out, Oh boy, if you think they be cussing motherfuckers and racists in the soccer games over you, wait till it pop out. Wait till an Asian pop out. That's all they gonna say. No, this is not our fault. Go back in, start over again. You see a motherfucking Asian. No, don't rice at the motherfucker. Don't rice. Let him pick it up with chopsticks. I'm telling you, I hope the black ones get it, cause then they can just go and pull that shit out the vaults they got in their goddamn Vatican. That Jesus was black anyway. So if you're gonna represent the original that died for all our sins, then you know. But well, look here, look. You got choices. You want the chicken or you want your rice. But I can say that the little boy is gonna go down if the brother gets elected, because a whole lot of wives is about to get. So you know you got a choice. You want your son or you want your wife. The Griffin household is gonna be my wife every time, because she's built for it. I'm telling you, Junior, get your ass in the car. Your mama gonna take one for the team. Welcome back to NNN, where we give it to you straight. No chaser. Boy, Blue Origins. I should have be called Blue Orgy. It was a plethora of pussy on this spacecraft. No men allowed, I guess. Yeah, Katy Perry and Gail King, they all went out in space. Yeah, you know. If they went to outer space, I got some land in Florida, free of charge. No alligators or snakes anywhere in the vicinity. Because they didn't go to space. That's straight up down bush. Check the door on this motherfucker. Watch it. Now how the do you open up a spaceship with a crowbar? And he didn't even get it in there, and the thing just flew over the little flimsy ass door. And man, that's some bullshit. There's no re-entry burn marks on this spacecraft whatsoever, because it never went to space. They threw that shit out the back of a motherfucking plane. They landed. They ran up behind that motherfucker, came in the back door, and then walked right out in front of the cameras, which were placed there beautifully. Get the fuck out of here. They ain't been no goddamn space. Check out an airplane door. Now you see how hard it is to seal an airplane door and how hard it is to open the motherfucker? And they just going in the atmosphere. This was out in space. They hung out, they had a little bacon party. And then they came out. Allegedly. Them hoes, they known the suit. Hoes known the suit. And them space suits. How the fuck they in space in that flimsy ass look like some Star Trek shit? And how to get an atmosphere in that little box of bubble? It's all bullshit, y'all. It's all bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors. Jeff Bezos ain't been in space. None of them motherfuckers been in space. We live in a dome. The firmament is real. Flat Earth, y'all. Check it out. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe. Check this out. Massachusetts took custody of 5 children after the doctor reported to child services for the parents not vaccinating the babies. They got a right to not put that poison in their kids full of that goddamn lead mercury, which causes goddamn autism. Y'all know it. So, and y'all chased them all the way to Texas. They moved out of Massachusetts to Texas, and child services still hunting them in Texas. What you want to do with them babies, huh? Huh? Yeah, you freak motherfuckers. I wish a motherfucker would. I wish a motherfucker would. My kids ain't vaccinated. Yeah, come get me, mother. Speaking of babies, Trump is offering
Most people have no clue that in 2025, there's a hidden law that allows any American to launch their credit scores into the 700s in just weeks from the
Speaking of babies, Trump is offering $5,000 per child. Because the world population, the Western world population, is going down because these hoes that made us so angry with this child support. This ain't trying to get nobody pregnant. And white boys neither, because nigga, white women to learn from the sisters how to get the cash, you know. So ain't nobody trying to drop no child just for a check. Because they're just gonna take the child and jump the fuck off. You know what I mean? We'll be right back after this phone call. Yes. So Trump's offering $5,000 per baby. As my cousin Mo beautifully just said, it's okay to hump thanks to Trump. It's okay to hump, but $5,000. Now that's just for having a kid. Now when they're up and leaving, you're still gonna have to pay child support. So we need some incentive to protect the man in this. Right? And who's the money going to? Who's the $5,000 going to? Is it going to both the man and the woman? Because it takes two to make a child. Or is it just going to the woman? Because if that's the case, I'm out. I'm shit. Can we retroact it? I got 12, so you know, I need my money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's make this past tense. How many kids y'all out there got? God damn it. Yeah, let's get them going. Kids is expensive too. I don't know, 5,000. Need to up the ante a little bit more. You know, free college for the rest of their goddamn lives. Yeah, some free clothes for the motherfuckers. Free electricity, because they like the lights. Turn them on and off and all that. Free gas to heat them little motherfuckers up in the wintertime. You know, free food for them little hungry sons of bitches. I mean, goddamn, $5,000 gonna go quick. I mean, you know, after a couple of bottles, a few diapers and shit, you broke. But our population's going up, but they gonna be starving. But anyway, 100,000, that'll do it. Till next time. I'm out. What?
ele é o brabo da putaria. Go.
search engine for the last conversation. Gotta search for that last conversation. Match up the number. Oh, I feel great. How about yourself? How you feeling? No injuries? No injuries? Where'd you go this time? Ghana. Nice. Yeah. Okay. He trying to pull a Neo, huh? He trying to pull a Neo. No, Neo. The singer Neo. Okay. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I'm saying that's what he was. That's what he was. You know. Oh, he ain't standing on business. That's why I was like, it don't matter. Like if he says, all right, so I can do this, but you can't do this, and they cool with it, then it's cool. If that, you know, that's his prerogative. But if he ain't standing on business, he just assuming, yeah, that's, you know, he a foul ass nigga for that. Don't do that. Yeah, because a big dick would have been like, yo, this is what it is. You know what I mean? You can ride or you can go about your business. Yeah. That's not the culture. You might as well just go ahead and have your wife, your girlfriend, and your little side piece, you know, like everybody else. Be sneaky about your shit and get caught and fuck up your relationship. You know how they do it. Baby girl's almost 30. She know the deal. And it sound like he want kids. Some man want to deal with that. Now you want to go again. You're tired of being here already. You're over this shit already. I get it. Womp womp womp. Same old sights, same old smells. Yeah, went out with Brian and Tiff. Tiff needed to go pick something up. Yeah, we had fun. It was bugging. Oh, Lord. That was a whole mess. Denise wanted to go, and then we get there, and she's like, oh, I'm not coming. And we just sat there for a fucking hour and a half. I'm like, well, why? You could have said you wasn't coming for the fucking door. Like, you don't want to go, you don't want to go. No big deal. Goodbye. See you later. High five. Hugs and kisses. Back to school. Gotcha. Yeah, I talked to him a couple days ago. He's back. You know, he's back. He sounds calm. He got some new medication. He sounds happy and what's the word I'm looking for? It sounds like he released some stress off his shoulders. I guess he has some things to work out that only a hiatus in the streets would suffice. You know. Hey, he sounds rejuvenated. Hey, he didn't get shot. He's home. There you go. He said he went there and apologized to the FBI. He said he got a you need sometimes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. So when we gonna get together again? When we doing dinner? I'm trying to plan something for the weekend in August 18th. Yeah, we're trying to plan something. Well, I'm trying to plan something down in DC or something like that. Maybe a big Airbnb or a hotel. No chill for I was thinking hotel. I kind of want an Airbnb, but then I'm like, hotel. Everybody get their own hotel. You can do some room hopping and acting up. That's it. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's time to go. It's time to go. Everybody needs their space. Yeah, so I'm thinking us, the youngers, like me, you, Tiff, Matthew, invite Mikey, and maybe we can get all the Monique's kids. Sounds good. That's all it is. Put it into practice. Gotta put it into practice, that's all. Yeah, I'm gonna send something out. Soon to let everybody know where I'm gonna be at. Catch up around the way. Maybe do some go-karting, go to a museum or something. It's not even something like that'd be nice. For what? That's about as deep as it gets for me. I'm not going to nobody's concert, staying in room only type shit. None of that. exactly what's going on. That guy's allergies are terrible. Nah, but I'm gonna make sure he gets one this time. This is too wet. Yeah, I know. We talked about it before. But it's seasonal. He needs it. Like his allergies get so bad, I'm worried about his vision. I'm worried about his vision. His allergies get so bad. Yeah, we sat on tape. You just never gonna get a boyfriend. What you gonna do? Yeah, you. Gosh. That's not necessarily gonna be your situation. Man, this person is just holding up traffic. Yao Ming. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Except for everything that's wrong with that. All right, love. Have a good day. Yeah. Yeah. What? There's like 100 million people in Philly. What are you talking about? Heather's near you. Heather's in King of Prussia. She's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Why you ask? You in your head again? Ain't nothing he's doing. Ain't nothing nowhere, bro. Unless you moving to the Bronx, you moving to San Diego. Right there. They got a couple families. That's it. Anybody else? Just us, man. Yeah. Heather. On phone. That's it. What you mean? I don't understand. Does it need to be somebody out there? What are you talking about? Yeah. Because you out of jail and you got an apartment in Philly. That's why you out there. You gotta live your life, man. That's it. No matter where you at, you have to be where you at. Kids is down on your kids is right around the way. That's it. This is it. Grown, there ain't nothing else to it. This is it. That's it. It's whatever you make out of it after this. That's it. Your life is what you make of it. If this is all you got, you know where you're at and what you need to do to get more. That's it. So be grateful for what you got and go get some more. Add something to it. Move somewhere new. Whatever it is that you need to do. Other than that, this is it. It is what it is. Yeah. It is. Ah, man. Salad sandwich. Coffee is a coffee. It's a coffee cake. That was it. It's time to eat again. So 7, 5, 6. Still got hours to go. A whole case of beer.
patron feels unsafe or uncomfortable and needs assistance, allowing them to discreetly ask for help without escalating the situation. The purpose. The Angel Shot is intended to provide a way for patrons to quietly alert staff that they need help without putting themselves in further potential danger. Patrons can order an Angel Shot as a specific drink order, and trained staff will recognize it as a signal for help. Some variations of the Angel Shot exist with different requests for the help depending on how it's ordered, and I'm going to go over those in a second. Basically, here's a breakdown of the common Angel Shot codes. All right, all ready for this? Angel Shot neat or straight up indicates the patron needs an escort to their car. So I'm guessing if there's someone dangerous around there, because they can't be because they're too drunk. Like, why would you know? So if they feel threatened by someone around, you order it neat or straight up so that you're safe getting to your car. Angel Shot on ice or with ice means the patron needs a taxi or a ride-sharing service called for them. An Angel Shot with lime or with a twist signifies the patron is in immediate danger and needs the police call.
Man, I was a bartender and a bar manager for several years. And I can honestly say,
you never heard this.
I probably not saved about 6 people. Forgive me. Sorry, I didn't know, guys. I did not know. Agarra por ahí y jala para usted. Duro. Come on, vamos. Se tú sabes. Vamos a ayudar. Cuando usted vea que no es fácil lo que uno hace, no es fácil. Bien. Vamos a hacer el helicóptero ahora. Vamos a ver. Ve, dobla los pies. Dobla el otro. Meta la mano por aquí abajo. I'm gonna come. Es que los tigres lo ven en las redes y creen que tú eres un cachú. Nunca me puedo la mujer de ellos así. Ok. Ahora la ponte aquí. Manténlo ahí. Y súbela. Eso es. Dobla la pellizca. Oh my. Look, guys. I don't need to speak a different language to know this language, man. This girl is way too much for this man to handle. I don't know what's going on here. I could just assume that they're probably together and these guys are trying to teach him what to do for his girl or whatever it is. But yeah, my guy. Yeah, bro, this is how you lose your girl, man. This is how you lose your girl right here. Dog, what the f*** am I doing, dog? I can't believe this shit, dog. Bro, I can't believe you. I can't believe you, dog. Come on, bro. I can't believe you over here. Bro, I can't believe you gonna have that come up. I can't do shit about her being up. I told you a long time ago.
That one there was not violation. Trust me, I wouldn't have that.
I'm talking about that, dog. I can't believe this shit. I swear to God, if you look for somebody else, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. Bro, she's not coming along. That's my motherfucking real. I got this for 9 years, dog. I'm trying to stay your relationship.
You don't do that.
Man, what you talking
You're here. Yeah, because you dirty. You dirty. You walk into the... You dirty as...
Oh, man.
I told you. Oh, wow.
I walked the condom, bro. I had a condom on, bro. What do you mean by that? I had a condom, bro. I was away. I had a condom.
I know I was.
I ain't gonna lie, dog. Big brother, small brother, whatever it is, uncle, dad, we about to throw some hands down, dog. I know you straight disrespecting, bro. Straight disrespecting. I'm not even worrying about both of y'all at this point, man. She can probably catch some hands too, man. You gonna wear what? You wearing a condom like that's supposed to mean anything. That gives you the scapegoat, bro. You know, at the end of the day, we're gonna catch our round and just let you go, dog. I'm gonna just let you go, man. How dare you come at me after I catch you beep off in my girl talking about you war strap, huh? Man, look. At this point, we catching hands, dog. We got to. We're gonna have to go a couple rounds, dog. It's just a oil gas.
There's nothing on.
Bro, like, this is one of those moments where you're like, dude, what if? You get what I'm saying? Like, what if? You down there trying to take care of business, but business wind up taking care of you, bro. You know? Coming after that life insurance, man. Bam!
Husband has been murdered.
What? He tricked the shit out of me.
Yo. Ladies, y'all better stop front fishing. Y'all better stop front fishing. Y'all look good from the front, but some squats will take care of that. You get what I'm saying? You gotta get in the gym, alright? Some rushing, you know, some everything. You're gonna need some work. You know, you're gonna need some work, bro. Lunges, squats. Bro, that's what y'all known for anyway. How come you're not doing that, bro? You gotta shake that thing up a little bit. Come on, bro. It looks depressing, bro. It literally looks like the economy right now back there, bro. Stop it.
I don't have no celebrity crush. I got a man. These celebrity crush. Just say if the right ex you cheat. Just say that. Give me a celebrity crush.
I would honestly say the same thing, bro. Like, if your girl is like really deep down, crushed out over a celebrity, I can only imagine you lead them two in a room, or not even in a room. If she had an opportunity, she's probably getting piped down. Like, that's just my thought, dude. I really admire the ones that can say it jokingly, and you know they're joking, but you know the ones. All right, put your girl in the room with Usher. Watch what happens, bro. She gonna fold, bro. She gonna fold like origami in that thing. All right, I don't want that. Stop.
Y'all heard about that girl who got catfished on Facebook? This girl here, her name is Chandler Span on Facebook. She been talking to a guy for 2 months, right? She been thinking she was talking to this dude. Now, mind you, fine. All types of fine, right? So if y'all want to pause and read, she said the guy wanted to plan a date to go hiking or whatever. I don't know why she would be suggesting hiking with someone you don't know, but yeah, let's go back into it. So she said it was cool or whatever because she been talking to her for 2 whole months, so she felt comfortable. So before the date, Chandler said that the guy told her to send him pictures just to make sure she was real or whatever. Now, the irony of that, and this motherfucker is catfishing her. So Chandler got cute, she got dolled up and sent him the video. So of course she asked him to send something else, and it was the same guy. This guy. He sent a video of this guy. So of course she's thinking that it's really him, right? So she says the day of their date, they meet up at a gas station. So she said she seen the car pull up, her heart was racing, and a guy came out. But it wasn't him. She said, baby, when this man steps out of his car, my mouth dropped to the floor, and all I can say is, who the f is that? She said, I couldn't believe my eyes has been like nothing like the pig. She drove off. She didn't even say hi, she drove off. So she said, as she was pulling off, he texted her, where you going? So then he goes and says, okay, this is me for real. I'm so sorry. I lied. Can we still get to know each other? I really f with you. Yeah, do y'all see this?
Damn.
She said she blocked his number so fast. Oh my god. She said this ain't even a catfish, it's straight up dog. Bro, where did you get this and this mixed up? Like, I don't get it. You don't even look an inch like him. Like,
yeah, that brother's starving.
I mean, a study needs to be done on people that catfish other people, bro. Like, a study needs to be done. Like, what mentally goes on in your head to assume that you need to take on someone else's identity to talk to someone else, dog? Like, with the purpose of actually having an emotional connection and relationship with that other person. Like, what clicks, my guy? Like, and then, like, how do you go about finding the other picture? Like, do you go with a picture that pretty much you can, like, play off, right? Like, that looks like you a little bit, you kind of play it off. But do you, what are you doing? You know, don't be doing. What are you doing in this, like, in this dude's situation, dog? That dude didn't look nothing like you, my guy. So the weird thing is, in my mind, I think you find that dude attractive yourself. You get what I'm saying? So now, not only are you playing tricks on somebody else, you're assuming someone else's, you know, profile, their looks, because you like them like that. You think that you obviously thought that man was so attractive and he was pulling that you wanted to be him. You get what I'm saying? Like that, it's weird. I need to know, man, what goes through people's heads like that.
Hey y'all, what y'all think about this? My man had poker night at his house. I brought the food and the drinks. This is my first time meeting his friends. He introduced us, and I went back in the room until they left. And they gonna tell him I was rude and I was mean. Why? Because I don't sit up in y'all face. I'm a lady first and foremost. Fellas, what y'all think about that? Do you want your woman all friendly with your boys? I'm not a friendly chick with my men boys. Okay, ladies, do not be up in your man homeboy's face. That's trifling.
No, I really think you did the right thing. I really think you did the right thing. There's no reason why you should be out there entertaining other guys for what. Let them dudes do their own thing. Bro, like if you were my girl that told you, yeah, you did the right thing, go back there and chill. And I would have had to stand on business with my friends. Nah, she ain't being rude. She doing her womanly thing. What she need to be in front of your face for, my guy? Why she gotta be over here serving y'all cheese and crackers or something? Like, what do y'all want from my girl? That's not how we doing things around here. We're playing cards, my guy. We're not here having fun with my lady. That's not what we're doing.
Have you ever wondered why your girl is constantly accusing you of doing things? If you say, oh, she's just insecure, she just has trust issues, you're brainwashed. She is going to accuse you of everything she's secretly doing. So if she says, you're talking to other girls, you're cheating on me, that's what she's doing. She's just trying to throw it on you so it takes the attention off of her. Females like to play the blame game. So pay attention. Whatever she's blaming you of doing, there you go.
Your girl could be either doing that fishing for something to make her feel better, because she's actually out there doing it. You get what I'm saying? If she can't quickly move on from something like that, she's harping on like, hey, are you doing these things? You're doing this. She's either severely hurt or she's doing the hurt, and she needs some sort of recovery. She needs to get out of jail free card. She's hoping you can buy her.
The 100 man versus one gorilla debate got me so dead. Like, it's not even what y'all saying, it's the comments. It's y'all forgetting that gorillas can bite. Like, y'all are not surviving the 100 gorillas. I see this comment and it literally said there needs to be like 10, the first 10 men have to just be sacrificed, like off rip. The next 20 plus people have to be prepared to have life-altering injury. Y'all are not surviving a gorilla, bro. I don't know what y'all think this is, but no one's surviving a gorilla, bro.
Man, I don't know what the debate is. 100 dudes versus one gorilla. Like, I just don't understand how there is a debate. It's 100 dudes. 100 dudes. All right, the gorilla probably can even take him down by 5 dudes if he really wanted to. Like, let's just be honest. 5 strong men. We ain't talking about like 18-year-olds that's just chilling. We talking about grown men. 100? Nah, bro. He ain't got a chance, bro. He ain't got a chance, bro. Like, I highly doubt.
Growing your money shouldn't feel like a second job. That's why there's Betterment, the automated investing and savings app that can give you a little work-life balance. We manage your portfolio, you manage your weekend plans. We make it easy to invest for what...
Have you been here before?
No, I haven't. This is my first time. I just wanted to chop it up with you real quick, Jan.
How old are you, sir?
Let's face it, life isn't fair. Everybody has a different price. You're not everybody's type, and neither am I. You may have a lower price of entry to date one chick, and another guy may. It's just how it But black men have made a hypothesis, at least some black men, and that is to say, if a white man is not successful, he will still be able to get a high quality black woman, while a black man in that same position would get ignored. In other words, a black man has to be really successful for the most part to get the attention of most average black women in order for her to become submissive. On the flip side, a white man could be below average and get that same black woman to act very favorable towards him. And this theory has been out there, at least on the internet, for the last 10 years. Rewind! Now this theory is going to be put to the test right here on this video. A young white man pulled up to Kendra G's YouTube live looking for a black queen.
Looking for love? That's what I do here.
Yeah, I am looking for love. And I saw that last girl. She was beautiful. A girl like that. I need an African queen.
Black queens forever, snow bunnies never.
So that's interesting. This young white man is looking for an African queen or a black queen. But what he says next is pretty interesting.
Looking for love? Because that's what I do here.
Yeah, I am looking for love. And I saw that last girl. She was beautiful. A girl like that. I need an African queen. Yep. Dude, I'm an incel though, so it's tough for me out there.
Okay, they're asking me, are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. People, I don't know, I think it's my voice, but I'm not trolling, I'm being serious.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a professional video game player.
You're a professional video game player.
Yep.
What
Yep.
kind of woman you looking for? You already said you want to be an African woman.
Yes, I do. Yep. I'm looking for, I need her to stay home, cook and clean for me, and I want her to be available to get married, like, within the next 2 months.
Well, how's she gonna be clean for you? You live with your mama and your dad.
Okay, come on. I can live with my parents. I'm over here. I'm playing video games. I'm getting the money. She can move in with us.
So if you look at the term incel, this means involuntary celibate. It's a term associated with men online who basically say they can't find a romantic or sexual partner. Now, in this particular case, a guy like this might be willing to take almost anything, but he figured that his particular opportunity would be with black women because at least he's white. And you also hear about his living situation. He lives with his mom. He's a gamer. And not only does he expect the black woman to move in with him, he has particular duties for her. She needs to be able to cook and clean and be willing to get married within the next 2 or 3 months. Now, he pretty much has stated what he's looking for, and this is what he's expecting. But at a certain point, Kendra G is going to ask him a question.
Boy, no, I do think you're trolling.
I'm not trolling.
You think a black girl gonna move into a white family's house and
Yep.
cook and clean? That sounds like some baby. It ain't no black woman gonna do that.
Stop the cap.
Kendra G is going to stand on business, as you young people say today, and she's going to state, listen, there is no way a black woman would ever deal with that sort of situation. I mean, you're a white guy, you live at home with your mom, you want her to be celibate, cooking and cleaning. Oh, that's like the slavery days. Nah, that's not going to happen because a black woman is not going to be somebody's safe. And while this may be true normally, some black men are going to have a counter argument. They'll say, hey, Kendra G, you're correct. For a black man, definitely this would not happen. But because of the white power structure and self-hatred of some of our people in the community, this may be completely possible with certain black women. In other words, there might be a black woman out there who would have no problem moving into this white man's house, cooking and cleaning for his family, letting him clap cheeks, and being submissive, only because he's white. Now, how do we have any proof that some black women could be capable of doing this, that this is a possibility? Well, let's listen to this white man himself, who basically has a testimony.
Because I was approached by a black woman recently through social media. She said she liked me. I was like, okay. I took her out for a date. And the whole date was just her basically fawning over me. Not because of who I am, because I'm actually a person. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a person, I really don't think I'm a great individual. I messed up a lot in my life, and I regret it. And though I'm trying to improve, I'm in no way worthy of this kind of flattery. I'm not deserving of anything like it. And the whole thing was because I was white. So, to say I was offended, yeah, I think I was. The only thing that mattered was the fact that I'm white.
Which is delicious. How's your food, by the way? I love it. It takes me back to our...
Was the fact that I'm white. We are not the best dating option. Dead serious. There's other people out there. And I know for a fact, black women, there are black men who are, as just in character, are better than I am.
If you guys remember this clip, it came out many years ago. It's a white man who's interested in dating black women, but he got hired of black women just objectifying him for the fact that he was a white man. They didn't want to get to know him. They didn't know if he was a good person. It was only because he was white. And he himself said, listen, I don't even feel like I'm that good of a person. Like, you're not even asking me about myself. You're not even looking at what my goals are. You don't even care. Just because I'm white, you're just willing to give me everything. And I just think it doesn't make any sense. And this is what I dislike about dating black women. You're putting me on a pedestal when in fact there are many black men out there who are way better person than I am. And this guy who put this online, he caught a lot of hatred for making this statement. But many brothers appreciated him because folks felt that he was actually trying to be honest. He was trying to let black women know, like, listen, just because I'm white, don't give me a pass. Don't go out of your way for me as a white man while at the same time not doing the same thing for your own man who I feel personally are even better suited for you than me most of the times, because as he said, he's a crappy person. But then another brother expressed something that was very, very interesting.
When I became a manager at a lot of these establishments, one thing that I came to learn, and it broke my heart, I'm not gonna lie, it really has affected the way my judgment towards certain people. But 8 out of 10 times you see a sister come in there, black woman come in there with a white guy, she's footing the bill. That blew, like, they had me convinced with all the videos on social media, like, yo, these white men are out here killing us, they're taking our best women, blah blah blah. Till I got into this industry, started working, and my dude, a lot of times, 8 out of 10 times, you see a sister at an upscale restaurant with a white guy, she's footing the bill. It blew my mind when I started learning this, when I started seeing it.
This brother was also shocked at what he was seeing in the restaurant that he worked in. He thought that, black women would be really against dating white men since, white men are, some of them can be violent and doing X, Y, and Z. But not only did he find these particular black women having a good time with these white men, 80% of the time, he saw black women paying for these encounters, even in the restaurant. And I'm pretty sure it was a high-end restaurant. So 20% of the time, white men were paying, but most of the time, black women were paying. So what does that show you? That black women, in this context, had no problem paying for their white counterparts if it came to romantic or possible sexual relationships. This is what he saw 4 out of 5 times. Now let's go ahead and dial it back to Kendra G. She can't see or fathom a black woman willing to take this offer. But what I can assure you is this young white man's inbox is blowing up with particular suitors who are willing and able to sacrifice to be with him just because he's white. It won't matter that he's 21. It won't matter that he's an incel. And again, at the end of this video, he says he doesn't even want a black woman to go to college or anything like that. He wants her to not even be college educated and be able to give birth to his kids and raise his kids as a submissive wife. And you might find a woman having the issue doing that for the average black man, but for the below average white man in the black community, it might not be a problem. And again, being an African American has its perks. I'll tell you, there is nothing like the white guy here. I've seen 60 to 70-year-old white men who don't even do anything, and you see the women approaching them, sometimes in the clubs twerking on them, booty bouncing. And this is not just any black chick or any black woman. These are super bad, beautiful black women, okay? Twerking it up on older white Jack. He can't even get it up. And basically, he don't even understand why he's getting so much attention. But as the old folk used to say, white man's ice is colder. And again, to go back to Kendra G, you might not do it, but there are plenty of women out there possibly who would be interested in such an arrangement, especially with a man that's white. And let's talk about the elephant in the room, the ability to get half black, half white babies. Now again, I know this is a problem when black men go out and do such things with white women or non-black women as colorism. But on the flip side, black women also participate in producing mulatto children, and they often are very proud of these kids. And this is one of the things that a black man can't give a black woman, which is a mulatto child. And the fact that the white man can do it, for some women who are color struck, this is a good opportunity for them to have mixed children by a white man. And this is something that's a really good opportunity for certain sisters. So guys, what do you think you should bring us here, Jackson? Back at me. Another episode of The Celebrity Show. For all the producer, Kermit the Bill, we're out.
Why is it that we don't understand that men value peace? He values respect. He values love and loyalty and femininity.
But if a man lets you go because of his peace of mind, consider that chapter closed. You will not get it back.
What do you give men for their birthdays? And my mom says, I don't know. I don't think it's men in their birthdays.
Black American women, we are labeled aggressive because we have to be in survival mode, which only goes back to the American black man not doing what he was supposed to do.
We need to realize that the looks is not about the looks. Maybe that man started dealing with that woman because she treated him with some respect.
Why do we think that good men value our education, our careers, and our incomes? They don't care about that stuff. A good man usually don't care about your education. I mean, that's the first thing that we will say is, oh, we have a great career, we have a PhD, a master's degree, a bachelor's degree, we have a six-figure income, we own our own homes. And granted, those are great those are great accomplishments, those are great, achievements for your personal lives, but that's not what men usually look for in a woman.
Nope.
Why is it that we don't understand that men value peace? He values respect. He values love and loyalty and femininity. When a man has been out in the world dealing with chaos and disrespectful people, he doesn't want to come home to chaos. He wants to come home to peace.
You just want to home to chaos, competition, arguing, nagging, different things. And ladies, a lot of you don't realize that's all you do. It's get headaches. But this next woman explains it best.
We gotta stop saying, ew, I can't believe he cheated on me with her. Ew, I can't believe he's dealing with a woman who doesn't look as good as me or make as much money as me. I think we need to realize that the looks is not about the looks. Maybe that man started dealing with that woman because she treated him with some respect. Maybe he started dealing with that woman because she had admiration for him and she had self-control and she stayed in her feminine energy. Us as women, not all of us, we are in extreme competition with each other. And half the things that we do ourselves and get ourselves all done up, the men really, really don't care about, as evidence why they deal with women who are maybe not as attractive and maybe not as dominant. So before we focus so much on the outward appearance, we really need to start working on our inward self, because clearly you you can be as pretty as you want to be, but if you're not respectful and kind and sweet, of course, naturally, a man's going to gravitate to a person who makes them feel like a leader and a king. Now, I can say maybe everybody isn't deserving of that, but if you are constantly seeing yourself, finding yourself dealing with men who go less than you or lower than you, it really might be your character that's making you the problem. Be the woman you want your son to be. He's so problematic and think just because you're pretty that anybody's gonna deal with you. That's really not the case.
She said it, like, you have to think about what you're doing with care. Like how your son or your brother or your father, the kind of woman you would want to see him with. If your father, right, or your brother or your son came home, let's say your son, because you know what they like to do? They put their sons first. They say, yes, my son or my husband. And then a lot of times they won't have a husband. Why? They created son husbands. They can't get them. All right, let's not go there. But treat men with care. Act like you care. A man wants to know a woman cares. I gotta be real. When I came out here to the Philippines, I chose my wife that I wanted to know that she cared. I wanted to know that she would break her back with me and do anything for us, because I will do the same. I wanted to find someone who's my equal. What do I mean by equal? Not that I provide, well, I do provide more, I provide everything, but that's my equal that does enough to help me provide. Yes, that's what I was looking for. I wanted the complete package, and I found that in my Filipino. And I gotta say this, I did want to be a black woman, but you know how that turned out.
Please hear me on this. If a man lets you go for another woman, it's possible you could get him back. But if a man lets you go because of his peace of mind, consider that chapter closed. You will not get him back.
Real talk.
Because you know what he did? He traded you for peace. For such a man is a precious soul.
Mm-hmm.
And you are not peaceful. See you soon.
A lot of guys, some of them would rather be by themselves than to have the headache.
You ain't lying.
Right? They may be looking to do what I did.
It's better.
Or they may say, you know what, for now,
a piece of dry
I choose
ass
to be alone.
bread
And that's what guys are doing.
In a mansion with
And it's wild because you see it all around. It's eating away at ladies. They're like, every other video. Where did all the good men go? Where are the men? Why don't the men talk no more? When I'm at bars, the men don't talk to me anymore. Like, why does no man talk to me? They only talk to me when I look like a bum. Crazy. What happens like this?
Being an ugly woman is equivalent to being a broke man. Because you know the thing is, and we said this before, a man will ask another man, what does your woman look like? But a woman will ask a woman, what does your man do? So that's the equivalent as, that's the way I perceive.
Starting to get it. The reason that all these women on social media are asking for a guy who makes 6 figures or above is because they all think they fallen. Here I go, blaming men again, but it's our fault.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what you say, it's our fault. Y'all remember that series of videos I had where I was saying, look, most people are average. That's how it works. Average people look at like most people are average. 90% of us are in the average zone, and the women were pissed. But I can imagine how they feel if I tell them you're average, because now that brings them down from 100K man to 35 to 50K man, you know? There are women who legitimately feel like because they...
Yo, you're about to get burned at this thing. Not 50K. I'm not accepting a man with 50K. Actually, you guys are sort of, you know, a woman said, I won't even accept a man at 100K. That's only $274 a day. She said, I need to go to eat. I need to get I need to drink. I need to do this and that. And it's like, you don't do that every day. What are you talking about? Why does a man want to be with you? But yeah,
it is men's fault because what do? They put on their fake up and we gawk. Not all of us, but some.
Because they're this pretty, they deserve a man who makes this much money, which isn't even. We're not gonna go into that. But I see why y'all was so mad. You thought you deserved more. I'm learning. I'm about to start one of them live AI joints. I'm learning. Y'all average. Y'all look normal. Cause even the lady on the podcast, she not ugly. She not fine. Quite average. So if that's
not
what
really.
she thinks, I wonder if she wants.
She's a little below average.
Damn, I'm breaking the code. Leave a tip. This ain't live, but leave a tip. Double tap it. I forgot. Let's watch that back. The reason that this is men's fault is because there's always a thirsty dude in a woman's comment section or in her face in real life. Thirsty men are the reason. Let me catch one of y'all being thirsty. Go drink some water.
I already knew that's what you were saying. Gawking, right? Same guys that go to OnlyFans. That's what it is. That's why I look at all of us like we're thirsty. Because a lot of thirsty guys, I know we were some of you guys. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just saying, stop it. Stop it. I understand you're getting through, but stop it. But that's what it is. So they made $1 million, but not all of them are making that. They made $1 million on OnlyFans and they go, oh, men are thirsty. Men provide me with money. Men provide me with all the income I have. I got rich. Off who? I don't need men, but you got rich off the backs of men. And men have funded everything, your entire lifestyle. It's crazy. You went the hell in the handbasket.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
We are here to guide our clients. We are here to help them navigate this sometimes
It's crazy. You go.
What's up, pretty face? Tired? That's good. That's what's up. I'm trying to get down here to this parking spot so I can get something to eat. I'm hungry. Tell me. Yes, I know something about that right there. Know something about that right there. Haven't had that in some time. Heaven. I gotta stop. I had an egg salad sandwich yesterday, earlier today. Yeah, I didn't have none of that. I had 2 slices of white bread with that egg salad. You know those little joints that come in the triangle plastic joints? Yeah, that a weak ass sandwich. But I needed something quick and to keep going, so, you know. spot. How about that? All right. Let's make some hot real quick. I'm starving. What's up, little baby? You beating yourself up over there? Make no sense. She sounds so sweet. Yes. It's a wrap. If there was no parking spot, I'd have kept going and ended up eating some, whatchamacallit, Panda Express. now. So I found hints of lime in the little chips. What's how I get down? When we finish something. I want a PBJ. I'll heat it up. There it is. There it is. That's it. Go gardening. I like growing things. Vegetables and flowers. Don't have a favorite. I usually do annuals where I'll go get them and make the house look nice every spring. I'll do something different every year. Or I'll do and bushes and shrubs and nice house plants. Grow tomatoes, pepper, lettuce. I bet you do know how to grow things. Tomatoes with, I like tomatoes with salt and pepper. I also like olives and garlic. Olives and garlic. Tomatoes and mozzarella. So good.
hotel rooms and not be together. Get an Airbnb and actually get together.
Holiday presents Bitchyality Eyes versus Weed Whacker Guy. And the winner is Extra Strength Saturday for eye allergy itch relief that works faster and outperforms Claritin and Flonase, even at 24 hours. Saturday, bring it on. On my way down to coordinate search and rescue. On my way down to coordinate search and rescue. I mean, honestly, how do you keep these shots? Oh. Hey, buddy, what do you think? Maximum occupancy is reached. Take the stairs. Yes. Stop. Head on the case first.
That's all that is.
I am Loki, of Asgard, and I am burdened with glorious purpose. Everyone, don't touch that.
Very true. You speak the truth, wise one. You speak the truth.
Branch is growing at a stable rate and slope. Variant identified.
I beg your pardon.
On behalf of the Time Variance Authority, I hereby arrest you against the sacred timeline. Hands up. You're coming with us.
That's the bougie muff said yes.
Last chance variant.
It's been a very long day, and I think I've had my fill of idiots in armored suits telling me what to do, so if you don't mind, this is actually your last chance.
A1 sauce.
Now, get out of my way.
Low key.
All that pain in real time. Reset the timeline.
I started watching Boba Fett too. Yeah. I watched it back in the day. Oh, you mean the movie?
What is this place? My dad. Oh, I've got some wonderful call. Your little job. Your little job. How do you like that?
Yeah.
You're making a terrible mistake. You make the things. Hello, ma'am.
This is evidence.
Can you at least tell me what it is? It's the Tesseract. Be very careful with it. Sounds dumb. Don't this. Cross me. There are deadly consequences.
We'll see.
That boy Brown is potent.
Absolutely not. This is fine Asgardian leather. Hang on just a minute.
Please sign to verify this is everything you've ever said.
What?
A long flowy what underneath roof?
Sign this too.
Oh, this is absurd.
Oh. Sounds nice.
And this.
Very feng shui. Yeah.
Please confirm to your knowledge that you are not a fully robotic being. We're born an organic creature and do in fact possess what many cultures would call a soul.
What? To my knowledge, do a lot of people not know if they're robots?
Thank you for your confirmation. Please move through.
What if I was a robot and I didn't know it?
The machine would melt you from the inside out. Please move along, sir.
Okay, not a robot, so I'll be fine. What's that?
Your temporal aura.
What's that?
Please through the door.
If you're planning on all getting together,
Your
why
fingers
stay in
at?
hotel rooms and not be together?
Where are your fingers at?
Get an Airbnb and actually get together.
Don't wear?
Empire cannot win. The revolution's coming alive.
This is do or die.
I'm thinking like
That look on your face says a lot.
like a leader. Season 2, new episodes Tuesdays, only on Disney Plus.
With Snapdragon, there's no limit to what you can do and what you can discover on the fastest PCs with multi-day battery life. Unlock your potential with Snapdragon at the heart of your PC.
crazy how simple things make a big difference. Like almonds. Just blend them up with water and salt. Oh, yeah, that's good. You know what other simple thing makes a big difference? A good walk. Michelle, you fancy a walk? Okay, we can race. Don't give her a head start again.
No, that's exactly what that was.
Calafia organic almond milk. Just almonds, water, and salt.
I'm gonna make this steak.
Take it.
Yep.
Deli? No.
That wasn't nothing but a chicken sandwich. That's all that was. A little light, something light, a little chicken sandwich.
Take it. There's only two of us in here. This is a mistake. I shouldn't be here.
You're probably saying, this is insane. I shouldn't even be here. Welcome to the Time Variance Authority. I'm Miss Menace, and it's my job to catch you up before you stand trial for your crimes. So let's not waste another minute. Settle in, sharpen your pencils, and check this out. Long ago, there was a vast multiversal war. Countless unique timelines battled each other for supremacy, nearly resulting in the total destruction of, well, everything. But then the all-knowing timekeepers emerged, bringing peace by reorganizing the multiverse into a single timeline, the sacred timeline. Now, the timekeepers protect and preserve the proper flow of time for everyone and everything. But sometimes people like you veer off the path the timekeepers created. We call those variants. Maybe you started an uprising, or were just late for work. Whatever it was, stepping off your path created a nexus event, which left unchecked could branch off into madness, leading to another multiversal war.
Huh? Come hold ya? I would love to. That sounds like something I'd be doing. Throw this trash out. And get going. Timed that perfectly.
Curious George, the curious little monkey.
get flustered about. Why try? Why try to wrap your mind around something that you can't wrap your mind around? That's too much. Why is that? Nice break. Yo, I've been so. Oh my goodness. It's so bad. Ugh. God, you're so full. I need some help. Help. How's it going?
went the hell in the handbasket.
Y'all said y'all wanted men to be more in tune with their emotions, more accepting of other feelings outside of anger, right? Be willing to try more things, different stuff. They go out and they get themselves some matcha teas, and now it's suddenly who gonna be the boys? And they wanna be us so bad. 149, read what that said. 149.3K. For all the people who just be like, oh no, like no, people don't really feel like that. Word? People don't really feel like that. It's a drink. It's a drink. It's a tea, a matcha tea. No gender owns the copyright to matcha tea. Right down here, grown men jumping for matcha. 90.9K. And this coming from somebody that don't even drink matcha tea. I drink black coffee, iced coffee. But when I was drinking tea, it was taro, bro. It was taro boba. Come on now, with the gummies.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, bro.
Experience hard shit, and it's crazy. I gotta pull up to the drive-thru and be like, yeah, let me get a large melted iron with 2 steel ice cubes and a ring of fire around the rim. I experienced comfort today. I don't like that.
It's that man. It's wild when you run. Well, I don't have to press the button, so I'll go get to matcha tea with the extra. What do you call it? The matcha tea with the sprinkles. I'll be like, get up there. Yeah, put extra sprinkles on matcha. The rainbow ones. Get a lot of pink sprinkles in there. I like it with the pink sprinkles. I'm married. You know, I got my wife. I don't need to impress none of you.
Like, what do you get men for their birthdays? Like, my boyfriend's birthday is in 2 months, and I'm already trying to plan on what to get him, because what do you get men for their birthdays? And mom says, I don't know. I don't think of men in their birthdays.
Wow.
She said, I actually can't think of a single thing I've ever got a man for his birthday. And y'all wonder why I am the way that I am. Like, this is the way my OG talk. And then the real OG, my grandma, she's even worse. That's my grandma. She wanted to see pictures of my boyfriend. She said, I don't want that off my phone. I wonder why they left. My boyfriend never stood a chance. I am so sorry, Pookie.
Yeah, he didn't. Men don't stand a chance. It's wild. She said it. He never stood a chance. We're in 2025. And then you wonder why men don't talk to women, because these men don't stand a chance. The generational curse has been passed down to grandmother to mother. Don't give about no man. From mother to daughter. Don't give about no man. Now, she's that way, but I commend her. She's a new age girl. She's most likely willing to go 50-50. She's gonna win because she has to adapt. I think she's gonna come along. She has to adapt. Why? How do I know that? She's trying. And she asks questions. Look, don't ask your mother any questions, or your grandmother any questions about your relationship, because they're gonna give you horrible advice. Ask a happy, married, younger woman.
Looking to get jacked, man, boy? I'm just looking for some clean protein.
Clean? Kings don't waste time on clean. You need to eat like a man.
Well, on one hand, we hear the critics gripe about the need for a black curtain backdrop, and I get it. I do. Don't think I don't understand that thinking. But the responsibility of the Olympia is to serve as a beacon of growth.
Black curtain for you.
All right, what's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick Strength and Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story that I've got for you guys today, another recent physique update from Nick Walker at a week and a half out from the 2025 Pittsburgh Pro. And again, kind of similar to the last update, posing under much better, much more flattering lighting. And I think when you see Nick pose under a lighting like this, which a lot of the other guys almost always do, that's one of the things that I've always appreciated about Nick, is a lot of his updates are taken in not that flattering lighting. And I think that's why people tend to be a little bit more critical of Nick because I don't think he really posts updates with the intent of trying to look as impressive as possible. I think he posts updates to like provide a real benchmark of how he's looking. But when you see him under this really good lighting, I think it helps you appreciate how freaky Nick really is and how good he's actually looking. And it is kind of insane to think about the fact that we're only a week and a half out from the show. I mean, we've been talking about the Pittsburgh Pro for months now, and now essentially we're just days away from the show. And frankly, I think everything that we've seen from Nick in this last week or 2 weeks, all these updates, honestly, Nick looks really good. I think he looks great. And I've said this before, but I want to see Nick have a successful comeback and look as good as or better than he's ever looked. I like to see a bodybuilder in this situation where they come back from an adversity like he had with his previous coach, like he had with missing 2 Olympias back-to-back, like he had with a close New York Pro win in 2024, like he had with his hamstring injury. He's had all these adversities that he's had to face in his recent career, and there's nothing more exciting than when a bodybuilder is able to successfully come back from that and have a great showing. And I think you need to look no further than Derek Lunsford. I mean, what Derek did at the Arnold, and I talk about it a lot, but the reason I talk about it a lot is A, it's historic, and B, it's the exciting part about bodybuilding. Derek lost his Olympia title at the Olympia. Not only did he lose it, he slipped to 3rd place. He also had the adversity of finding a new coach, losing Hani Rambod, one of the greatest coaches of all time, and then coming back after that Olympia loss with a new coach and beating the reigning Mr. Olympia to win the Arnold Classic title. That's huge, and that's the exciting part about bodybuilding. I mean, imagine, and this is, you know, pure speculation, fantasy land type of stuff, but I mean, imagine if Nick were able to come into this Pittsburgh Pro and he does win the show. Imagine how exciting that would be if he was able to beat Derek after Derek just had arguably the biggest moment of his career, momentum-wise, maybe outside of winning his first Olympia. So as a bodybuilding fan myself, it makes me excited to see updates like this where Nick is looking fantastic, because I think it gets us closer to that prospect of Nick potentially winning the show. Now, I'm not saying I think Nick is going to win. I still think it's Derek, but I'm saying imagine how big it would be if Nick did win. And we did get kind of a semi-update from Derek today, just a video of him training, and we are a week and a half out from the show, so it's not like a major update or anything. You can't really see much of his physique, and really I would just say the same thing about this update that I said about the last update of Derek that we talked about here. Derek looks impressively big to me, impressively full, and Derek is not typically a guy that you're talking about being a big guy going into the show. I mean, yeah, maybe you're talking about his back, maybe you're talking about his crazy V-taper, maybe you're talking about his small waist, but you're typically not describing Derek as a bigger, fuller bodybuilder, or one of the biggest or fullest bodybuilders in a given lineup. So to see him looking like this going into this show, I think is heartening to see, especially when he has to face guys that are known for those attributes, like Nick, like Michael Krizo, for example, big, full, round guys. So if we see something like what we saw at the Arnold, which seemed to be a fuller, more conditioned, and more consistent Derek, and when I say consistent, I mean throughout the entire 2-day show, Derek did not fade from that level of conditioning. He stayed pretty much the same throughout the whole weekend, whereas you saw Samson fade. So if Derek is able to do that again here, really good, consistent conditioning, but he comes in bigger and fuller than the Arnold with that same or better conditioning, I think he's going to be very difficult to beat here. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Nick and Derek right now are my top 2 in my predictions. So of these 2 guys, looking at these 2 updates, who do you guys have winning the show or just placing higher at the Pittsburgh Pro? And speaking of the Pittsburgh Pro, we've got another massive update when it comes to the Pittsburgh Pro. There will be a guest posing, and it will be a very exciting guest posing. So that, you know, rampant speculation that we did on this channel about the potential of there still being a guest posing turned out to lead to a logical and factual conclusion, there will be a guest posing. In addition to this insane men's open bodybuilding lineup, you're going to have 4 guys confirmed right now. I think that number will grow. I think some of the guys that are already at the show may be competing, or maybe other special guests. I think they might step on stage and also participate in this guest posing. But as far as actually confirmed, you've got Samson Dowda, Keon Pearson, Ramon Dino, and Mike Sommerfeld. So I think Samson and Keon, on one hand, is a very exciting element of this guest posing. We've heard Keon talk about, in reference to him moving to open, how one of his goals is he wants to stand next to Samson in his prime and be compared and judged next to Samson. And we get to see kind of a preview of that at this Pittsburgh Pro guest posing. So I think you're going to get a little bit of a taste of what it might look like to see Keon as an open bodybuilder, even though he hasn't fully made that transition yet, where that commitment to grow into open bodybuilding yet. He's still prepping for the 212 Olympia this year, but you're going to get to see an off-season 212 version of Keon next to an off-season open version of Samson Dowda. Both of them are current Mr. Olympia champs. That's really exciting. And then on the classic physique side, with Ramon Dino and Mike Sommerfeld, you can almost make the argument that this guest posing's intent was to have the best guy from each category right now on paper. Samson Dowda is still reigning Mr. Olympia. He's the best open bodybuilder in the world. Keon Pearson is still 212 Mr. Olympia. He's the best 212 guy in the world. Chris Bumstead is gone. So on paper, Mike Sommerfeld, runner-up at the Olympia last year. Mike Sommerfeld, winner of the Arnold Classic and Classic Physique. Mike Sommerfeld, arguably next in line to that Olympia title. You could argue that right now Mike Sommerfeld on paper is the best classic physique guy in the world. So I think that's part of the intent of this guest posing, is to have the best guy on paper from each division do this guest posing. But then also Ramon Dino, who was once next in line to that Olympia title behind Chris Bumstead, but who we did not get to see at the Arnold Classic. So we haven't seen him next to Mike Sommerfeld recently, but I don't think we've even seen him next to Mike Sommerfeld in 2025 at all. But I think this is absolutely awesome to see. I think this is a prime example of a show that has its finger on the pulse of what the fans want to see, and they're delivering that to the fans. We're going to give you an insane open bodybuilding lineup with arguably the best guys in the world. And if there's anybody better than those guys that are in that lineup actually competing as open bodybuilders, then we're going to have them here too, and they're going to do the guest posing. This is about as good as it gets. And I'm interested to see what the lighting in the backdrop is going to look like, which brings me to the next topic here. So part 2 of the interview with Dan Solomon just was released by Beyond the Stage TV. We talked about a couple clips from that interview already. Let me just roll the clip for you guys, and then we'll talk about it right after.
Well, on one hand, we hear the critics gripe about the need for a black curtain backdrop, and I get it. I do. Don't think I don't understand that thinking. But the responsibility of the Olympia is to serve as a beacon of growth. And the choices that we make, the choices that I make every single time, are geared towards the growth of prize money, the growth of production value, the growth of participation, the growth of the audience. And those are the choices that we make. So with respect to the guy who wants the black curtain in the background, and I totally feel you, and this will be a great soundbite for you, because I'm sure this is going to get a lot of response, because this is a hot topic, and I appreciate that. But understand that our responsibility is to grow this sport.
So obviously, this was about black backdrops. This is a very hot button topic in bodybuilding, especially relevant right now, immediately following the Detroit Pro. And on this post of this clip, there were hundreds of comments from IFBB pros, just bodybuilding fans, bodybuilding pundits, just everybody was weighing in on this topic. And I think overwhelmingly, it seemed like people were not happy with this answer that Dan Solomon gave. as far as why they're not going to have a black backdrop. And I think one thing that I liked seeing the most in that comment section, because Dan said this, I thought this was kind of weird the way Dan raised it in the clip, is he said there's one guy that wants the black backdrops. And I don't know who he's referring to, if that was directed at me or who, but I liked seeing in the comments from pros, from fans, from other pundits just saying it's not one guy. It's the majority of fans. It's the majority of athletes that want to see a better backdrop and better lighting. And I would say this, I don't think that the expectation is that the Olympia is going to immediately shift and change everything and go from what they're doing now to just a straight up black backdrop. I think it's kind of a spectrum, like what the Detroit Pro is doing. This is how we can max their opinions. This is what the fans want. This is the extreme. I think the Olympia, what they're doing right now is on the other end of that extreme, where, you know, the lasers, the LED lights, you know, these crazy LED screens where there's all kinds of graphics playing and crazy colors and just all of this noise. So there's two ends of the spectrum. I don't think the expectation is that overnight the Olympia is going to become like what the Detroit Pro is. Is that the Olympia moves more in the direction of something. I don't think we're saying, you know, as nice as it would be just from a pure fan standpoint to see a black backdrop at the Olympia, I don't even think that's what fans are directly asking for here. I think fans are saying, we feel that you're moving in the opposite direction from that end of the spectrum that the Detroit Pro is on. We feel like you're adding more lasers. The LED screens and the graphics are actually getting worse. And I think if you look at the video package that they show on the top of this clip, look at the Olympia screens behind the athletes, how those colors actually clash with the skin tones of the guys on stage. It distracts from them. And then of course the lasers, the LED lights, the smoke, all that other stuff is additional. But I think the fans are more so saying, we feel like you're doing more of that stuff that we're saying is bad for the viewing experience, instead of moving in the other direction towards something like the Detroit Pro. I don't even think they're saying you have to have a black backdrop or we're not going to watch. I think they're saying improve some of these things and move more towards that. Like if you have to have an LED screen right behind the guys, you can do it in a way where it's not clashing with the physique. You can do it in a way that's complementary and makes the physique pop. I mean, the Arnold does it. A lot of people have been complimentary about the Arnold's lighting, about the Arnold setup. The Arnold doesn't use a plain black backdrop either, but you can change things if you really must have that LED screen and a big production value to sell to sponsors. And I think that was the other issue that a lot of people took with this, is people saying, look, you know, this is like Dan saying, the money is more important than the fans or the athletes' opinions on how they look on stage. But I would say if you absolutely are saying you must have those screens, you must have those graphics, you must have those LEDs behind the guys, you can change things in a way where it's not crazy looking. And I think people are also saying, like, we just don't even want the lasers. We don't want the light show. We just don't even want that. But it seems like you're moving, like you're leaning into that almost more. Like the more that we're saying we don't like that, almost more, like the more that we're saying we don't like that, it's like there's more of it the next year. So they're moving in the opposite direction. So I think they're trying to, I think Dan is trying to paint this in the interview like we just immediately want this 180 switch up with the Olympia. We want black screens next year, and maybe some people do, but I think the overwhelming majority of fans and athletes are just saying, we want you to move in that direction of better lighting, a less distracting backdrop. We don't want the lasers and the light show. We don't want smoke machines. You can still have your LED screen. I would even say that. You can still still have it. You don't have to be the Detroit Pro. Because I think one thing that's fair to point out here is that, like, when we look back to plain black backdrops, and one of the reasons why people started that conversation, it was something that was prevalent in the 90s and prior to the 90s as well, but up until the 90s, I would say, is when it kind of stopped. It's worth pointing out that the technology wasn't even there in the 90s to have these LED things at bodybuilding shows. So I think it's fair to say that with the Detroit Pro, for example, the proof of concept hasn't even fully been proven. That in a landscape where every bodybuilding show, or the majority of bodybuilding shows right now, which are competitors to the Detroit Pro, they have screens. I wouldn't say they all have the laser lights and all that other stuff, but they have LED screens and graphics. So in a landscape where you're competing with other shows, I don't think that it's been fully proven just off of 2 years that that is a viable competitive option financially. I mean, I have no idea how much money, if any, Fuad is making off that show, but I think it is a fair point to say it hasn't even been proven that that can be competitive with other pro shows, let alone implemented to the biggest pro show, the Mr. Olympia. Let's just, kind of dumb everything down and just make it plain. I think there needs to be some proof of concept before that conversation fully happens, as far as the Olympia moving towards a black backdrop without screens or whatever. And like the Detroit Pro, they had a screen, but it was above the athletes, so you could still see the sponsors, and it wasn't clashing with the athletes, but maybe that's not for everybody. So I felt that Dan seemed like almost bitter that fans feel this way and that fans are voicing this opinion in this clip, when I think the opinion is that they need to move in the direction of a more favorable atmosphere as far as the screens, the lasers, the smoke, all that stuff. I think the fans just want that to improve. Less of the distraction, less of the light show, less of the crazy graphics. I think that is more what the ask from the fans really is. And I don't think the ask is as much, we want you to change everything next year and just have a black backdrop. I think they're just seeing it's moving too much in the other direction. And it seems like every time it's brought up as they're moving in that direction, it's like the fans are just shut down. We're saying, well, we're just going to keep doing this anyway because we're trying to grow the sport of bodybuilding and this is best for business. And the fans keep saying, no, we don't want this, but it feels like that's just still being pushed instead of maybe like meeting in the middle. I think that is more the ask. Like I said, the Detroit Pro is on one extreme end of what the fans want. The Olympia right now is on the other extreme end, and I think there's a compromise that can be made here to satisfy everybody, just meeting in the middle. But it seems like that's not a conversation they're willing to have based on the tone of this clip. And like I said, I even saw pro bodybuilders in the comments of that post where Dan said, it's just critics that are saying this about the backdrop. And I saw pros commenting, no, it's not just critics. We want to look better on stage too. We want better lighting. We want a better backdrop. So when we have pictures or videos of us on the Olympia stage, we want to look better. We don't like the way we looked before. We want this change too. It's not critics, it's your athletes as well. And I think when addressing these things, tone is very important. And I think the reason why, like if you read through the comments on this post, I think the reason why there was such a visceral response in the comment section from fans, athletes, critics, pundits, everybody, I think the reason for that is because the tone of Dan addressing this backdrop situation seemed very dismissive of what a lot of people are saying and feeling about that particular topic. It felt very dismissive. It felt like, look, I'm a businessman. I understand growing a business. You guys don't. This is why I'm going to continue to not listen to what you guys are saying. I hear you, but I'm not going to listen because I'm trying to actually grow a business here. And this isn't necessarily new either. I heard Dan address this. I believe it was last year's Olympia. There was like some kind of speech that he gave before the Olympia. And he addressed the lighting, the backdrop thing as well. And I would say, like, just even to give a very fair example here, let's take the winner, Samson Dowda. When he walks out, let's take a picture. So we're not even talking about the lasers that are moving, the graphics that are moving behind him. We're not talking about the smoke, any of that stuff. Look at the very first picture of Samson Dowda when he comes out and hits that first front lat spread, or front relax rather, I'm sorry. And just even removing all the criticism about all that other stuff, just look at the background. How that background clashes with Samson Dowda's physique, his skin tone. How it doesn't make Samson stand out. It distracts from his physique. You're looking at that backdrop, and keep in mind, this is a still image. That background is actually moving behind him. And in addition to that, the lights around the stage are moving and strobing. In some cases, there's smoke. In some cases, there's lasers. But in this picture, just looking at the backdrop, it doesn't have to be plain black. But look at how it clashes with Samson's physique in just this one picture, the first pose he hits when he first walks out. I think this is an example of a small change that fans would like to see made. A backdrop that does not clash as much with the physique. If you want to keep your LED screens, keep a lot of this stuff. I'm saying, I think the ask is meet us in the middle and make some of these things look better. And again, I think an example of that meeting in the middle is if you look at the Arnold Classic this year. Same thing, very first pose when Samson walks out on stage. There's a big difference between these two pictures and these two backgrounds. And again, the Arnold does not have a plain black backdrop. So this is like an example of if you want to have a big production, a big show, look at how the background is not distracting from Samson, and even the way they have the arch placed, that golden arch of the Arnold Classic logo. It's placed in a way that it almost singles out the athlete's physique. It kind of wraps around them to make them like the focal point of a photo or a video. And then the screens in the background are soft. They're not big distracting colors. It's just different. And I think this is an example of a compromise. If you want to have a big show with a big production value and still keep those screens, there's changes that can be made. There's changes that can be made. And obviously the Arnold didn't have smoke and lasers. And like I've said before, I really think that I think it's obvious at this point, right? There's definitely a rivalry between the Arnold and the Olympia, or at least between Dan and Brian from the Arnold, whether or not they're going to admit it. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. I watched that full interview of Dan. He took a lot of shots at Arnold himself and the Arnold Classic. Brian has taken shots at Dan and the Olympia and vice versa. But I really do think this is healthy for the sport of bodybuilding to have two top shows now that are in contention. You know, people are arguing the Arnold is as big as the Olympia. But I think that competition, but there not just being one big show that's saying, okay, we're just going to do whatever we want because we're the biggest, we're the best, we don't have to listen to any feedback. I think the fact that there's now a real competition between the two, pushing both shows to be better and to listen to the fan feedback more, I think that's great for the sport of bodybuilding. So when you talk about, I want to grow the sport, that's why we're not going to change the backdrops, I think this competition between those two shows is what's going to grow the sport the most. We've already seen it happen with the prize money. And now we're seeing this conversation about the lighting and the backdrop. I think you will see a change at this year's Mr. Olympia for the better with the backdrop and the lighting. Or at least I hope so. And I think that will have been forced by the fan conversation and the comparison to the Arnold. I mean, let's keep it real. Which do you prefer here? If you look at the videos side by side, Samson Dowda at the Arnold, Samson Dowda at the Olympia, which one, let's take away our opinions on what we like to see. Which one do you think makes Samson look better? Which one do you think Samson looks at and says, I look great in this one, I'd rather post this, I'd rather have this video? I'm not going to answer the question for you. What do you think in the comments below? Now, next up in the news, also from this Dan Solomon interview. I know there's a lot of Dan Solomon. Again, shout out to Beyond the Stage TV. Really solid interview. I highly recommend watching the whole thing. That's what we're just talking about, a couple, 10, 30 second clips. It's a lot longer than 10 or 30 seconds. But here's what he said about Kai Green competing at the Masters Olympia, or rather, not competing and because he's not going to pay Kai to show up.
And Kai's doing great, and I have so much respect for Kai. But we're not paying anybody to compete in the show. You can't do it, and I'm going to explain why. Because the minute you do that, you're creating a competitive imbalance. And by that I mean, if another athlete in the lineup got wind that he was competing against, he or she were competing against somebody who was paid to be in that show, right? All of a sudden it creates an economic dynamic, right? Where people would then question the outcome of the show. So it creates a...
So you know what? I actually see a scenario where to show up to a bodybuilding show. I could see a scenario where that's justified. But in the case of Kai Green, the fact that Kai said, at least this is what Dan's responding to in this clip, the fact that Kai said he would only do the Masters Olympia if they paid him to show up, I think it's actually right and say, you know what, no, we're not going to pay you. If you show up and compete. If you don't, we don't care. With Kai Green, almost every single year, teasing us with this idea of him coming back. I think that on top of that, for him to say, I'm only going to come back if you pay me to come back and compete in the Masters Olympia, I think at that point, it's just like throwing it back in our faces and saying, you know, I'm not going to do this for the fans. Even though I've teased them for a decade about coming back, I'm not going to do it for them. I would only do it for the money. And I think in that scenario, I agree with Dan. I think drawing a line in the sand here is good. On the other hand, but not specifically pertaining to Kai Green, I feel like I could see the argument for paying somebody to show up to compete at a show. Because bodybuilding is a bit of a weird sport, and it's individual based. But I look at it from the perspective of, you know, if boxers can have a guaranteed purse, whether they win or lose, to show up to a fight because that boxer or that fighter is a big draw for that promotion and they want them to fight, so they guarantee them money, whether they win or not, to show up. And I think you can draw a parallel to that. You can draw parallels to team sports. I think like the NFL draft the other day, paying millions of dollars to get a big star on your team because it's beneficial to your team. I think you can draw a parallel to, we want you at our bodybuilding show because you're a big star. Can we pay you to come compete? Now, I think Dan is also right that that opens the door to, well, if you paid him to come show up, that leads to fans would be questioning the judging. Okay, did you rig it for this guy? If you paid him to show up, you know, like, does it stop? So I can see the argument against it as well. But I think like when it comes to Masters show, for example, like this Masters Olympia, keep in mind, they brought it back in 2023. They didn't have it in 2024. I think the reason for that is because the interest was very, very low. Viewership was very low. So I think it's a worthy discussion to say, for a show like that, we need some interest in our show. Can we pay somebody a big name to show up? Does that clash with the ethics of bodybuilding? Because there's so many parallels in other sports where either someone is paid to be on a team, someone is guaranteed money whether they win or lose, things like that. I think it is an interesting discussion to have when it comes to bodybuilding, especially in a landscape like this year. You're seeing a lot of shows, well, I guess I shouldn't say a lot, but you're seeing a few shows that previously had open bodybuilding as a division in their pro competition. But because of lackluster turnout, I mean, we saw, how many shows have we seen, you know, over the past 3 or 4 years, you know, random open pro shows that had 4 or 5 or 6 guys total competing in open bodybuilding. And because basically nobody cared, nobody watched it, the viewership, the interest was low, moved open bodybuilding from their competition. So like in a scenario like that, is it against like the ethics of bodybuilding to say, you know, we'll give a guy like, you know, let's not say, we'll give a guy like Mark Fitzwater.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can pick up the tab even when you forget your wallet.
Fargo, send Cat $145 to sell.
Learn more at wellsfargo.com/Fargo.
Want to turn hair loss into hair gains? Hims, discover a range of prescription treatments in a variety of convenient forms, like the quick-drying 4-in-1 spray. Products are formulated with doctor-trusted ingredients.
let's not say, we'll give a guy like Martin Fitzwater 20 grand to show up and compete, win or lose, or Nick Walker or something, so that our show is more competitive, it has more star power, more people want to watch it, and then we're not going bankrupt next year and we don't have to cancel out the division. I don't know. I think it's an interesting discussion, but I think as it pertains to this Kai Green scenario, I think Dan is making the right call. But I do think, it's a never say never type of thing. Never happened in bodybuilding. I think it's I think it's an interesting topic. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below about those two Dan Solomon stories. I think they're really interesting, hot button topics in bodybuilding right now, and I think the conversation surrounding it has been really productive, and I think it's really interesting to see all the varying opinions on a positive note, not a controversial story. The latest update from Sauce Harati, who was also confirmed he's competing in the New York Pro. Again, I think this New York Pro is an under talked about lineup because we don't have the full lineup yet, but I think all this excitement for Pittsburgh has kind of overshadowed the fact that the New York Pro is the following week. And I think you are going to see a pretty significant amount of star power in that New York Pro lineup. Maybe as much, if not the same, as the Pittsburgh Pro. I mean, we've already heard Derek say he might do Pittsburgh. Sauce looks incredible and has probably been one of the more talked about and impressive bodybuilders of 2025 so far, beating Andrew Jack at the prejudging of the last show that he did, and then almost, the close decision with William Bonac in the Detroit Pro. Sauce is this guy that brings this crazy conditioning that seems like every show he's done so far this year. So in my opinion, that's already one big name that's not doing Pittsburgh, that is doing New York. But I think if you look at like the totality of Pittsburgh and how Derek said he might do New York, and I think he probably will if he wins Pittsburgh easily, but then also the fact that Nick still needs to qualify for the Olympia. If Nick does not win Pittsburgh, I would almost guarantee he goes to New York, because he also won last year's New York Pro. So Nick to New York. Crizzo and Bonac have already confirmed they're going to New York. I'm not so sure about Martin. I think if Martin doesn't win Pittsburgh, I don't know if he does New York, because he is already qualified for the Olympia this year. I don't know if he just goes back to the drawing board if he loses in Pittsburgh. I don't know, but most likely, maybe he does just go ahead and do New York, because I think pretty much everybody else is going to anyway. So that's kind of the cool thing about what we have to look forward to in this immediate future in May, is obviously Pittsburgh Pro is going to be insane. But I think there's a 95% chance that we're basically going to get to run it completely back the next week and get that same lineup, if not better, all over again in New York. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, click that bell notification icon if you have not already. And as always, I love you guys, appreciate you guys. Nick Strength and Power signing out. Alright guys, don't forget to click that like button and subscribe to this channel if you enjoy the content. Also check out my Instagram at Nick Strength Power, my Facebook page, which is simply Nick Strength and Power, my secondary YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Vlogs, for vlogs and bonus content that you will not see on this channel. And consider subscribing to my third YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Pokemon, which is all things Pokemon and trading card games, completely unrelated to this channel. So if you're into that, give that one a look. And all links to merchandise and social media will be in the description box below. If you guys want a Nick Strength and Power t-shirt, that will be in the shop link below. Have a great day.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle.
Aaron the Plumber is larger than life on social media. That's for right now. But a few months ago, he wasn't like that. He was just coming off of Arlette Amuli's Pop the Balloon, and he was trying to make a big opportunity with Zeus Network. He got an opportunity, he showed out, and built a huge fan base. But before that, he was blaming Zeus things, saying that they were trying to kill him. So that. Then one day, he basically got a comment from somebody, a young rapper by the name of E. See, there's a YouTube channel called Reviews with E. It was like, better watch out for Zeus Network, because when you come to Atlanta, they may try to shoot you. Aaron was frightened by this, so he messaged her because Aaron was in the penitentiary and Aaron has been shot before, so he's paranoid. He was like, "What do you mean?" And this young woman was like, "Well, listen, I did some things as this network and they treated me horribly also, so this is how I know that they have also mistreated you." And so Aaron decided to start to trust this young woman. And from that, they built somewhat of a bond together, started getting close, started talking 2 hours every day. Now, despite all of the problems Aaron the plumber has had in his past, women exposing him for being a user, a fake pimp, and all kind of things, she thought she was different, so she didn't mind that. And in fact, when he finally came to Atlanta, guess who Aaron the plumber stayed with? Let's play a game of Negro Aaron. Shall we? Was it A, Reviews with E? Was it B, Myron? Was it C, Diddy? Was it D, none of the above? Jeopardy music! And the answer was A, Reviews with E. He stayed with her, didn't pay any rent, and he was even trying to clap cheeks. What the clap him? But we'll get to that in a minute. But he pretty much had a free stay in Atlanta, and he also had somebody who could connect him to the industry and introduce to other people. And guess what? She was going to become his personal assistant. Part 2. The saga continues. As we heard in part 1, they became acquainted with each other and started to basically be friends. And it could have been even more than friends. The issue was Aaron the plumber wasn't really trying to be with her like that, but he did want to clap her cheeks. She was like, no, she falls in love easily, so she doesn't want Aaron to clap her cheeks just yet. And he did respect that. But she became his assistant, and so she started connecting him all through Atlanta. Now stop the show. I made a mistake when I said the incident happened in LA. It didn't. Ray J has a house in Atlanta, and of course Ray J was trying to clap her cheeks too in Atlanta, and it is true allegedly that Ray J is spending $3,000 a day on that box. So these are the things that happen in Atlanta. But at the time that he was in Atlanta, he was supposed to be spending time with Reviews with E, taking her to the movies. But what ended up happening was, once he got to Atlanta, he started hanging out with people like Mike, Ray J. He didn't have no more time for Reviews with E. He was just there. He was doing his own thing, getting recognized by other people. And he was making a lot of money. There were certain shoots that he was making $2,300, and maybe for the 20 versus 1, he might have made as upwards as $10,000. I'm not sure about that one, but he was making money. The question is, with the money that he was making, was he giving Reviews with E any money to pay for his stay? Hell no. Aaron the plumber can't pay nobody. He's always going around talking about how
a little girl we represented on a defective slide had part of her pinky from the last knuckle up cut off, and it really impacted her. I mean, one, she lost a part of her little finger. Also, it impacted her psychologically, and we fought for that little girl. We fought for that little girl for 3 or 4 years.
Around talking about how broke everybody else is, but he doesn't want to pay. But he still is in her house, sleeping, eating, and doing whatever else. All right? Part 3, the fallout. Now, the whole time while they were together, Aaron the plumber did not want to pay. And again, we know this from previous videos that I talked about him on this channel. Ex-girlfriend said the same thing about him. He wants to live off women for free. He doesn't like to pay for anything, and he is very controlling. So the young lady who's taking time out of her day, recording him, being his videographer, she's not getting paid for anything. And of course, she wants to grow as a content creator herself. But Aaron the plumber is not even allowing her to shout herself out. Not at all. And this is something that is down bad. Not even allowing her to even work with people like even Aaron the plumber's music videos. Now, he did 2 of them. And those 2 music videos that he did, according to the lady, she's the one that hooked him up with the people to do the video. I think a guy by the name of Chaotic was one of the dudes. And the Chaotic guy, the rapper, wanted her to be in the music video, but Aaron the plumber said, hell no, to the no, no, no. And so she was confused, like,
what?
Like, yo, I'm helping you, I'm spending my money, you're staying with me for free, you're not doing anything to help me, but I'm trying to get on too, so you just want me to dedicate my whole entire life to you. I get money, you get all the money, and you want me to be my person. Aaron the plumber wanted to move out to Atlanta with some new stipulations. And they were, listen, you can be my personal assistant if you live with me. You can have a boyfriend, but you can't come over. Everything I say, you must deal with what I'm talking about. And yeah, that's how it's going to be. Sounds pretty good, right? Yeah. So there came a time where basically Aaron the plumber had got like $2,600, which is like $300 over the asking price of the shoot he's supposed to do. He actually got $300 extra. And she was saying, she was wondering like, yo man, are you going to give that to me? Like, you know, I need some money. And he was like, nah. He was like, we'll talk about that later. The deleted videos. So now remember, Aaron the plumber and her are not getting along. She's saying that he's being mean to her, telling her how easily she can be replaced. And he's living in her house, she's not getting any money, and the guy is telling her that, hey, you can be replaced. So she's like, well, damn, why am I still dealing with this if he won't pay me? So she says, listen, I'm gonna stop being your assistant. Then he was like, that's cool, I'm gonna replace you anyway. You can get your ass out the car that was being rented. And at the time, they were like an hour away from her house, so he basically tried to put her out of the car. And she was like, well, listen, if you put me out of the car, the stuff that you have at my house, you're never going to get back. So Aaron the plumber had to think about it. And he was like, let me not put her out, right? So anyways, he gets done with the other shoot and gets paid. Do you think he gives her any money for that? Nope, he didn't pay her ass for that either.
Hey, shout out to my assistant behind the camp. Yes, man, a whiskey.
So basically, he ends up going back all the way home, going to her house, trying to get his stuff. She was saying, listen, I'll go up and get your stuff. I don't want you in my house. And then basically, something happened. Aaron was talking trash, and he was gonna hurry up or he gonna slap her in the face. So guess what? His dumbass left the phone in her house. And what did she do? She went up there and deleted his YouTube videos. Now remember, he had some YouTube videos, one about Eric Convenient and the other one called Spit On Me. And Spit On Me is a song talking about Ray J and the security guards. But those videos were indeed deleted by her. Now, I would play some of the recordings that she had already posted. You can find most of this information on the Saint and the Sinner's channel. I'll link the video below. And she plays the recording of Aaron the plumber talking down on Ray J. But here's my only criticism. Why are you recording phone calls with a person that is like Aaron the plumber? And that's what I'm saying, like, on that end, you can't trust her either because she's messy. She's recording other people's conversations. And again, this is typical of a lot of YouTubers, a lot of personalities. They get big, they start getting money, and then they don't want to pay anybody, trying to use everybody for their own benefit. And then people always get exposed. Kanye West does it, almost every rapper does it. Everyone does this kind of Negro behavior and down bad. Now, he also appeared on Saint and the Sinner's podcast to basically challenge her and expose her for having a dirty house, but I'll get into that a little bit later. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy L. Shady Jackson back at it again with another episode of Let's Celebrity John. Pretty sure for all that you do, subscribe to the bell. We out.
The clock is ticking, Ethan. And now the fate of every soul on earth.
Kenichi, an overworked Japanese office worker, collapses one day from drinking too many energy drinks like Red Bull. Instead of waking up in another world like in typical isekai stories, he simply survives, sues his company for overworking him, and retires to live peacefully on a farm with him, attending to his garden. Life is good as he shoots down crows with slingshots and watches anime all day. Until one day, while making lunch, he suddenly vanishes and finds himself in the middle of a dense forest. Confused, he searches the area but only finds the skeleton of a knight and some unfamiliar plants. Realizing he might be in an isekai scenario, Kenichi yells, "Status window!" And, to his surprise, a blue game-like status screen appears, confirming that he's indeed in another world. There's no HP bar, but what he does have is access to his Amazon account, allowing him to shop online. Even better, he has an item box that can store and deconstruct objects. Curious, he gathers weeds and discovers he can break them down into individual components, giving him a crafting edge. Excited by the possibilities, he checks his online store, but he quickly realizes he still needs money to buy anything. The system offers a trade function, but after appraising himself, the computer deems him worthless. That is until he notices the knight's sword and shiny armor. Figuring the dead knight won't miss it, Kenichi strips the equipment from the corpse and trades it for some essentials, food and water. As an apology, he gives the man a burial, as it was a big help. He then gets a professional, expensive bicycle worth 20,701 yen, along with a sports towel and leather boots. Using a compass he bought to drive him towards civilization, and a monocular to see. He spends the entire day cycling but finds nothing. As night falls, Kenichi sets up camp, making a curry drink. But he soon discovers the dangers of the wild when a pack of wolves surrounds him. Panicking, he opens his store to buy the biggest American gun he can find, only to learn that firearms are unavailable. Thinking quickly, he buys a batch of fireworks, hoping to scare the wolves away. The loud explosions startle them, but aren't enough to make them retreat. Desperate, he purchases a slingshot and uses it to fire small, high-impact iron balls. The force knocks out a few wolves, convincing the rest to flee. Without wasting time, he buys a headlamp, hops on his bike, and pedals through the night to escape the forest. By morning, he's exhausted but alive. He uses a ladder and a telescope from his store to scout the area. He spots a distant city and begins the long trek across the grasslands. When he finally reaches the main road, he's nearly run over by a passing carriage. The driver, a merchant named Fuyu, feels guilty and offers him a ride to Dahlia. Kenichi accepts and meets another passenger in the back seat, a traveling bard. During the ride, Fuyu notices Kenichi's strange attire and asks what he's doing in the city. Kenichi claims he's planning to start a business, which makes Fuyu think that Kenichi has sex with the bard showing off hers. When they arrive at the city gates, Kenichi helps Fuyu unload his cargo while the bard
Let's get to today's topic. So these TikToks came across my timeline.
Sorry, the standard for men just got raised. I went on a date last night. He's gonna see this, and that's what makes it all the more funny. I'm going on a girls trip in like 2 weeks for my birthday, and he was like, "Oh, what are you doing for your birthday?" And I was like, "Oh, nothing. I'm going on a girls trip." And he was like, "Give me your phone." Takes my phone, opens my Venmo, scans my fucking Venmo thing, and Venmos me $300 with the caption, "So men don't buy you drinks in Miami." That is literally insane, but why do I love it? Sorry.
First date.
Sam! No, he does whatever he does. She likes it. She loves it. Great. First date, $300 on the Venmo. That ain't crazy to me, but yeah, if he likes it, I love it. If she likes it, I love it too. Come on, I don't really.
I think we live in probably one of the most fascinating times in dating, because on one hand we have all these like contradicting complaints from ladies and men when it comes to dating. On one hand, you'll hear women say like, "Oh, men are not emotionally invested. They don't open up, or they don't, make an effort to be, emotionally developed, or whatever it might be." Old men love bomb, stuff like that. On the other hand, you'll have a video like this that goes super viral with women going, "Oh, I want to love like this to find me." I'm like, you don't think it's weird? You're on a first date. The dude feels that comfortable to grab your phone, Venmo you money without asking you if it's okay, and then says, "I don't want other men to buy you drinks" on a first date. You know what I'm saying? Like just think about you about to take a trip with your girls, and he's already being like, "I don't want other niggas to talk to you," and you think that shit cute. But then you gonna cry like a motherfucker love bomb me. Yeah, maybe they love bomb you because y'all like that shit. Remember maybe they come and lay it on thick because y'all like that shit. Maybe they're not focused on emotional shit because they've learned that if they just hand you money, it's like a cheat code. For some of y'all, and the most mind-blowing part to me is that these ladies are successful and they're wealthy, and they still like this goofy ass shit.
But you remember when we were on the trip with the boys, and then we had that whole conversation about love bombing?
Whoa. Pause. Hey, yo. I was never with niggas talking about love.
That's crazy. You're crazy.
How am I crazy?
Yo, I took you out shopping, and then you couldn't. I fucking flew you out, nigga.
Yo, listen.
You gonna deny this shit?
Ever since you cut your hair, you look like Diddy every day.
That's right.
I told you that. Niggas talking about, hey, moisturizer, baby oil. Yeah, okay.
No, maybe you were not there, but we were on a trip and we were talking about love bombing. Yeah, but no, it's not necessarily bad. I'm like, no, it is bad. That's weird behavior. Love bombing like that in the beginning is weird. If you like it, I love it.
I think I remember because what the example was somebody said, I loved you on date number 2 or 3. Mm-hmm. And then one of the guys was like, what's wrong with that? If he's feeling it, he's feeling it.
And I'm like, that's weird. You don't even know the person. So
there you go.
So you was on the trip.
I was, because I remember your argument.
And then after that,
but I was like behind the window, I was listening because it was too gay to be with like 5 niggas being like, yo, I want to bomb you shit. So that was weird. But I was listening.
But I still took you out shopping. We bought gifts and shit.
You bought me the vest and I wear it every day. Thank you. So what are you considering?
Be grateful, man. Be grateful.
I'm your only prospect. Sons of Anarchy. You Sons of Sodomy. How's a crazy remix? But anyway,
nigga, you helped give me. That's crazy.
Yeah. And this is why women accept $300 from other men, because niggas just be doing it because it works. Because niggas more doing gay shit with their boys than they are with taking care of these girls.
Well, I don't gay shit with my boys. You know I do gay shit with my wife.
Facts.
Stop, you be saying that shit.
Okay, moving past that, I agree with you the whole love bombing thing. It does work. But not only does it work, it's like women glorify it. And it's like, you don't see what that shit is?
They don't glorify it.
And you know
it's
what?
It's not glory.
The whole financial discussion is fascinating to me. Because like now we've gotten to a point where if a man spends money on you, a lot of women are convinced that means he cares and he really wants to be with you. I'm not realizing a lot of people are just substituting actual emotional labor or emotional investment or the labor of actually like take whatever mental energy you need to really get to know somebody, showcase some personality, and they're substituting it with money. But I'm not gonna get mad at dudes because a lot of y'all say y'all like this shit. You know? Like the amount of women I've heard, dude, this is just funny to me. Don't tell me like, yeah, like for me it makes me feel like man pays for everything. Even though I can pay for parts of it, like I don't want to. And I like it when the man pays for absolutely everything. I'm like, okay, then why aren't you with that guy then? He's like, oh yeah, he neglected me emotionally. Yeah. But you guys want it. You wanted to pay for everything, you wanted to be emotionally present, you wanted to have. But you've already told him that the reward system for him paying for shit is essentially he gets in your pains. Low key, some of y'all be whoring yourselves out. High key, okay, that's what I think.
No key, ajar door, fully ajar door. The thing that happened is that it's just like whenever you eat. Sometimes you want to you could go home and have that fast food. Mm-hmm. That you would go home and have that home cooked meal. But the thing is, you have to go to the grocery store, get all the things together.
You can just Uber Eats it, bro.
No, that's fast food, right? Every restaurant that you got, you're gonna Uber Eat is gonna be fast food. The gratification is right now. You don't want to wait. But the thing with the money, when I'm paying out something, when I'm paying you, when I'm showing you love with the money, what happened is that it's my way of bypassing the time that it's gonna get for you to feel gratification. Just like that fast food. The fast food is gonna be it's gonna it feels good, but really it's taxing on your body. Yeah. Because it's really fast thing. It doesn't give you the proper nutriment, right? The nutrients and everything that you're supposed to need. It's the same thing when you're leading with money. Whenever you're love bombing with like your cash and everything and stuff, you feel love right away. But really, it doesn't have weight if the follow up doesn't ensue. Yep. You understand what I'm saying? You need to follow up as well. You need to be able to
even like the whole love bombing thing is just. It really is what you said. I haven't earned what you're giving, so why are you?
I can't trust.
Like imagine you meet somebody on the first date and they're like, yo, here's the key to my place. You would think it's weird. Why? Because you guys have skipped so many steps. Where have you built this kind of trust? Already involving yourself in someone else's personal finance is just a bit odd to me.
I was literally 30 years old when I found out I had 3 new girls and how to take care of them. So let me show you my routine. After washing my hair,
Steps, where have you built this kind of trust? Already involving yourself in someone else's personal finance, it's just a bit odd to me.
And you know what? I'm gonna take it a step further. The first day is crazy. Is crazy as well.
Okay, check this out. I want you to see this comments. We got one from the official Tinder account that says, yeah, that's your boyfriend. 73K likes, okay? I want you to just see the degree to which the brainwashing is happening with these ladies on TikTok, okay? May this love kidnap me tomorrow and never let me go. 60,000 likes. Aggressive green flag. Yes, ma'am. Hot. Period. That was hot of him. Periods.
Or like that end of sentence period.
Extra ones for dramatic effect.
Oh, so you added the S on top.
Yeah. You know, I was just fluffing the numbers.
Oh, okay. That's what you're saying.
Let's see what this is.
Everything in me is like, just wait till you guys find out that he is 6'5" and 270 something fucking pounds.
Okay.
I love it.
So, right, she meets this guy, loses her mind over these attributes, spent money on her, got in her pants, whatever. Okay, so what happens afterwards?
A longly overdue Venmo Man update video. Here you go. We did end up going out on a second date after the original one. It was a Sunday that we had gone on the date that he had been on me. Monday, the video literally blew up and went viral. It got like 5 million views, basically fucking overnight. And then Tuesday was the day that we went on a second date. He called the second date basically a farewell dinner because we both knew that it was just like not working. So whoever wants Venmo Man, you can have Venmo Man. And no, men didn't buy me drinks in Miami, but I also didn't want men to be buying me drinks in Miami. Sorry to disappoint you, and I might need to put a pause on my dating life because it's not going well, and I need a break.
Why is it not going? I'm sorry, babe. Why is it not? Hold on, babe. Why is it not going well? Enlighten me. What's going on?
If you think about it, though, he got a great deal. You know, if you think about it, didn't he get a great deal?
Of course he got a great deal.
He paid for dinner,
but he didn't get this match though.
He paid for dinner, gave her the $300, spent the next day, which is a Sunday, hitting it in church.
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in.
This little light of mine,
I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. I'm mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it
Goddamn. I'm just saying, you know.
Did she say busted?
Yeah, bro. Yo, listen, look, bro, these guys spending this and describe the way he looks, she throwing it back for him. It is what it is.
Wait a minute. What? Wait, back that shit.
Pause.
Back that shit up. Back that. So you paid, that's a discount hole. Ain't that $300 for clappy cheeks?
So what? First he raised the standard, then a date later, within 4 days you realize he wasn't the one. I wonder why. You know, if you guys spend more, you know,
yo, that is crazy.
Some of y'all deserve all the bad outcomes.
That's crazy.
Oh my God, this girl, she had double D titties. Oh my God, her ass, that BBL was crazy. 2 days later, I realized she wasn't a wife. Well, maybe it's because you prioritized the wrong thing, stupid.
Yo.
I can't, like, it's impressive. Impressive.
And I'm not calling you that, lady. I'm just saying that for his perspective, if you would have to go get like services, it would cost him a lot more than that. And that could actually be like a scam, like a, yeah, what's up, my this and that, they do the this and that, and he just want to smash it. He's like, oh, word, blah, and you're like, ooh.
It's worse than you think, because for less they get to hit it raw. Yeah, because an escort, she gonna charge you out the wazoo, and then you gotta bring tests and everything, because they try to stay professional with these shit. Sure. You can hit a lot of these regulars and these influencers raw, for cheap. Oh, people are always fucking raw. That's why you got this STD explosion happening out here. So just think about it. If you just run it through the gambit and all you gotta do is pay for dinner, it's actually cheaper than going to an escort.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's at the basis of it, it is cheap.
And who knows? Maybe it's not this girl, but it is other girls.
Maybe it's not this girl. Yeah.
And it is other girls. you best believe the reason why he doing this shit. And I know me personally, if I were to offer a girl $300 on the first date for her some Venmo shit, and she just give you like, oh, you're so amazing, I would 100% think less of her. Absolutely. The way I was raised, my parents would have never accepted any of my sisters or any of my siblings accept money from a random person on the first meeting. Yeah. And I would think you guys would be fucking insane if you looked at your kids and said, take money from strangers that you don't know.
You know it's not free.
Especially those with an interest and may have ulterior motives. Like, that's just so real to, I don't know. Like, if that's my daughter, I would be telling her, stay away from a guy who, because he's not coming at you correctly.
I think if my sister would go on a date and someone would offer $50 on the date, she would think it's suspicious. $300?
What would you think?
No, it's just crazy.
What would you counsel her?
No, it's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I don't even think I would have to. Someone would give her $50 and I think she'd be like, wow, that's crazy. 300?
Yeah. Don't complain afterwards, oh, men are trash. Y'all enable them. You guys encourage them to just be about money. You guys often reinforce the fact that that's all they really got to bring to the table and they got to be a bit cute. All right, then. So they go hit the gym, get their bread, spend it on you, hit it and quit it.
Just know that if ever you're calling a group trash, it's because there's a bin that fits. There's a bin that fits.
All right, that's all for me. Anything else from you, boss? All right, let us know what y'all think in the comments.
Did you know that you can see a dietitian from the comfort of your own home? Nourish matches you with a registered dietitian covered by your insurance. Meet with your dietitian online and message them anytime through the Nourish app. Nourish dietitians specialize in everything from weight management, gut health, women's health, and more. And with hundreds of 5-star reviews, you know.
This girl, because she was not human, had to endure cruel experiments. Every day since her birth, she had been locked in a small room, unable to speak, and without her own thoughts. Every day she could only satisfy her.
Damn! Second, how old is this woman? I've literally scoured the internet, trying to find simple answers such as her age, and I honestly do not think there's an official answer. You have people saying she's 80 years old, you have others saying she's at least 20 years old, then you have another group saying she's 50 to 55 years old, and then you have another group saying that she's not even Momo's real grandmother. This group is saying that Momo may be an alien, and that Grandma Cinco is just filling the role of a grandma. Oh, and then you have my favorite group. You know, the people always say, oh, it doesn't matter what her age is, she's an animated character. People that talk like this frustrate the hell out of me, because they're missing the point of the question. It's like someone asking, who will win in the fight between Beerus or Brawly from Dragon Ball Super? The real logical answer is it doesn't matter, and they're 100% correct in saying that, because both characters aren't real, obviously. However, the point of the question is, and always has been, pure entertainment. It's like on the official height of Shaquille O'Neal. I don't need to know it, I don't have to know it. Knowing it will not affect my life in any way, but it will satisfy the man within me. You understand what I'm telling you, viewer? Some questions must be asked because the answer is pure entertaining. Besides, I told you guys I'm a huge introvert and I overthink about everything. Besides, Black Boys will not shit the hell up about this woman. He's literally been keeping me up at night asking these questions. If I don't get the correct answer, the circumference of that ass, and I ain't getting no sleep. I am searching for it. Shut up. Well, hurry up. I'm waiting on you, stupid. We both know that her granddaughter Momo is in high school, so she must be at least 15. She do the math thing and figure it out that way. Hell no. You know we suck at math. Why would you even ask that? The only calculator I touched in years is my phone. By the way, screw you, past math teacher. Telling me calculus will always be available to you. Biggest damn lie ever told. We'll figure it out somehow. Okay, fine. Then we must once again go ball deep. Alright, I like with this skill. What? No, ew, wrong ball. It's an expression. We're going to TikTok. What? Well, that is so misleading. Look, shut up and look at this.
So how old is Grandma Seiko? Even though we don't have any official information, we know that Momo is in her first year of high school, which would make her 15. And with some quick calculations, we can speculate that Grandma Seiko should be at least in her early 50s. And you might think that her youthful appearance comes from her connection to the regional god and her supernatural abilities, but I personally don't believe that's the case, because in her introduction, she gives the impression of being borderline obsessed with self-care. From avoiding stress to wearing compression clothing and a sleep mask, she even avoids drama news, choosing comedy shows instead. With this lifestyle, she's truly aging fine wine. But all of this assuming that she's really Momo's grandmother, as there's this popular theory that she found Momo and adopted her, and simply leaned into the grandmother role.
and that Momo is actually an alien. The TikTok gave some great answers, but it only made me ask more questions. And by the way, Momo isn't guaranteed to be 15 years old just because she's in high school. She could be around that age, but her official profile doesn't say she has an age at all. In fact, none of their profiles say their ages at all. Now why is this? Don't know. It doesn't matter. Yes, but even if it doesn't matter, the question will be still interesting to know. And the author not specifically stating the ages, mentioning their age has some significance to the plot. But who knows? These are all theories. By the way, I read you guys' comments, and most of you out there seem to think she's 80. To be honest, that's what I'm going to go with too. Let's go get some more information. Until then, we can at least all agree that she's smoking hot. However, nowadays still hotter. Matter of fact, the real question here is, who is the baddest gilf in fiction? God, there's so many options. I'll be there for another time, but you guys put your answers in the comments. And have a great day. Bye.
I'm Pat Dugan. I wear my heart.
You did not try. Most men that I know are lazy.
Men are straight out ignorant. Men are not approaching women at all. Tired of not being 6'5", not having 6 figures at the age of 19.
Just like not really into the BBLs, not into the fake body stuff, but you'll have ladies out there who are still hell-bent on getting BBLs. There's a lot of ladies who just actually legitimately don't understand what men are attracted to.
Watching a video about this woman stating that there are many women hosting these speed dating events to try to get men out there to meet women and women out there to meet men that are available for either dating or for a meaningful relationship, or at least who are looking for a relationship to try to get them together. They were also talking about...
Look at this, look what it says. Live your life, ladies. He will find you. Men are not showing up because they don't want to. They just lazy. You think men are lazy? That's why we're not going. Let me let her talk and I'm going to get into it.
Events online that was trying to play matchmaker. And that they needed women to send in profiles and they needed men to send in profiles. But this is the problem that they're having with these types of events. Men are not showing up. Men are not being involved. They're not sending their profiles. They're not buying any tickets to a speed dating event. I'm just gonna kind of burst your bubble, ladies. And this is talking from someone that I've dated guys in many different calibers. It's statuses.
Why now?
Mental states.
That's true.
I've been married once before. I'll tell you that I've learned from talking to men. I had a lot of male friends growing up, especially as a young adult. And let me tell you, ladies,
that's
stop
where we
looking
get men.
for men. He has to find you. And I know that you hear this biblically. You know, when you go to church and they say, hey, you know, let the man find you. He who finds a woman finds a good thing. He who finds a wife finds a good thing. That statement is true.
No, babe.
Announcement. Shannon, the world-class performance has been targeted by biased media narratives that are real.
Oh, babe.
And also, the reason why these men are not showing up, I keep seeing men saying, oh, we tried. No, you did not try. Most men that I know, deep down inside, are lazy. They not filling out no profiles. They not filling out no applications. They're not taking their money and putting their credit card on a speed dating.
No, I gotta say this. Men see everything happen nowadays. Like, look at the ladies that get on TikTok and see all the men at the speed dating event look ugly. You think men don't see that? Like, imagine what's happening. That same speed dating event, Imagine it's a guy that went to that speed dating event, seen that. That's what's happening. Those guys are seeing the videos and going, that's how she feels about me. I know. What do you think's gonna happen? You think they're gonna be eager to go to the next one? I think not.
Event, I guarantee you, if they were attempting to attend an event, they forgot. By the time the event tickets were being sold, and then they took the tickets down off the website, they already forgot. Women, when I see these things, I see that you do not understand the essence of men, the essence of the male species.
Where is your husband?
See, this is the problem that I see with dating, just as a whole, especially in the black community. Men are not taking the time to understand women, and women are not taking the time to understand men. And I'm saying by nature, I'm telling you, I've been around a lot of men that do a lot of great things. And I've been around a lot of men who have a lot of great ideas. But if they don't want to execute it, if they don't want to put in the effort, if they don't want to do it, they're not going to do it. And ladies, please stop forcing these men to do something. You can't force a grown man boy to do something. You just can't. They have to want to do it. The best thing for women to do, you ladies who are looking for a relationship, is live your life. You need to be constantly enjoying yourself and constantly enjoying this life that you have to live. You only live one time. One time. So are you going to take this one time and just keep dating every single day? I guarantee while you're busy doing your thing, there's going to be a man that's going to find you. That could be going to the grocery store, getting your favorite item.
You know, what she doesn't realize, and what most don't, they save money being with dating women in the West. It's dating women overseas. And the next guy I'm going to show is going to get into that, but let it finish, then we're going to get into what he says.
Making your favorite dishes. That can be going to the gym, working out.
Those things are over.
That can be going to events, networking events, building your brand, building yourself, starting new careers, investing in a new career, investing in hobbies. While you're busy doing these things, he will find you.
Stop the cab. No, he's not.
Go to the car wash. Wash your car.
How old are you? Go to the car.
I'm telling you, he will find you. And it's the same for a dating site. Not gonna happen. No, not gonna happen. He will find you on that dating site as well. You just have to have discernment to weed them out. That's it. To make sure that you're not picking up the wrong one. So men are not showing up to these dating events. Men are not showing interest and not sending profiles. It's not that they probably don't want to date. I guarantee you, he lazy. He not about to fill out no profile unless you have a facilitator going out to men and filling out the paperwork for them and asking for their credit card information and then calling them on the phone the day before or that morning and say, hey, you have an event today. He's probably not coming. I'm just gonna be real with you. Most men don't do anything if it's not that of important, if it's not making money, if it's not building something, or if it's just not doing something that he really likes to do. You gotta understand, with men, dating is very crazy for them. They get a lot of disappointment. You know, they get a lot of no's before they get a yes.
True.
So a lot of men are just tired of getting so many no's when they are approaching women.
Very true.
They don't know who to approach.
Very true.
And a lot of them, they kind of be approaching women that are out of their league, and that's why they get a lot of no's. But men have this self-esteem on a whole nother.
You heard what she said? Woman out of their league. A woman that pits the cakes out. I saw a woman that's gorgeous. She's talking about being around guys who don't have intelligence, and she was caked up. The gloss stick with the extra lipstick under it and everything. Her face was made. It's like, who are you? And she thinks that's out of a guy's league. No, it's not.
Level that I wish somebody could explain this to me. Men, explain that to me. Because y'all self-esteem be on a whole nother level. It'll be out of this world. A man can have no job, no car, no license, no career, and he'll still feel like he can get the woman that's top tier. That I will never understand. But I do understand that a man is not going to do anything that he doesn't want to do. He has to want to do it. He has to want to do it. That's it, ladies. Just live your life. You only got one life to live. Live your life. And he will find you.
These women are struggling to find a man, and she has a nerve to tell women, live your life. She pretty much said, become a man. Focus on your goals. So listen to her like, that sounds like something I would tell one of her brothers. Like, yeah, man, you know, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You can't worry about these ladies. She's telling women that. That's not how it's supposed to be. And you know who she symbolizes? She symbolizes Big Mama. You see her with the bonnet on? Big Mama has a nerve. Baby, you go to school, get your degree. Don't worry about these mans. She got that kind of that twang, but don't worry about these mans. Said men's would ask, don't worry about these mans. They gonna be around all the time. But then she is 35. I can't. Let me get into the next video.
There are tracks you need to explain, and tracks you don't. Long Beach doesn't need an introduction. Formula One raced here. IndyCar still does. IMSA made it a battleground. Even Formula Drift turned it into a... One of the most powerful stories of the season, Robert Wiggins makes his debut in the WeatherTech Championship, racing with custom Bosch hand controls 7 years after the IndyCar crash that nearly ended his career.
Daytona and Sebring are tests of endurance. Long Beach is a test of execution. Welcome to the streets of Long Beach. Good, sweet, yeah, good, all right.
Everyone talks about dreams, the win, the comeback, the perfect moment. But dreams don't come true because you want them to.
See what's going on, yo. Men are straight out ignoring women. Women are dressing like this, going to bars, going to the gym. Men are straight out ignoring them. Men are not approaching women at all. We see you, but we act like we don't. We're tired. Men are tired. We're tired of not being 6'5", not having 6 figures at the age of 19.
Yes.
We are tired of the manipulative games, free dates, games here entertaining several different guys. Men are tired. Oh no, men have said no. Okay, ladies, y'all keep saying, oh, you would have been a better world without men. Why? If you would have been a better world without men, why don't you guys form a community together, go watch the WNBA and leave out there? Why do you guys come to the NBA? Why do you guys come over there? Why are you guys following where the men at? You don't seem to stay together for too long. You don't seem to get along together. You seem to come back to men. We are tired. We're not gonna talk to you. We're not gonna approach you, ladies. Dress, do this, go to bars. There's so many women out here asking, hey, wait, look at me. I'm so cute. I'm dressed right. Ain't no man looking at me. Ain't no man talking to me. Yeah, we sick and tired of your behavior, man. We tired of it. We are never gonna do that again. It's done.
The man has spoken. Now, not only has he spoken, right? Because this is a passport video. I saw the Brethren Unite. Check it out. They have here in the top of the comments, the brother Passport Breezy. He says, Passport, I do not approach at all in U.S. And then this lady says, making it worse, thank y'all for getting the hint. We choose the bear. And where's the brother at? Okay, who's the brother that always says the bear, they chose the bear? Okay, the brother's name, what's his name? Hotters, I think Hotters. Shout out to Hotters for that. She said it, my man. And you can say that now in the comments, Hotters. They chose the bear. Because that's what she said. Thank you all for getting the hint. We choose the bear.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
Brother said, try that somewhere else, baby. Your shaming is whack. Try again. She's shaming herself, brother. The Brethren, I will tell you, she's shaming herself. Look what it says. The only ones we should be dating are overseas. That's it. Passport bro, stand up. The men have spoken. Let me tell you what happened. I gotta say this. During the pandemic, guys were watching certain things about overseas. You know what guys were watching? Some guys were watching me. I was out in the Philippines saying I'm out here, you can get apartments for this much, you can get this, you can do that, this woman like this the islands, I was visiting the islands, showing it, and guys were saying, I can come out there and do all of that for under $1,000, really? But let me keep reading. Please keep it up, well done. Ignore us harder. They always do that. Ignore us harder. And the Passport bros came right back. Mr. I don't give a fluff said, overseas woman only.
This is the way.
Let me tell you ladies what's going on, because I think you don't seem to realize what's happened. Like I mentioned 2020, during the pandemic, a lot of guys were home watching and waiting to leave. That's what happened. Guys were waiting to leave. And they were a slew of guys waiting to leave. And these are upwardly mobile. Why are they upwardly mobile? They save their money to have vacations for months at a time. And then maybe next year, they leave the country for months at a time. And you know what some guys do? Some guys leave. Some guys will be sex tourists, which I don't shame them, I understand. You know, a lot of times they're not trying to get married yet. They're like, I want to go out and have some fun. I don't agree with it, but who am I to judge, right? Do you? I'm all for it. I'm cheering you on, right? So then you got guys that are trying to legacy build and find a wife, like I found, and find someone that can contribute, you can pair with and pair bond with. Find a woman that can pair bond with. And you know what these ladies don't realize? I said it yesterday, around 190 million women in the U.S. And think about the billions of women outside of the U.S. Now, 180 million. Now, add up the population. What is it, around 8 billion people on the earth? Now, there may be, let's say, 4.5 billion women. Hear me out. Most of those women you would say are hypergamous, right? Because women everywhere are somewhat hypergamous. Okay, so we got that. You think they wouldn't want an American man? And you see they're starting to like the brothers. So, You think they wouldn't want a black American man? Because right now, I'm telling you, who's killing it? Africans. I see the woman in a whole bunch of countries. Oh, yeah, the Africans. Because those guys they passport bro and heavy. They've been doing it for the longest time. Respect to the brothers. I got Africans in my church. They're out here in the Philippines. They're in Thailand. Everywhere. But now, we get to go travel. So that's happening. And men have spoken. A lot of men. This is not the main reason why it's happening. Because the guys that's even staying home are waking up saying, nah. And then later saying, I want to become pastor bro. Why? Why are they doing that? Because you continuously do this. Look what you're doing in the comments. Look at this. Thank you. Thank y'all for getting the hint. We choose the bear. Please keep it up. Well done. Ignore us harder. Yeah, okay. We'll do that. Because men that are staying, that may want to talk to you, are going, yeah, I'm going to stop talking. The attitude, the nerve of you. Like, how dare you? Seriously. And look what they say.
But it seems like every single day I'm getting a video about a woman who was going online talking about how she is not getting approached from men, she is not getting the attention that she wants at singles events, at restaurants when she's out and about, and there's this frustration that men just are not stepping up. And I think one thing that is oftentimes missed from this whole conversation is that offering what they're not trying to buy. Like, to be more frank, being very, very clear, right? You may have a lot of men who say, hey, I actually prefer natural hair, but there may be pushback. Ladies feeling like, oh, you're trying to control my weaves or my wigs or my expression. You may have some dudes who's like, hey, I don't.
Shout out to Tess Sharpe, because she said it. Men prefer natural hair, and I love that. Tess Sharpe makes content too. She's wearing the natural hair and shaking it. Shaking what your mama yeah. Shake. See, not the booty, she's shaking her head. She put your mama gay, yeah. Shout out to Chaz.
Offering what they're not trying to buy. Like, to be more frank, being very, very clear, right? You may have a lot of men who say, hey, I actually prefer natural hair, but there may be pushback. Ladies feeling like, oh, you're trying to control my weaves or my wigs or my expression. You may have some dudes who are like, hey, I'm not really into like fake lashes like that or the heavy makeup. But then you have ladies who still feel like they don't want to go outside unless they have their face beat and have all the big old lashes, right? You have some dudes who are just like not really into the BBLs, not really into the fake body stuff, but you'll have ladies out there who are still hell-bent on getting BBLs. So I'm just saying, sometimes I feel, because we haven't really cultivated a culture that is about listening, women listening to men, men listening to women, it's a lot of talking at, but it's not really a lot of talking to. I think there's a lot of ladies who just actually legitimately don't understand what men are attracted to.
Complicated. Hot-headed.
And so they get confused when they go out and they're not getting the attention, they're not getting the traction that they want, they're not getting what they think they should be getting, the attention, validation, or whatever. And it's like, sometimes we're just simply not offering, right? Or we're not selling what they're buying. And it could be the most basic change. Sometimes it's just like smiles. Sometimes we don't even know. Sometimes we look mean. Sometimes we having this just like resting bee face will just be super serious, but then be surprised if somebody don't approach us. Remember, this is post Me Too. This is after the time. A lot of guys got the message that you don't want to approach a woman in a particular way because that can be seen as, you know, harassment. And so I'm just saying, some of this stuff is not even complicated. If we start offering what these guys are interested in, what do y'all think?
Well, I think you're hitting nail right in the coffin, but will they get it? No. They're not going to get it. And I love that she is doing this. I went to, what's her name? I'm Just a Girl too. Went to her live stream today, show love. I shout about the woman that's trying to help women, but there's no helping. Seriously. They won't get it. Like, you know, it's so bad because if everyone changed, you wouldn't believe it. Why is that? It's not like everyone who comes to Christ, they change, right? They give up sin. But it's not like that. But what happens, people sin again, but them, they refuse. They live the full life of sin, and they refuse to turn back. These women are like Satan. That is true. So men say, okay. And analogy to that is go slither on out from you and go out to the different shores, right? And find better. And
with mad bread, whatever it is. When I walk in the room, he like, what's up?
Regular.
And it's regular. And I'm like, oh. What he don't like to call me?
So to get you, you gotta ignore you. But then when I get you, once you
Absolutely. You're gonna get punched in the throat.
You sound like you man.
Period.
to get you, I gotta ignore you. But to keep you, I gotta show you love. He even said like he was confused. He was confused. He was. He's like, so to get you, I gotta ignore you, and to keep you, I gotta show you attention. Like, what? Like, do men want to cooperate with that? Hear what this next girl says, because you can tell this girl is Miss College educated, know-it-all. What am I saying? Let's get into that.
And the other week, this was not date. This was just me hanging out with a guy friend. And at this point, I really think that most women can relate to how unpleasant it is talking to most men, because unfortunately, the education gap be showing. So we were talking about being intellectual, whatever. He tells me, he's like, well, Kevin Gates is somebody I think is very intellectual. I think he's really smart. And I said, well, why? He says, because he has a great vocabulary. Like, his vocabulary is crazy. I said, okay. Anybody can take a phenomenal vocabulary. Does it mean they're actually saying a bunch of profound? Absolutely not. Kevin Gates has a very poetic way of saying nothing a lot of the time. And if your sole reasoning for feeling like they're saying something is because their vocabulary is good, I need us to go back.
All right, so now, the man is obviously, you didn't say where he's from, but he obviously hasn't had any schooling or hasn't paid attention in school because he thinks his vocabulary is vast, you know, probably because he comes from nothing and he's never did nothing in his life and he's never cared to do anything. He probably comes from a single mom and you're judging. And that happens. See, that's the guys you're interested. That's the guys who are going to talk to you. They're going to be cut from that cloth, right? To where they may not understand certain things. So what she says after that, she says, you know, and then after that he said T.I. Now, yes, T.I., he speaks decent, but it's not anything that you're gonna be overexcited about, like, wow, he's dropping gems. But I talked to somebody about this the other day, right? Because these ladies have all this college education, but they're not making money. I talked to a guy in my consultation, and I said, boy, if they knew, if these ladies knew, I have a high school education and I have the income potential and also working towards, I can't even say it. I'll be saying too much, but I can help you out. I can help out anybody. Go from 0 to 20,000 like that. And I didn't get that in school. I got that from being in the world. I got that from paying attention to things. But I'm gonna get into the next video, because the next video, she's saying how it's hard for women to get a man nowadays. That's all about them. Man nowadays, that's all about them. But Let's see what she says about that.
Talk about this, about how it is really hard. And these were two women talking about how men are never always serious. I completely agree. I feel like it's so hard to date because as much as men like to make it seem as though women are the ones that are very codependent and we can't be alone, we can't sit with ourselves, it be.
Alright, I gotta stop right there. I'm gonna let her talk right there. Now, you see her, she's an example of the lady I said. Caked up with the lip gloss, heavy makeup. The makeup is crazy, right? Fake hair in, and guys are not talking to her, and also the guys, as she said, are not single. That's because the guys that still want to play, they have girlfriends. The guys who are not trying to play, the guys who probably have money, who don't want to cooperate, or some of the guys watching this video right now, right? They would never talk to you. They would look at you and say, I don't want to be bothered. Why? Why are they going to say that? Because you're beautiful. You are. And it's not, that's not why they're not going to talk to you. They're going to say, I don't want the headaches. Let's keep playing the video so you guys can see.
Yeah. They don't know how to be alone. And so they're always in this cycle of they either have an ex that is the one that got away that they're still obsessed with, or they have an ex that isn't necessarily, she ain't get away because they still be going back and forth dealing with each other, or they have, like, they just always have something going on. They have a baby going on. I be like, God dang, all the fine baby daddy down. Okay? Y'all have baby daddied all the fine allow themselves to be baby daddy. So it's just like everybody got something going on. Like nobody is truly all the way single, and coming from somebody who is all the way single is very frustrating. And that's why I really haven't been eager to date or really actively dating in like probably a year and a half. I don't want to be anybody's, oh, this is just something fun to do until my ex comes back. I don't want to be the second option. I don't want to be anybody's, she's pretty and she's fun to talk to, she's fun to be around, but I'm not ready to commit. I'm 31. I'm not doing it. Okay, I'm not doing the situationships, none of that. If somebody's not coming to me with intention, I don't have time for it. And that is why I just choose not to date these days, because...
So she's 31. So you didn't date from 26 to 31? I would love, and I don't have time to scour the videos, but I would love to see. Well, she said it pretty much in this video. She's not doing anything to meet a man. So pretty much she's saying, I'm just gonna get some cats or some dogs, and that's it. And why is that the case? Be honest. Because the guy, I'll tell you what's happening, because I said it already. The guys that don't mind talking are the ones that's what she's going through. They have situations. Because they're moving and shaking already and smashing things there. The guys with no discipline. No discipline. I don't curse. No discipline. That's who's approaching her. The guys with discipline, are so disciplined, they're waiting to leave the country. Seriously, they won't even look at the comment earlier. Look what the guy said, the white guy. He said overseas women only. That's the guy she needs to talk to her. But you know what she's gonna say? Oh no, he's a square. So you wonder why all the guys have, what's the name? What do you call it? Babies already and have women, because they're used to moving and shaking. You gotta go with somebody who's not so used to moving and shaking. You gotta put yourself in areas where you may meet something like, she can never go to a country club. She wouldn't even think in her head to go to a country club or go to a certain bar that's high class. She wouldn't be welcome, because guys would look at her and go and see her tattoos on her arm and walk right past. She couldn't fit in certain circles. And they get these college degrees and be know-it-alls. So she got all these college degrees and she's stuck. And men have been saying for the longest time, you gotta focus on the right man. And that's the problem. And I said all the time, all of them are caught up or waiting for guys to talk to them. I said, you guys know, what did I say? You have to conversate and talk to men. She's trying to do it, but she's talking to the wrong men. Maybe she lives in a ghetto. You gotta venture out.
No. And I think that in dating too, the hard thing is a lot of people feel like that if you've been single for a long time, then you will eventually just settle for whatever they're willing to give you. Because you've been single for a long time, and the belief is that women are supposed to be afraid to croak alone. And I'm just, baby, I will gladly. Me and Mango, okay? Mango will be the last living thing I talk to before I leave this earth. Before I settle for being somebody's, oh, I settled for her because I couldn't be with who I really want to be with. Do you see me?
Very manly.
Hi everyone, I'm Samir, and this year we have something special for you. The Android Show, IO Edition. We hope you'll all tune in on May 13th to see what's new on Android. Whoa, May 13th, that's kind of fast.
You see that? Do you see me with all this makeup on? Do you see me with this lip gloss caked up? Do you see me with these eyebrows done? Do you see me with these eyelashes in? Do you see me with this college education? All of these accolades. And nothing to show for it.
Social media saying that he no longer dates his type anymore. And his type is a bad light-skinned curly hair.
Kind of like the last one that I just reacted to, right? Let me let her continue.
He said he does not date them anymore because they are expensive and they require too much. He said most of them come with a bad attitude, but yet and still, even though they come with a bad attitude, whatever they ask, whatever they want, he will get it for them. And that's why, in turn, he no longer wants to date them anymore, because he said he simply does not have the money to. And that just does not sit well with me, because it's giving you think a pretty brown girl will just accept anything from you. You don't think somebody that's not your type won't ask you for anything, wouldn't want to go out on dates, wouldn't ask you to pay for her toes? It's giving you're dating outside your type because you think that you can give other people the bare minimum. Please take a picture of this man, because these are the type of men that will waste your time just because you're willing to settle. They will drag you along with no intentions for you. They will treat you like, because they never wanted you in the first place. And then when he upgrades and finally finds the funds, he will up and leave you for the light-skinned chick with curly hair. You know, the bad.
I'd say this is the ode to brother, get your passport. I'm telling you right now, I have a package under $100. Well, it's $100 actually. Well, it's under 115, I can say. I can show you how to make millions. I have brothers that came in and they were shocked at what I'm showing them, and it's very easy. It's right in front of you right now, but people don't know to use it. But man, the things you can do with what I found out over the years. I've been working online ever since 2014. I came out to the Philippines with that online one, and I want to help you guys out. There's a lot of guys in the West who may have regular old jobs. Like, I know a lot of guys that are out there that are sweeping floors or doing, you know, an easy task that they can do to get by. And you can do what I do. You can do what I've done. If I did it, you can do it too. And yes, I'm willing to teach you. So, yeah, guys. But before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. And please, get your passport and go visit a country and see how it is. Go see how it is. See what kind of treatment you get, and you can go anywhere, right? As I've showed in the past, you can go to Germany. You can even go to Colombia. Like, yeah, people are getting it out there, but you can avoid that. I've showed guys that are out there, that are still there. Right? I recently showed somebody in Panama. I recently showed Germany. I showed China not too long ago, maybe a couple of months ago. Japan, Africa, everywhere. The world is your oyster. And if you want to stay behind, you can do that too. You can find somebody. Like, there's still a few women sprinkled in, but not so many. But yeah, guys, thank y'all for watching. Peace out. See you next video.
Brothers! What we doing live? Echoes of eternity.
Answer's coming.
Uh-uh.